Su Hang has never been a person who makes decisions easily. But when he decided to buy this hospital, he knew that it was not only an investment, but also for someone's future. 5 billion. This number was just an opening remark in his eyes, but the meaning behind it far exceeded his expectations. Lao Lin on the other end of the phone also knew that as long as Su Heng gave the order, the fate of this hospital would be changed. When he hung up the phone, he had only one goal in mind: to ensure that Lu Shi's mother could get the best treatment. This hospital was the gift he prepared for this goal. However, he never expected that this decision would trigger a series of unforeseen changes. What? 5 billion? You really want to buy it? The dean was completely stunned. Originally, this was just a bluffing price, but who knew it would become a reality? 5 billion is enough to build a bigger and more advanced hospital in this city. No one would be willing to spend so much money to buy this shabby place. But the old Lin in front of him did not just talk. He also waved the amount of 5 billion displayed on his mobile phone in front of the dean. The dean picked up the phone, his eyes wide open, and repeatedly confirmed the amount, shocked and surprised. What is going on? He asked stutteringly. Lao Lin sneered. I pay, you sell it. No need to ask. I'm willing to pay 5 billion to buy this hospital, and the formalities will be handled immediately. He said it with absolute certainty. The director was so excited that he could hardly speak. This money was enough for him to rebuild a hospital and ensure that he could do better next time. Great! Our hospital will always remember Mr. Lin's kindness. I will erect a statue for Mr. Lin at the entrance of the new hospital. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Lao Lin interrupted him and handed over the contract that he had prepared long ago. The dean nodded hurriedly, took the contract, and began to read it carefully. Old Lin waited quietly on the side, with a sneer on his face. Finally, after the dean signed the contract, he raised his head and smiled with pride. The contract has been signed. This hospital now belongs to Mr. Lin. Lao Lin nodded, picked up the contract, and turned to leave. His mission was completed, and now he only had to wait for Su Hang's next instructions. At the same time, on the other side of the city, a larger and more modern new hospital was under construction. After Su Hang learned that the hospital acquisition was completed, he prepared to return to the ward and hand over the hospital to Lu Shi personally. Bind the object and complete the wasteful task. Initial wasteful amount: 5 billion renminbi, triggering multiple reward, 10. This reward amount, 50 billion. Su Yushang was humming a little tune in the kitchen when he suddenly received a system message. He immediately threw away the spoon and rushed into the room. He picked up the phone and his eyes widened. 50 billion, it was indeed 50 billion. What the hell? Su Yushang was stunned for a moment, and his mind was full of disbelief. Son, you are really promising? He muttered, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Su Hang just returned to the ward and saw a yellow-haired boy sitting opposite Lu Shi at first sight. Lu Shi, please promise me. The yellow-haired boy said earnestly, I have done so much for you. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Lu Shi looked at him coldly, her eyes full of disgust. Guoming, I've already told you I don't like you. Don't bother me anymore. What? Guoming couldn't understand. His tone was full of confusion. I have given so much for you. Isn't it enough? At this time, Su Hang came out from behind. Who are you? Guoming turned around and looked at Su Hang. He was stunned for a moment at first. Then a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and he asked coldly, I'm Lu Shi's friend. I came here to see what our young Master Gua has done for her. Su Hang was not afraid at all and raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Guoming pointed at Su Hang angrily and said, Kid, get out of here now, or I'll teach you a lesson about getting angry. Oh, Su Hang raised his eyebrows, his face full of disdain. I'm a little curious. Why do you get angry? Guoming said angrily. I paid for Lu Shi's mother's medical expenses, and I asked the dean to let her delay the payment of the fees for 2 months. Otherwise, her mother would have died long ago. Su Hang sneered. Guoming, your words make me sick. Lu Shi's face changed, and finally couldn't help but say what was in his heart. Guoming, the person who really helped me was him. Su Hang, not you. Lu Shi pointed at Su Hang, her eyes firm and her tone as hard as iron. He not only helped my mother pay for the medical expenses, but also provided help when I was in the most difficult time. Guoming's face turned pale instantly. Every word Lu Shi said stabbed in his heart like a knife. You, Lu Shi, you will definitely regret this. Guoming's face was full of anger. He pointed at her and left in a rage. Su Hang walked to Lu Shi and patted her shoulder gently. Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. Lucy looked at him and felt a warm feeling in her heart, knowing that she was not alone. Auntie, is your health condition better now? Su-heng looked at Ms. Zhang lying on the bed and asked with concern. Chapter 47, The Fiancé. Still the same as before, unconscious. I don't know what happened. Lucy explained somewhat helplessly. It's okay. We'll treat you slowly. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay for it. Su-heng paused and explained. Lucy hummed slightly and then said nothing more. Just sat in front of Ms. Zhang's bed and stroked one of her hands. Well, for this hospital, Su-heng originally wanted to say that he was going to give this hospital to Lu Shi as a gift. But at this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. The sound was so loud that Su-heng and Lu Shi were both stunned. Su-heng and Lu Shi looked towards the door at the same time. It was discovered that the person who kicked the door was Guoming, who had left angrily before. At this moment, there were 4 security guards behind Guoming. Damn it, this is the guy. Get him out of the hospital. What level is he to be able to stay in the same hospital with me? After Guoming entered the room, he pointed at Su-heng and scolded him. So he went out to get help. In response to Guoming's actions, Su-heng just smiled indifferently. Guoming, please watch your words. Lu Shi stood up and looked at Guoming seriously. This is a hospital, not a place for you to act wildly. Lu Shi was also afraid that Guoming's voice would alarm her mother, who was lying on the bed. Lu Shi, don't forget, I am your fiancé, and your mother's affairs are my affairs. Guoming glared at Lu Shi, then turned and said to the security guard, What are you still standing there for? Get this guy out of here. After hearing Guoming's order, the 4 security guards prepared to take action. Su-heng was also stunned. How could a fiancé appear in such a short time? Guoming is Lu Shi's fiancé. Then what am I? Third party? Su-heng was a little confused about this. Guoming, that's enough. Lu Shi couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, If you hadn't lied to me again, how could I have signed the agreement? Humph, Lu Shi, you are now bewitched by this boy. Guoming sneered and said, I'm telling you, I have connections in this hospital. I'm going to make him get out of here today. Su-heng looked at the scene in front of him, smiled slightly, and said to Lu Shi, you stay here to take care of Annie. I will help you solve this problem. After saying that, Su-heng walked straight towards Guoming. Su-heng looked at Guoming firmly. Master Guo, right? I know you are rich and powerful, but please don't forget that respect is something everyone should have. Your unreasonable expulsion not only insults me, but also this hospital. Are you a person who has life, but no education? Although Su-heng's tone of voice was light, there was a seriousness in his words. It cheered up everyone present. Guoming was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, the door of the ward was kicked open again, and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in. He had a serious expression and sharp eyes, and one could tell at a glance that the visitor was not a good person. Mr. Guo, this is a hospital, not a place for you to act wildly. The man in the white coat looked at Guoming coldly. If you continue to act unreasonably like this, I will have to ask you to leave. The person who came in was the middle-aged Dr. Li Wei. Guoming was stunned, obviously not expecting the situation. Li Wei, you are a traitor. Don't forget what kind of deal we had in the first place. Guoming pointed at Li Wei and scolded him. I am innocent. As an upright doctor, we will never do business with people like you. Li Wei's answer was also unusually straightforward. Okay, this is how you play, right? Guoming found himself at a disadvantage and glanced at everyone in the room. Su-heng had a calm expression on his face, and Li Wei's expression was even more composed. After all, Suang has demonstrated his assets before. That is more than enough to defeat a mediocre Guoming. I will contact the hospital's top management right now and ask them to fire you. And you, your mother won't be able to continue treatment anymore. Guoming said this and took out his cell phone. Don't bother. The whole hospital belongs to me. At this moment, Su-heng directly told a piece of bombshell news. Hearing Su-heng's words, Guoming looked at him with wide eyes. Boy, what are you bragging about? Guoming was a little bit unconvinced at first. Then you can investigate it. Su-heng spread out his hands, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug expression. Guoming still didn't believe it, and started making phone calls to confirm the identity of the hospital's director. During a short stay, Guoming's previously nervous expression also relaxed a little. Your last name is Lin? This is because this hospital was previously bought by Su-heng's old boss Lin in his own name. So this hospital is still named Lin. Su-heng almost forgot about this matter. My last name is Su. Su Heng responded. Ha! Damn it. I was almost fooled by your expression. The director of this hospital is named Lin. Guo Ming said in a firm tone. I know. Su Heng responded calmly. You know, why are you still pretending to be so cool in front of me? Get as far away from me as you can. Guo Ming then began to drive them away. Lao Lin works under me. Su Heng was calm and composed, and his words completely shocked everyone in the room. Well, now I don't believe you. If that's the case, I'll get out of here right in front of you today. Guo Ming now subconsciously thought that Su Heng was just pretending to be cool for no reason. You could try it. Su Heng responded calmly, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. He knew that only this method could convince someone like Guo Ming. Guo Ming's eyes widened. He really couldn't believe it. This young man, who looks to be only in his 20s, actually has such ability. He was at a loss for what to do for a moment and could only stand there frozen. Mr. Guo, didn't you just say you wanted to fire me? I'm here now. You can start now. Li Wei's provocative words made Guo Ming even angrier, but he could not refute. He knew that if he took action now, he would really lose. Guo Ming could only look at Li Wei with gritted teeth, anger burning in his heart. Guo Ming took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Yes, this is the location. Please come here quickly. After Guo Ming hung up the phone, he turned around and glared at Su Heng. Kid, if you have the guts, just stand here and don't move. And you will cry later. Guo Ming pointed at Su Heng in front of him, and then pointed at Li Wei. Chapter 48 Dean Lin. Well, who will be embarrassed later? As Su Heng spoke, he took out his cell phone and called Lao Lin, and he explained everything here in detail. Lao Lin naturally knew what he should do. As time passed, about 5 minutes passed. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Who is causing trouble in my hospital? Then, a middle-aged man walked out of the room. It's him. He also said he is the dean. Pa, he's such a poor loser. And he's the dean? Looks like an old street dog to me. Guo Ming pointed at Su Heng and shouted loudly. Also, there is him, this doctor named Li Wei. Damn it, he dares to go against me. Make him resign. After that man came over, Guo Ming started to act arrogant again. Director Du. Li Wei stared at Director Du in front of him and began to stutter for a moment, feeling guilty. Director Du glanced at Li Wei, then looked at Su Heng. Do you need to call me for this matter? Get out now. Director Du gave orders to the security guard next to him without any hesitation. Wait. At this moment, Lao Lin's voice came from the door of the ward. Dean, Director Du shouted in surprise. When Lao Lin acquired the hospital, he had already given instructions to people from all walks of life. The dean has been replaced. Is this our new dean? Li Wei also looked at Lao Lin at the door with some shock. While Li Wei was speaking, he hurried forward and wanted to shake hands with Lao Lin. Want to express myself. However, Lao Lin completely ignored Li Wei. He walked straight past Lao Lin. Director Du, you can just help me solve the problem? Why did you invite Dean Lin in person? Guo Ming subconsciously thought that Dean Lin was invited by Director Du. Unexpectedly, Director Du was also confused. No, it's not me. Directeur Durant souhaite truthfully. Lao Lin walked up to Director Du, glared at him fiercely, and then glared at Guo Ming. Hey, Dean Lin, it's all because of this kid. He doesn't know his place and is making trouble here. Guo Ming quickly pointed at Su Heng and explained. That's enough. It was obviously you who insisted on kicking me and my mother out. That's why so many things happened. Lu Shi roared. Miss Lu, don't you recognize me? Lao Lin walked up to Lu Shi, changed his smiling expression, and asked. Lu Shi was too excited at the time and did not recognize Lao Lin. After careful observation, it suddenly became clear. Old Lin. Lu Shi recognized Lao Lin. Ha. I'm so glad you still know me. Lao Lin immediately burst into laughter. You are the dean. Lu Shi was suddenly shocked. She never expected that she had never met the dean. I have actually met him before in another way and in another identity. No. I came here to tell you. I'm no longer the dean. Lao Lin an suo chu fu fun. That. Lu Shi was a little surprised. Lao Lin didn't say a word, but took out all the documents and procedures. Ms. Lu, you will be the director of this hospital from now on. Just sign your name. Lao Lin's words shocked everyone present. This is just a few minutes. Lu Shi went from being a poor guy to the director of this hospital, and these words came from Lao Lin's mouth. So it must be true. But I didn't do anything. Lu Shi has not yet recovered from her shock. You don't have to do anything. These are all gifts from President Su. Lao Lin explained truthfully. Lu Shi looked at Su Heng in shock again. Previously helped her mother pay medical bills. Now she was sent directly to the hospital. The contrast between the before and after has completely occupied Lu Shi's heart. Take it. As for these people, how do you want to deal with them? Whether to fire him or kick him out is entirely up to you. Su Hang turned to Lu Shi and explained. Is this true? Lu Shi looked at the hospital transfer contract in front of her, somewhat incredulous. Of course it's true. Su Hang smiled and replied. I never joke. Lu Shi signed his name with trembling hands. She felt like she was standing in the clouds, and everything seemed unreal like a dream. However, that heavy contract, that letter of appointment as the dean, they were all reminding Lu Shi that this was true. She really became the director of this hospital. Thank you, Su Hang. Lu Shi said sincerely. Thank me for what? Su Hang smiled and asked back. This is what you deserve. I will pay for your mother's medical treatment, and I will also give you this hospital. Lu Shi was so moved that she was speechless. At the same time, Li Wei rushed directly to Lu Shi. Then he hugged Lu Shi's thigh directly. President Lu, I didn't know you had such great potential. You are a great man, and you should not bear grudges. Please don't fire me. Li Wei did many things that were unfair to Lu Shi at that time. Now that Lu Shi has become the dean, revenge is bound to occur. As for how to retaliate, it depends on what Lu Shi wants to do. So far, Lu Shi is the highest-ranking official in this hospital. The stay or departure of everyone in this hospital depends entirely on Lu Shi. Xiaoli, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrange for Annie to go to the wealthy area for treatment. And immediately invite the best doctor and arrange the best nurse to take care of Annie. Director Du's previous serious expression changed instantly, and he quickly ordered Li Wei to do as he asked. Yes, yes, yes. Arrange the best ward and the best person to take care of it. Li Wei realized this instantly, turned around, and ran out of the room. Dean Liu, there may have been some misunderstandings between us before. So from now on, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll help you solve them one by one. After Li Wei left, Director Du also began to show his courtesy to Lu Shi. I have something I need you to do right now. While Lu Shi was speaking, he looked at Guoming. Clear. Director Du immediately understood the meaning of Lu Shi's words. You four, watch Guoming crawl out of here. President Liu, are you satisfied with this? Director Du first gave orders to the 4 security guards, and then began to question Lu Shi. Not satisfied. What he said at the beginning was get out. Watch him get out of the hospital. Lu Shi corrected Director Du's words. Chapter 49, Prove Yourself. This is the 6th floor. Guoming was a little surprised. What's wrong with the 6th floor? You have to do what you say. You have to get down from the 10th floor, too. Director Du looked extremely serious as he stared at Guoming in front of him. Faced with the director's threat, Guoming was not afraid. He knew that this was Lu Shi's revenge against him. His heart was filled with anger, but he also understood that now was not the time to vent. He needed to find a way to fight back. Director Du, I know you don't like me, but please don't insult me like this. Guoming tried his best to keep his tone calm. He knew he needed to calm down now. Insult you? People like you don't deserve to be insulted by me. Director Du's tone was full of contempt. I know I've made mistakes before, but I'm working hard to correct them. I ask you to give me a chance to prove myself. Guoming's tone was full of sincerity. Prove yourself? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can get this opportunity so easily? Director Du's tone was full of sarcasm. Guoming knew that he no longer had the right to speak, and now the only way out is to get out of the hospital. Under the supervision of 4 security guards, Guoming endured the pain in his body. It rolled all the way from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, and then from the 1st floor to the outside of the hospital. As soon as he rolled out of the hospital, Guoming collapsed on the ground. President Liu, are you satisfied with this? Director Du continued to be attentive. Lu Shi nodded slightly. Then I'll be busy now. If you need anything, just call me directly. Director Du said this and turned around to leave. Director Du did not hurt Lu Shi at that time. Therefore, Lu Shi must have no reason to make things difficult for him. In just half a day, Ms. Zhang was admitted to the most luxurious ward in the hospital. In addition, there are special doctors and nurses to take care of you. In addition to these, the hospital also issued a notice to summon the most famous doctors in the entire city. The purpose is to come here and study Lu Shi's mother's illness. Lu Shi had no idea that Su Hang had helped her so much in such a short period of time. Not only did he help her mother, he also gave her a hospital. Lu Shi didn't know how to thank Su Hang. As for the previous misunderstanding, Su Hang didn't need to explain. Just relying on these things, it was completely resolved. Now you should believe that I was wronged. Those photos and rumors at school were not my doing at all. Su Hang stood beside Lu Shi and explained. Lu Shi nodded slightly. Well, there is one more thing I want to know. That's right. Guoming said he is your fiancé. What's going on? Su Hang still felt a little sad about this hurdle. He forced me to do that. But don't worry, I definitely didn't do that with him. Lu Shi quickly explained. No one. Su Hang asked back. That's it, Lu Shi replied. Which one? Su Hang pretended not to understand and continued asking. Oh, that's the one on the bed between a man and a woman. When Lu Shi was asked this by Su Hang, her face turned a little red. Oh, I don't know. After all, he's already my fiancé, so how could he not have that? Su Hang believed in Lu Shi in his heart, but he also wanted to tease her. It's true. Lu Shi paused for a moment, then continued shyly. If you don't believe me, tonight we... Before Lu Shi finished her words, Su Hang agreed directly. Okay, come to my house tonight, Su Hang said in a firm tone. Lu Shi was a little surprised. Why? You won't regret it. Are you still scared? Should I check your body? Su Hang turned his head to glance at Lu Shi and asked. No. Lu Shi's face turned red. As night fell, Su Hang took a shower early and lay down on the bed, quietly waiting for Lu Shi's arrival. However, after waiting for a long time, Lu Shi still didn't come to his house. Just when Su Hang was about to call Lu Shi's cell phone to ask why she hadn't come yet, Lao Lin's calls came one after another. Lao Lin, what's the matter? Su Hang asked. Oh no, Miss Lu has been captured. Lao Lin spoke in a hurried tone. What? Su Hang sat up directly from the bed, his face full of shock. Immediately afterwards, Su Hang hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out of the room. Son, where are you going so late at night? Just as Su Hang ran to the door, Su Yushin called him. I have something to do outside. Su Hang looked a little anxious. I just want to ask, do you have enough money to spend? Do you need me to turn it around for you? I see you've already spent all the money I transferred to you. Su Yushin looked at Su Hang at the door and asked. Not for now. Su Hang now only wants to save Lu Shi and has no time to care about anything else. Wait until I come back. After saying this, Su Hang rushed out of the house without looking back. He anxiously called Lu Shi, but no one answered. Su Hang's heart became more and more panicked, and various possible scenarios emerged in his mind. While Su Hang was making a phone call, he was driving around Lu Shi's home looking for her. However, there was nothing unusual at the door of Lu Shi's house, and he had no idea where Lu Shi was. Just when he was extremely anxious, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Shi calling. Sukeng, him. Lu Shi's weak voice came from the other end of the phone, and then the call was hung up. Su Hang immediately realized that Lu Shi must be in danger. He immediately drove there according to the clues on the phone. In a desolate place, Su Hang found Lu Shi, who was tied up. Lu Shi had obviously suffered great torture, and Su Hang was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He carefully untied the ropes on Lu Shi and held her in his arms. Lu Shi leaned in his arms, tears streaming down his chest. Lu Shi, I will take you away from here and protect you. Su Hang hugged Lu Shi tightly and spoke in a firm tone. Lu Shi raised her head and looked at Su Hang, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slightly, indicating that she believed in Su Hang. Su Hang took Lu Shi away from that desolate place. He must find a murderer behind the scenes as soon as possible to truly protect Lu Shi. The only clue was a note in Lu Shi's pocket. Lu Shi, this is just a small lesson I'm giving you. If you continue to approach Su Hang, don't blame me for being rude. There were some harsh words written on the paper. Chapter 50 Loyal Fans. Because Lu Shi was frightened, so Su Hang finally sent her to his home. Lu Shi rested at home, while Su Hang continued to return to school. Because if you judge based on what is happening right now, the mastermind behind this is most likely someone who knows me at school. They must be dissatisfied with the way they are doing now. Su Hang didn't have any fear. On the contrary, I feel happy both physically and mentally. Su Hang is just right too. I just like watching them. They can't stand themselves, but they can't get rid of themselves. When he returned to school, Su Hang met Su Chao. Boss Su, what a coincidence. We meet here so early in the morning. Su Chao stepped forward and greeted politely. You kid, I see you were waiting for me here on purpose, right? Looking at Su Chao running towards him, Su Hang asked with a calm smile. Of course I am. I am your most loyal fan now. The things you did before were things I couldn't even imagine. Dating the campus belle, dumping the class belle, hugging girls left and right. Su Chao told the story of Su Hang's previous glorious deeds. In response to Su Chao's praise, Su Hang just smiled slightly. Not much expression, but Su Chao was following Su Heng closely. There's a horse flatterer on the left and a donkey flatterer on the right. He kept talking nonstop. That's not right, Mr. Su. Why doesn't our school beauty, Lu Shi, go to school with you? Su Chao looked around and asked with some confusion. Lu Shi asked for leave to rest. Su Heng responded simply. Why? Could it be? Could it be that President Su was too brave last night? Su Chao was stunned at first. Then he narrowed his eyes in an instant and turned into a funny expression. Su Heng did not answer Su Chao at the first moment, but stopped and turned to look at him. After being looked at by Su Heng, Su Chao's originally funny expression instantly subsided a little. Then he stared at Su Heng with dull eyes. That, Boss Su, why are you looking at me like that? Su Chao felt a little uncomfortable for a moment when he was being stared at by Su Heng. If you don't know, you would think Su Heng is going to eat someone. Were you in school yesterday? Then, seeing Su Chao's daze, Su Heng asked this question. Yes. Su Chao nodded slightly in response. While answering, his eyes were always fixed on Su Heng. What's wrong, Mr. Su? You're so nervous. Did something happen? Su Chao then asked another question. Then did you notice whether anyone in the class asked for leave yesterday or whether anyone did not come to school? Su Heng asked some questions, also wanting to eliminate his own suspicions first. On the one hand, it is to reduce the area so as to complete my subsequent plans. On the other hand, it also grasps the central idea of the problem. After all, I had offended many classmates before. If there really is someone who is afraid to look at himself, besides Wang Sheng, most of them are those gossipers in the class. As for this, it seems that there is no such thing. Su Chao answered while thinking. Are you sure? Su Heng was somewhat surprised to hear Su Chao's answer. If there is, there should be one person. Su Chao's subsequent answer aroused Su Heng's curiosity. Oh, Su Heng stared at Su Chao with a serious expression. Of course it's our class beauty, Lin Ruo. Didn't you follow the school beauty Lu Shi at that time? Then Lin Ruo couldn't sit still and must have gone to look for you. Didn't you meet her? Su Chao directly asked 3 questions in a row. Lin Ruo? Su Chao was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, Lin Ruo doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do those things. What happened? It seems that something that can alarm our President Su is not a trivial matter. Su Chao began to second-guess himself. It's okay, kids, don't ask questions. Su Heng simply evaded Su Chao with one sentence. Even though Su Chao's face was full of curiosity and helplessness, he did not continue asking, but from resentment on Su Chao's face. It is not difficult to see that Su Chao is definitely not convinced. What kid? If he is a child, then what is Su Heng? We are all the same age and in the same class. Aren't we all children? It was as if Su Heng was a saint beyond the 3 realms. Hey, stop right there. Just as Su Chao was daydreaming and urging Su Heng 1,000 times in his heart, a sharp voice came from behind them. Who is it? Why are you calling our president Su? Su Chao was the first to turn around and yelled at the man with an angry face. Su Chao was already full of resentment, and then he happened to encounter someone looking for trouble. That must be to vent. Otherwise, if you keep it in your heart, you will definitely get sick. However, the moment Su Chao turned around, he instantly wilted. That person was none other than Jiang Zhan, the leader of a grade higher than them. As his name suggests, Jiang Zhan has the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping. He has a burly figure, as if he is holding a Qinglong Yinhua sword. Jiang Zhan's physique is also unusually strong. After all, he is a senior sports student and his only specialty is sports. Jiang Zhan just stood there, giving people an awe-inspiring look. Good fellow, Jiang Zhan. After seeing Jiang Zhan, Su Chao lowered his voice and repeated the sentence. What happened to Jiang Zhan? Su Heng looked indifferent. Don't do anything wrong, and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Su Heng had no connection with Jiang Zhan before. There is no deep hatred between them, so Jiang Zhan would definitely not come to cause trouble for him. So, Su Heng just took a quick look. He turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Chao hurriedly followed Su Heng, wanting to leave together. Damn it. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? At this moment, Jiang Zhan roared in a loud voice. As Jiang Zhan's voice rang out, the 3 students following Jiang Zhan directly blocked Su Heng's way. Only then did Su Heng know. My goodness, this is definitely directed at me. What are you doing? Even though Su Chao was afraid, he finally straightened his back and asked with confidence. It has nothing to do with you. If you know what's best for you, get out of here right now. One of the 3 people who blocked Su Heng glanced at Su Chao and then scolded him. Okay, got it. Immediately afterwards, Su Chao put away his previous toughness. Then he walked aside and left in shame. As Su Chao walked, he kept muttering, "Boss Su, you must stop. I'm going to get help now." Su Hang saw Su Chao, who was just flattering him. In the blink of an eye, his true colors were exposed, and he just smiled awkwardly. Chapter 51, Calling for Help. Even if Su Chao left, Su Hang was not afraid at all. Su Hang turned and looked at Jiang Zhan with a determined expression. "I don't think we have any grudges against each other before." Su Hang knew that the other party was definitely here to cause trouble. So he asked directly and to the point. "Ahem, there is no grudge between us. But you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, so there is nothing you can do. All we can do is give you a good beating and then go back to report." Jiang Zhan's answer was also very decisive. Su Hang finally understood. Oh my God, someone was trying to pick a fight with him. But he didn't dare to show up. So he found some senior students and had them beat him up. However, even if this is the case, Su Hang still has no worries at all, because the current Su Hang is more confident than the previous Su Hang. And more confidence comes from the money in Su Hang's pocket now. Now Su Hang always feels that as long as things can be solved with money, then they are not a problem. "You three, drag him to the alley. Hit it, take some pictures, and call a day. I still have class later." Jiang Zhan gave the order directly. The three people in front of Su Hang were also not ambiguous. As soon as Jiang Zhan finished speaking, one of them grabbed Su Hang by the collar. Then he pulled Su Hang and walked towards the alley next to him. Su Chao, standing in the distance, witnessed everything. He originally wanted to go back and ask for help, but Su Hang's popularity in the class was too bad. Even if Su Chao went back, he didn't know how to tell others. If it was said that Su Hang got beaten outside, the classmates in the class would be so happy that they would be as happy as if they had eaten fart. Helplessly, Su Chao could only stand in the distance and quietly help Su Hang pray. "I hope he lives a long and healthy life." However, after seeing Su Hang being dragged into the alley by three people, even though Su Chao had concerns, he still wanted to give it a try. Su Chao turned around and ran towards the classroom, not caring about anything, just finding some people to stir up trouble. On the other hand, after Su Hang was pulled into the alley, Su Hang shook off the man who grabbed his collar. Then he gently brushed off the dust on his body. He also took the opportunity to organize the watch he had just bought. "Hit me." Jiang Zhan didn't worry so much and just raised his voice and scolded. "Wait a moment." Su Hang directly stopped the actions of the three people in front of him and raised his hands high. It's like wanting to do something. Jiang Zhan was confused at first. Then he looked at Su Hang with a frown. "I want to see what tricks he's going to play." Unexpectedly, Su Hang's next step was to slowly bend down. "Then start lacing your shoes." "Damn, are you kidding me?" Jiang Zhan was so angry that he swung the stick in his hand and was about to hit Su Hang on the head. Seeing Jiang Zhan swinging the stick down, a cold light flashed in Su Hang's eyes. But he did not dodge, but continued to lower his head to tie his shoelaces. Suddenly, just as the stick in Jiang Zhan's hand was about to reach Su Hang's head, the first thing Jiang Zhan saw was a thick stack of RMB falling out of Su Hang's pocket. Jiang Zhan immediately stopped what he was doing. "Oops, I was so careless. How come my pocket money fell out?" Su Hang picked up the RMB on the ground and slowly stood up. "This cash, it's very useful, but the only drawback is that it's too heavy. It's in my pocket. It keeps weighing me down." Su Hang said this, and then took out another 4 or 5 stacks of RMB from his pocket in front of Jiang Zhan. Wow, in this school, anyone who can directly take out a stack of RMB is already amazing. But Su Hang actually took out 4 or 5 stacks of RMB at the same time. Jiang Zhan's eyes widened instantly. On the other hand, Jiang Zhan worked his ass off helping others with trivial matters. The purpose was just to earn some pocket money, but the little he earned could not be compared with what Su Hang had. After hearing what Su Hang said, Jiang Zhan was even more stunned. "I thought to myself, damn, if your pocket can't hold it, then put it in my pocket. My pocket is a bottomless pit. It doesn't matter how much I put in it." "Brother, this guy seems to have more money." One of Jiang Zhan's younger brothers followed him, walked to Jiang Zhan's side, and whispered something. "Why you want it?" Su Hang naturally heard what the man said, and directly handed the 4 or 5 stacks of RMB in his hand to Jiang Zhan. So direct. Just hand it over directly? Faced with Su Hang's actions, Jiang Zhan and his group were stunned. Little did they know that this money was just a drop in the bucket for Su Hang. "It's just some paper. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Don't be shy. We are all brothers." Su Hang saw that Jiang Zhan was a little hesitant, and his next words stunned everyone present. "Is it really for us?" Jiang Zhan asked. This money can support them for the entire semester. However, even though Su Hang had been extremely proactive, they were still a little hesitant. Because at the beginning, Jiang Zhan and his group were still threatening to beat them up. In the blink of an eye, Su Hang treated them as brothers. The contrast between the two is inevitably too great. The amount was so large that Jiang Zhan felt embarrassed to accept it. Don't worry, I definitely didn't give it to you for free. Some money. Besides buying my beating, I have another question I want to ask you. Who asked you to come and beat me? Su Heng spoke word by word. Yes, just as one of them was about to speak, he was stopped by Jiang Zhan. We can't tell you. If we tell you, we'll lose our credibility. How will we survive in school in the future? Jiang Zhan is quite tactful. Okay, let's do this then. This money is just to buy me a beating, which means we're even now. And this money is used to buy the answer to the question just now. At this moment, while Su Heng was speaking, he took out 4 or 5 stacks of RMB from another pocket. Jiang Zhan and his group were stunned for a moment after seeing Su Heng's actions. So much. The younger brother next to Jiang Zhan has already started drooling. How is it? Can the transaction go through? Su Heng looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked, Boss, these are 2 different things. Selling some information shouldn't be considered a violation of our credibility, right? The younger brother next to Jiang Zhan also began to offer suggestions. Chapter 52, Awkward Scene. Should maybe not count? Never mind, just collect the money first. Damn, who can resist money? Having said that, Jiang Zhan quickly ordered the younger brother beside him to collect all the money. That amount of money was as much as 120,000 yuan. Looking at so much money, Jiang Zhan felt like he was smiling even in his dreams. There are 4 people, and even if we divide it equally, each person would get 30,000 yuan. It should be enough to complete all the semesters. Bind the object to complete this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 120,000 renminbi. Triggering multiple reward. Critical hit 100. This time the reward amount, 12 million. At home, Su Yuxing was cooking when he received a message from the system. He quickly took out his cell phone and checked the numbers on it. The 12 million was indeed deposited into the account quickly. Okay, this prodigal finally wants to spend money again. Father really was not wrong about this prodigal son. Su Yuxing's face was filled with a smile, which was an unstoppable happiness. The feeling of being rich is better than any other feeling in this world. On the other side, Su Chao ran to the classroom. He glanced inside the classroom. I found that most of the students had already arrived in the classroom. He sprinted directly to the podium. Brothers, compatriots, poetry and the distant future are going on, but we have to sacrifice for them. Just as Su Chao continued his speech, a slipper hit him in the face from an unknown direction. Su Chao immediately stopped talking. What the hell is wrong with you so early in the morning? At this moment, Lin Qing in the class said angrily, Something bad has happened. Su Chao supported the table of the podium with both hands and shouted loudly. In an instant, the scene in the classroom, which was originally filled with the sound of gongs and drums and the blast of firecrackers, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Su Chao. Boss Su is going to be bullied by Jiang Zhan. When everyone was looking at Su Chao, he told the truth about the matter. And when everyone in the class learned the truth, the originally tense, quiet, and depressing atmosphere came to an abrupt end in an instant. Immediately afterwards, some sighing sounds followed. Zhao Qua. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be this. Lin Qing. Who says it's not true? Su Heng is either showing off or on his way to showing off. It's only a matter of time before he gets beaten. Zhang Lu. That's right. If he didn't get beaten, it would be hard to explain. He has offended so many people. Lu Ziqian. In my opinion, we should just help our President Su in the classroom and pray a little, hoping that he won't be beaten too badly. Guan Ling. But then again, Su Heng is still a classmate of ours. If we just ignore what he did, isn't that a bit embarrassing for our class? All the students below the stage expressed their own opinions. However, most people's views are nothing more than some contempt and ridicule. Student Guan Ling is really knowledgeable. This is a matter of lips and teeth. Think about it. How did Jiang Zhan bully us before? If we don't fight back, will there still be the king's law? Will there still be laws? Su Chao followed Guan Ling's words and expressed his own views. Come on, we are facing Jiang Zhan, who is 1 grade higher than us. With all the nerds in our class, tell me, who dares to go? Lu Ziqian stood up, glanced at the people in front of him, and spoke word by word. But what Lu Ziqian said seems to be somewhat right. Jiang Zhan is a sports student after all. How can a liberal arts student challenge a sports student? We are also willing but unable to do anything. Zhao Kuo also explained helplessly. Just when Su Chao felt a little desperate, at this moment, Lin Ruru stood up from her seat. Where's Su Hang now? I'll go. Lin Ruru answered very straightforwardly. Su Chao looked at Lin Ruru in shock. We have thought deeply together. I never thought that you would be the one who felt the most sorry for President Su in the end. Su Chao flattered her for a while, then rushed to Lin Ruru and prepared to pull her out of the classroom. Fuck, our class bell has already gone out. What about us brothers? Seeing this, Zhao Kuo glanced at several students in the back row. He's Jiang Zhan, how can you beat him? Lin Xing responded. So you can bear to watch our class beauty being bullied? Zhou Kuo responded. Brother Zhao, we can usually tell that you like Lin Ruru. It's just that she hasn't promised you, so there's no need to take risks for her, right? Lin Xing explained the whole story. You can go or not. I'll go first. As Zhao Kuo spoke, he looked around, then picked up the broom behind him and rushed out of the classroom. Jiang Zhan, I'm going to fight you. Zhao Kuo rushed forward while shouting loudly. Lin Xing and other classmates saw that Zhao Kuo had left, so it seemed a bit inappropriate for them to stay in the classroom. Even if we can't beat them, the scene should be enough. Thinking about it, 4 or 5 people followed Zhao Kuo and rushed towards Su Hang's position. However, when the big guy sprinted to the entrance of the alley, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. They saw a man lying on the ground with his back bent, and Su Hang sitting on that man's back. The other 2 people helped Su Hang massage his legs. Jiang Zhan, who was feared by all his classmates, was now massaging Su Hang's shoulders. Su Chao, is this what you said, that Su Hang was going to be bullied by Jiang Zhan? Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhao Kuo dropped the mop in his hand directly to the ground. There seems to be something wrong with this script. Su Chao had no idea what had happened during the time he was away. Fraud. Lin Ruru turned around and left in great anger. Lin Ruru originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and create a beautiful woman saving the hero situation. After that, it left a good impression on Su Hang. Maybe Su Hang will eventually come back to me and realize how good I am. Unexpectedly, what happened at the scene was a little beyond Lin Ruru's expectations. Lin Ruru turned and left, her heart filled with anger and disappointment. She originally thought that she could show her bravery and justice at this critical moment. This won the appreciation and attention of Suong. However, the facts before her made her feel extremely frustrated. Lin Xing and other students looked at each other. They all felt deeply confused. What was thought to be a heroic rescue operation turned out to be such a farce. Chapter 53, Lin Kursin. They didn't know how they should face Su Hang and Jiang Zhan, let alone how to face Lin Ruru. At this embarrassing moment, Su Chao suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted that he should not have asked for help. This time, it turns out that the clown is actually himself. Seeing Su Chao Yue coming to find him, Su Hang stood up from the man's body. Let's go back to the classroom, Su Hang said while putting his arm around Su Chao's shoulder. Boss Su, take care. When Su Hang was leaving, Jiang Zhan and his group were still following behind, respectfully seeing him off. Boss Su, what's going on? Didn't Jiang Zhan want to hit you? Why did he suddenly? Su Chao couldn't help but ask about his inner doubts. Of course, it's the power of RMB. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. What's more, Jiang Zhan is just an ordinary person. Su Hang gave a brief explanation. There is no grudge between us, so why did he hit you? Su Chao continued to ask. Someone is behind this and wants to teach me a lesson. Don't let me catch him, otherwise Su Hang also gritted his teeth when he finished his last sentence. The 2 walked into the classroom. Su Hang sat at his seat, and Su Chao sat next to him. You just said someone wanted to teach you a lesson. What's going on? Su Chao asked curiously. It should have some connection with Lu Shi. Su Hang looked out the window, thinking about the situation in front of him. Lu Shi? Su Chao repeated doubtfully. What does she have to do with this? Su Hang smiled bitterly. I don't know the specific reason, but Lu Shi's attitude has changed a lot recently. I think she may know something. So what are you going to do next? Su Chao asked. Su Hang's eyes flashed with determination. I must find out the mastermind behind this and let him know the consequences of angering me. Su Chao patted Su Hang on the shoulder and said, I will help you. Friends should help each other. Su Hang smiled and nodded. Thank you, Su Chao. The friendship between the 2 became even deeper at this moment. What are you talking about? When you were dragged away, I ran away first. Su Chao felt somewhat flattered by Su Hang's thanks. At that time, Su Hang also obtained some useful information. Su Hang found out that the person who asked Jiang Zhan to beat him was Guoming, whom he had taught a lesson before. Coincidentally, Guoming is also a student of this school. Guoming found his class through his own connections and find someone to block me at the school gate. Judging from what Jiang Zhan said, Guoming was probably looking for more than just Jiang Zhan at that time. There should be other helpers. However, Su Hang had also left Jiang Zhan's number. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. The last class is physical education. All the students gathered at the back playground. The class lasted for a long time, and strangely, the physical education teacher did not show up. When everyone was confused, the squad leader told everyone to move freely. Su Hang found a tree at random, leaned against the trunk, and wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while. However, at this moment, a strange and dangerous aura slowly swept towards Su Hang's position. Su Hang slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance with half his eyes half closed. I noticed 4 or 5 people walking towards me. Among these 4 or 5 people, the leader was Guoming. His eyes were cold, and there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he came to settle accounts with Su Hang. Su Hang thought to himself that this was not good. He knew he had to face this trouble. He stood up quickly, ready to meet the challenge of these people. However, at this moment, a clear voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked up and saw a tall, pretty girl standing in front of them. She was Su Hang's classmate, Lin Kursin. Guoming glared at Lin Ku and said coldly, "This is our business. You'd better not interrupt." Lin Kursin responded fearlessly, "I don't think there is anything that needs to be solved with violence." Her tone was firm and her eyes were fixed on Guoming. Su Hang was secretly grateful in his heart. He knew that Lin Kursin's appearance gave him more time to think. He needed to come up with a plan that would protect himself without causing harm to Lin Kursin. Just then, the physical education teacher suddenly appeared. He shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you know that class time has come?" Everyone dispersed, and Su Hang took the opportunity to leave this embarrassing scene. He knew that his crisis was temporarily resolved, but the feud between him and Guoming was not over yet. How did you offend that kind of person? After Guoming and his group left, Lin Kursin walked beside Su Hang and asked, "It must be a coincidence." Su Hang didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Coincide? Lin Kursin seemed a little curious. "Yes, it's just a coincidence." Su Hang smiled slightly, trying to make his tone sound more relaxed. "Guoming and I had no previous grudges. It was just that some misunderstandings occurred unintentionally during an event at school, and he may have felt that I had offended him." Su Hang made up an excuse to get away with it. "So that's how it is." Lin Kursin nodded, seeming to accept this explanation. But there was still some doubt in her eyes, and she was obviously not completely convinced by this explanation. The two walked in silence for a while until they arrived at the classroom. Just as Su Hang was about to sit down, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Kursin and said, "Thank you for what happened today." Lin Kursin smiled slightly and shook her head. "I just said what I wanted to say. You don't have to thank me." Su Hang looked at Lin Kursin's back and felt secretly grateful in his heart. He knew that although Lin Kursin said you're welcome, she had actually helped him a lot. At least, she let him know that there are still people in this world who are willing to stand on Su Hang's side and speak for him. Su Hang sat in his seat, took out his textbook, and prepared to start class. Su Hang's heart is no longer as calm as before. He needed to come up with a plan to resolve the feud between him and Guoming, and he didn't want Lin Kursin to be involved anymore. All of this requires him to think calmly and find the most appropriate solution. Through this incident, Lin Kursin seemed to pay more attention to Su Hang. No matter what happened, Lin Kursin would take the initiative to approach Su Hang and give him some small accessories. Lin Ruoru saw all of these things. Before there was Lu Shi, and now there's Lin Kursin. Chapter 54, Emergency. A quiet afternoon. Su Hang sat in his seat, enjoying the sunshine coming in from outside. I was constantly thinking about it in my mind. Everything that happened before. I want to find some clues from it, and then find all the people who want to take revenge on me, thus giving some counterattack. Su Hang always feels a little uncomfortable as he is always in the open, and it is difficult to guard against hidden attacks. However, at this moment, Lin Ruru thought about it. Walked straight towards Su Hang's position. Ahem. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ruoru coughed slightly. He signaled to Su Hang and came over. However, Su Hang had no intention of paying any attention to Lin Ru and was still looking out the window leisurely. Linru naturally felt a little unhappy when she saw Su Hang ignoring her. Before, Lin Ruoru is Su Hang's treasure and the person in his heart. Now, I have become a discarded person who is unwanted by everyone. Even Wang Sheng, who had been relying on him before, didn't know what had happened to him. He has not appeared on campus for such a long time. Su Hang, I'm giving you a chance to date me now. I hope you can grasp it well. Seeing that Su Hang ignored her, Lin Ruoru went straight to the point. Hearing this, Su Hang instantly became interested. Give yourself a chance to date? What kind of joke is Lin Ruoru playing? Is this just a joke? Do I need her to give me a chance to date? Su Hang is now surrounded by many beautiful women. On the left is the school beauty Lu Shi, and on the right is Lin Kurson from the class. Although Lin Kurson is not a cute girl, but at the very least, she could be considered a queen. Tired of cute things. Occasionally watch some royal sister type stuff. Wearing white or black stockings, she wandered around in front of Su Hang. Then Su Hang could also smile beautifully. Unnecessary. So in response to Lin Ruoru's words, Su Hang directly denied it. Seeing that Su Hang rejected his invitation, and without any thought, I just rejected it directly. Lin Ruoru's eyes widened instantly. Su Hang, I'm giving you face now. Don't give you face, you don't want face. I want you to weigh this matter carefully. Lin Ruoru continued to explain. I don't have to weigh it. It's so troublesome to weigh it all. I just need to weigh it directly. We have no chance anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. Su Hang answered decisively without any hesitation. Lin Ruoru stretched out her index finger and pointed at Su Hang in front of her. She wanted to say something harsh, but at this moment, she didn't know what she should say. At the same time, Su Chao came back from a stroll outside. The first thing I saw when I entered the classroom was Su Hang and Lin Ruoru arguing. Hey, why are the young couple arguing? There's an old saying that goes, a quarrel at the head of the bed is made up at the foot of the bed. Why don't we just stop arguing? Let's have a meal together or go out for a walk together. Wouldn't that make things better? Su Chao, who didn't know what was going on, stood nearby and started making sarcastic remarks. But Su Chao did have good intentions. After all, Su Chao's brain is not enough. How could he know what had happened before? Eason just knew that Su Hang liked Lin Ruoru, and he just said those harsh words just to embarrass Lin Ruoru on purpose. Just one person is definitely not enough. There must be one person who plays the good guy and the other who plays the bad guy. Since Su Hang was the bad guy, Su Chao was willing to help Su Hang get lost. However, when Su Chao was thinking this, Su Hang picked up the textbook on the table and threw it at Su Chao. Su Chao was also stunned by the blow. His cerebellum atrophied for a moment, and he was unable to react. Unexpectedly, Su Hang now really disliked Lin Ruoru in his heart. When you are down and out, you hurt yourself so deeply. Good job. Now that I'm successful, people start to try to get ahead of me. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? This rabbit doesn't even eat the grass near its nest. What's more, Su Hang is a ferocious tiger. Su Hang, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Seeing this, Lin Ruoru pointed at Su Hang in front of her and said, "Gesin." Just as Lin Ruoru finished speaking, Su Hang waved to Lin Kurson in the distance. Lin Kurson was just passing by. Then he wanted to listen carefully to find out what was happening on Su Hang's side. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Su Hang and called myself over. Lin Kurson's originally calm expression instantly showed a slight smile. In front of Lin Ruoru, he walked in front of Su Hang. What do you want from me? Lin Kurson walked up to Su Hang and asked with some confusion. Sit on my lap. Just when everyone present was confused, Su Hang's words completely broke the silence around them. Isn't this bad? Lin Kurson glanced at Lin Ruoru next to her, still feeling a little conflicted. But although he seemed conflicted on the surface, he was not conflicted at all inside. However, she and Lin Kurson are classmates after all, so she still has to consider Lin Ruoru's gaze. Just sit down when I tell you to. Su Hang directly issued a death order. Oh, okay. Seeing Su Hang was so determined, Lin Kurson said, "Oh," and sat on Su Hang's lap in front of Lin Ruoru. Lin Ruoru was so angry that the expression on her face immediately became tense. Lin Kurson sat on Su Hang's lap and did not forget to tidy up her hair. The other students around saw the situation. They all started to make a noise. Su Hang looked at Lin Ruoru's frustrated expression, but he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He just wanted Lin Ruoru to see that he was no longer the person who could be bullied by her. He already has the ability to protect the person he loves and also the ability to make her suffer. Su-hang, what are you doing? Lin Ruoru pointed at Su-hang and questioned loudly. What? Don't you know clearly? Su-hang sneered and replied. I am telling you now that I am no longer your plaything. I have my own life and my own choices. Su-hang, don't go too far. Lin Ruoru's voice contained a hint of fear. Too much. Su-hang sneered. I tell you, this is just the beginning. After saying that, Su-hang hugged Lin Kursin and turned to leave. Lin Ruoru was left alone, standing there, looking at their backs with a changing expression. The students around him began to talk about it. Chapter 55, Delaying Time. They were all talking about Su-hang and Lin Kursin and how great and courageous Su-hang was. Lin Ruoru clenched her fists tightly. She looked at Su-hang's back, her heart filled with hatred. She swore that she would make Su-hang regret it. Su-hang and Lin Kursin left here and came to a quiet place. Su-hang looked at Lin Kursin with tenderness in his eyes. Kuek-san, were you scared just now? Su-hang asked softly. A little. Lin Kursin nodded, then shook her head. But I know you are protecting me. Yes, I will always protect you. Su-hang nodded, and then said, Thank you for helping me out again. You helped. Lin Kursin looked at Su-hang, somewhat unbelieving. Turns out all those things that happened just now were just asking me to help out. Could it be that Su-hang really likes me? In other words, it's not that Su-hang wants to make himself become that person to him. Lin Kursin hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Su-hang asked with a smile. Lin Kursin's expression, which was full of joy at the beginning, instantly turned into a look of loss. Su-hang was also a little confused. That's all right. Lin Kursin originally wanted to say that directly, but after thinking about it for a while, she finally concluded that it was okay. Oh, Su-hang responded and then lay quietly on the lawn of the playground behind the school. Lin Kursin, who was sitting next to him, looked at Su-hang quietly. At this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, they looked like a couple. But only Lin Kursin herself knows. Su-hang just treated her as a friend. Despite feeling lost, Lin Kursin also felt a little satisfied. I am satisfied to be able to accompany Su-hang, share his joys and sorrows, and help him when he needs it. Su-hang, do you think we can always be good friends like this? Lin Kursin suddenly asked. Su-hang turned his head to look at Lin Kursin and smiled. Of course, we are good friends, and we will always be. After hearing what Su-hang said, Lin Kursin felt disappointed again. She sighed softly. I hope so. The two sat quietly on the lawn, looking at the stars in the sky and enjoying the tranquility. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Kuek-san, let me take you home. Su-hang stood up and said to Lin Kursin. Lin Kursin nodded and stood up with Su-hang. Just as the two of them stood up and prepared to walk out of the school gate. At the corner of a playground, he was stopped by 3 or 5 people. Under the dim light, it was not difficult for Su-hang to see that the man was Guoming, who had been causing trouble for him before. Hey boy, you are so lucky. I dated the class beauty before, then the school beauty, and now I'm dating again. Sister, Guoming held a baseball bat in one hand and looked at Su-hang in front of him and said, What's it to you? At this moment, Lin Kursin spread her arms and stood in front of Su-hang. She also wanted to protect Su-hang once again and prevent him from getting hurt. Yeah, it's none of my business if he picks up girls. But some of the things he did were a bit too much. Guoming waved the baseball bat in his hand and continued. Today, let's see who can help you out. It was obvious that Guoming was ready to give Su-hang a good beating. Kuek-san, please hide aside first. This is my business. Su-hang pulled Lin Kursin behind him. But Lin Kursin was still a little worried. Oh, you're still so domineering even when you are about to die. What are you still trying to do in front of me? Saving the damsel in distress. As Guoming spoke, he waved his arm, signaling the people behind him to attack Su-hang. Wait a moment. At this moment, Su-hang directly stopped Guoming's actions. Guoming was stunned at first, his eyes fixed on Su-hang in front of him. I want to see what tricks he can come up with this time. In such a dark environment, first of all, it was impossible for a teacher to stop him. Secondly, very few students are walking in this direction. No matter what Su-hang said, he was doomed to be beaten. I have a suggestion. Su-hang took a deep breath and looked at Guoming with a firm gaze. Oh, do you have any other suggestions? Guoming was a little surprised. He thought Su-hang would panic or beg for mercy, but he didn't expect him to be so calm. Why can't we resolve this peacefully? Su-hang's tone was calm, and his eyes were filled with a firm strength. A peaceful solution? Guoming was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? can you make me change my mind? I'm not asking you to change your mind. I just want to say that we are all students and we should all focus on studying. Is this kind of violence a bit excessive? Su Hang's words stunned Guoming. He didn't expect Su Hang to say such a thing. After all, whether it is Guoming or Su Hang, they are all notoriously bad students, so how can they focus on studying? Isn't this clearly changing the subject? In other words, this is clearly a mockery of Guoming. Guoming, who was originally a little angry, became angry after hearing what Su Hang said. The anger in my heart has gradually risen to my face. At this moment, his face was flushed. Guoming didn't know what to say for a moment. I know I did some things wrong before, but I have corrected them now. I hope we can all put aside the past grudges, study hard together, and make progress together. Su Hang's words were sincere and genuine, just like Tang Sanzang in A Chinese Odyssey. He talks a lot, but also talks about irrelevant things. Brother, I'm going to hit you now. Are you giving me a lesson? Guoming widened his eyes and reminded Su Hang. No, I'm being reasonable. Su Hang responded simply. You're trying to reason with a bad student like me? Did you hear that? He actually said to me, speaking reason to me? Guoming was stunned at first, then began to deliberately ask the younger brother behind him. Ha! You probably don't know that we are notorious bad students in school, right? A younger brother behind Guoming responded in a firm tone. Everyone makes mistakes. Is it impossible to correct them if we make mistakes? Su Hang continued his speech. However, while Su Hang was saying these words, his eyes were always looking in another direction. Just as he finished speaking, Su Hang saw Jiang Zhan and his younger brothers running towards him in a hurry. Chapter 56, Spending Money to Buy Peace of Mind. Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I won't give you any more nonsense. It's time for you to regret it. Su Hang suddenly changed his expression and became extremely serious. And those irrelevant words that had been said before were also stopped. Guoming was also stunned. Su Hang's transformation before and after. Guoming was a little unresponsive for a while. At first, Guoming thought that it was his own arrogance that frightened Su Hang. That's why I talk nonsense. Unexpectedly, in just 2 minutes, the situation began to change again. Damn it. You think I'm a monkey? Are you playing with me? As Guoming spoke, he raised the stick in his hand and was about to start teaching Su Hang a lesson. I'm not kidding you, Guoming. Su Hang's tone was calm, but his eyes were firm. I'm giving you a chance. I just said that everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Can't we correct our mistakes? I want to give you these words. As Su Hang spoke, he took a step back. At this time, Jiang Zhan and his brothers had already run to Su Hang and Guoming. Boss Su, are you okay? Jiang Zhan asked anxiously. I'm fine. Su Hang looked at Jiang Zhan, his eyes full of determination. Now, I want Guoming to understand that mistakes can be corrected. After saying that, Su Hang raised his head and looked directly at Guoming, without any fear in his eyes. Jiang Zhan immediately understood what Su Hang meant. Then he ordered the younger brothers he brought with him to start taking action. In an instant, more than a dozen little brothers ran out from all around. Those guys are all big and strong, and if nothing unexpected happens, they should all be athletes. The sports students who ran out immediately surrounded Guoming and his group of 4. Seeing so many people in front of him, Guoming's originally rebellious expression collapsed in an instant. Guoming looked at Guoming, confused for a moment. He thought to himself, didn't Guoming hire his own thugs before? How come he suddenly became Su Hang's thug? The transition in between seems to be quite big. It was so big that Guoming was caught off guard. Su Hang, you. Guoming didn't know what to say. What do you mean by me? I was just stalling for time. Now that my people are here, I can give you 2 options. The first way is that we can put our previous grievances behind us. I don't have time to play with you. The second way is, every time I see you in this school, I will beat you until you surrender. Su Hang not only talked big, but also proved his ability. Guoming didn't believe that Su Hang had no connections in school, as he was able to call so many classmates together at once. While Su Hang was speaking, Jiang Zhan did not forget to show off his muscles in front of Guoming. Guoming was a little stunned by Su Hang's words. He looked at the person in front of him who was once a weakling in his eyes. Now that he has become so powerful, I can't help but feel a little scared. Guoming naturally knew in his heart that Su Hang was not joking and he had enough strength to fulfill his words. Su Hang, do you really want to do this? The arrogance in Guoming's tone was gone, replaced by a sense of fear and uneasiness. Guoming, this is not what I want to do, but a fact you have to face. Su Hang's tone was full of determination. He looked at Guoming without any sign of retreat in his eyes. At this time, Jiang Zhan walked up and patted Su Hang on the shoulder. Then he turned to Guoming and said, Guoming, you should know that Su Hang is not a person who likes to bully others. He did this time because you offended him first. If you still have a little conscience, you should know how to correct your mistakes. Jiang Zhan spoke in a firm tone. Guoming looked at Jiang Zhan, then at the people around him, and he knew in his heart that he was really wrong this time. Guoming lowered his head, took a deep breath, then raised his head and looked at Su Hang. Guoming said sincerely, Su Hang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. That's enough. I know you're wrong, but I don't need your apology. Su Hang interrupted Guoming. Since you don't choose, I will choose for you. Let's put an end to our feud now. Don't bother me in the future. Su Hang said this and strode away with Jiang Zhe and those classmates. Only when he walked to another area of the school did Su Hang breathe a sigh of relief. Shit, I almost fell into that guy's trap. Su Hang stopped and spoke in a slightly relaxed tone. Boss Su, how do you think the situation is? Are you satisfied? Jiang Zhan pointed at the dozen or so people behind him and asked in a firm tone. Yeah, it's good, but it's a little too slow. I was almost at a loss for words. Su Hang nodded slightly in response. What about the price we discussed before? In the end, Jiang Zhan only cared about money. According to what was said before, every person who comes will receive 20,000 yuan. I counted, and there are 15 people here in total, which means 300,000 people. Besides, since this is your organization, you will get 50,000 yuan each time, which makes a total of 350,000 yuan. Give me the QR code, and I'll scan it for you directly. While Su Hang was speaking, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. The sports students who came over originally came just to watch the fun. After all, just by coming to join in the fun, you could get 20,000 renminbi. How could such a good thing happen to them? They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death, until the moment Su Hang handed all the money to Jiang Zhan. The dozen or so people present were instantly in an uproar, buying the object to complete this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 350,000 renminbi, triggering multiple reward, 10. This time the reward amount, 3.5 million. I'm like a fish in your pond, just to be with you. Su Yusheng was originally lying on the bed, preparing to hum a little tune and go to sleep. Unexpectedly, at this time, the system message was delivered. Su Yusheng took out his mobile phone and glanced at the screen. Then he put the phone back on the bed. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Su Yusheng finally gave this evaluation. Su Yusheng had seen amounts of hundreds of millions or even billions before. Faced with just a few million, Su Yusheng seemed a little indifferent. Son, you've regressed. How come you're only nervous for a few million in this day? While Su Yusheng was talking to himself, he turned over and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Chapter 57. The City That Never Sleeps. Fuck, there really is 20,000 yuan. Boss Jiang has sent me my 20,000 yuan. It is indeed 20,000 yuan. It seems that we didn't do anything at the time. We just stood there. The guy named Guoming seemed to be frightened out of his wits. Who says it's not? I can smell urine. I guess he must have wet his pants. Following Boss Jiang, I get to eat 8 meals a day. Boss Jiang, if there are good things like this in the future, just call us brothers, and we will do it without hesitation. Next time I will teach the person who yelled a lesson. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable taking the 20,000 yuan. After Su Hang left, Jiang Zhan straightened his back instantly and looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. And he gave them the money they deserved one by one. The moment they received the money, they were instantly overjoyed, and their surprise was doubly great. And Jiang Zhan is more credible than before. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will have this good thing every day. Jiang Zhan then spoke loudly. Not every day, once every half a month is fine. That's right, once a month, we can still make 20,000 yuan. After hearing Jiang Zhan's words, the classmate in front of him responded with 2 sentences. On the other side, Su Hang didn't stay for too long and walked out of the school with Lin Kurson. They just showed up and showed their faces, and they can get so much money. Are you out of your mind? Lin Kurson walked to Su Hang's side and was indeed a little dissatisfied with what Su Hang had just done. I have no interest in money. Money to me is either some paper or a number. If money could buy peace of mind, it's worth it. Su Hang responded simply. But no matter what, money doesn't come from the wind. If you keep squandering money like this, sooner or later you'll end up. Lin Kurson was still a little worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Only Su Hang knew that the money in his bank balance was something he could never spend. All right. Lin Kurson didn't say anything more. Just as she reached the door of Lin Kurson's house, she raised her head and looked towards the window. Okay, go back now, Su-hang said. I'm a little bit. Lin Kurson spoke in a slightly calmer tone. However, the following words were not spoken. What's wrong? Su-hang looked at Lin Kurson puzzledly. How about we go shopping? Lee Kurson mustered up her courage, turned around, and looked at Su-hang excitedly. Huh? Shopping? At this time? Su-hang looked at his watch and found that it was already 10:30. It's already late at night. Where should we go shopping? Let's go to the city that never sleeps. Lin Kurson said excitedly. The city that never sleeps is also the most luxurious street in the city. The reason why it is called the city that never sleeps is, first of all, because most of the shops on that street are open 24 hours a day. Another important point is that it is expensive. It is too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Su-hang was still a little hesitant at first. I thought, maybe I had misjudged Lin Kurson. We've only been in contact for a few days, and you're already trying to plunder my money? And if you had to choose one, would you directly choose the city that never sleeps? If this is true, Su-hang is ready to break up with Lin Kurson tonight. After all, Su-hang had already suffered a loss in the previous incident with Lin Ruru. How could he jump into the same pit twice? Okay, let's go to the city that never sleeps. Su-hang nodded in agreement. Then they took a taxi and drove towards the city that never sleeps. The taxi driver glanced at Su-hang's clothes and couldn't help but sigh. After arriving at the city that never sleeps, Su-hang paid the money and walked in with Lin Kurson. It has to be said that the luxury of the city that never sleeps was something Su-hang had never dared to imagine before. Although it was night, it was still very lively here. It is not difficult to tell from the parking lot that everyone here is definitely rich. Entering the city that never sleeps, Lin Kurson began to look around, and Su-hang followed beside Lin Kurson. Lin Kurson saw a men's clothing store and rushed in directly with Su-sun. Su-hang was also stunned. The first stop is a men's clothing store. After entering the store, Lin Kurson began to match clothes for Su-hang. After one operation, 4 or 5 sets of suitable clothes were directly matched for Su-hang. The worn-out clothes that Su-hang had worn before were thrown away by Lin Kurson like garbage. Su-hang looked at himself in the mirror and indeed looked like a rich second generation. I have to say that Lin Kurson's vision is still good. Hello, 4 sets of clothes, a total of 3.5 million. The lady in front of the counter immediately burst into a smile. The more Su-hang bought, the happier she was. Su-hang was not vague and paid directly by swiping his card. You're welcome to visit us next time. The lady at the counter took Su-hang and Lin Kurson directly to the door, buying the object to complete this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 3.5 million renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 20. This time the reward amount, 70 million. Su Yusheng, who was about to fall asleep, was once again awakened by a message from the system. It's so late, and my son is still trying to ruin the family. It's really hard for him. Su Yusheng just said this lightly and fell asleep directly. On the other side, walking out of the clothing store, Su-hang looked at his current clothes and was very satisfied. I have to say that Lin Kurson's gaze is still online. The clothes selected are high profile, yet low key. It doesn't make you appear to be ostentatious, nor does it make you appear to be poor. Okay, this looks good. Lin Kurson smiled slightly, showing that she was very satisfied. So, where are we going next? Su-hang looked at Lin Kurson and asked, well, let's go play games. Lin Kurson paused and said, playing games? Su-hang was also stunned. Lin Kurson is a girl. Could she like boys' hobbies? You don't buy clothes, jewelry, or anything else? Su-hang looked at Lin Kurson, confused for a moment. When she got here, it turned out that Lin Kurson just wanted to buy clothes for herself. And I didn't choose anything. I have to say, Su-hang still feels that he did not misjudge the person. I'm not buying. I have clothes. Lin Kurson answered simply, then pulled Su-hang and ran towards the game hall in the distance. After arriving at the game hall, Lin Kurson paid for 100 yuan of game coins out of her own pocket. Then he handed half of the game coins to Su-hang. Let's go play that. Lin Kurson pointed at a dance machine in the distance and said happily. Chapter 58, Showing Affection Leads to Death. After a busy night yesterday, Su-hang and Lin Kurson finally returned home happily. Because he stayed up too late last night, Su-hang felt listless when he returned to school the next day. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, Su-hang saw Lin Ruru starting to catch monsters. This time, Lin Ruru didn't know which rich second-generation man she had hooked up with. In the classroom, they were promoting it and showing off. As soon as Su Hang stepped into the classroom, Su Chao rushed over. Boss Su, you are finally here. Su Chao's face was full of worry as he looked at Su Hang in front of him. What's going on? Su Hang looked at Su Chao with some confusion. You don't know what's wrong with Lin Ruoru this early in the morning. Always showing affection in the classroom. Su Chao pointed at Lin Ruoru in the distance and said, "Oh." In response to Lin Ruoru's actions, Su Hang simply said, "Oh," softly. Su Hang didn't take Lin Ruoru's actions to heart at all. After all, Su Hang is not interested in Lin Ruoru now. Whatever she wants to do is her own business. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you feel heartbroken? We all know that President Su loved Lin Ruoru very much at that time. Seeing Su Hang's indifferent expression, Su Chao quickly asked, "Show your affection and you will die quickly." Su Hang simply responded and then walked towards his seat. When Su Chao heard Su Hang's words, he didn't have too many doubts. He just scratched his head and followed Su Hang. However, just after Su Hang entered the classroom, the rich second generation who had been showing affection with Lin Ruoru stood up from his seat. Then he walked straight towards Su Hang's position. "Hello, my name is Lin Hao." The man seemed very polite and extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Su Hang. Su Hang glanced at the man and did not respond. Now, not everyone can get close to Su Hang. As long as Su Hang is unwilling, no matter who it is, they must be treated coldly. Su Hang turned sideways and continued walking towards his seat. Ha! Su Hang originally thought that the man would say some harsh words that other gangsters would say. Unexpectedly, the man burst into laughter without saying a word. Su Hang was a little confused for a moment. "Why are you laughing?" Su Hang stopped, turned around, and asked the man. "Nothing, I just think that nowadays, any cat or dog, if they put on human clothes, they will feel like a human being." Then, Lin Hao said something that made Su Hang suddenly unhappy. Lin Hao is now wearing all branded clothes, which are dazzling at first glance. And what Lin Hao meant was that he compared himself to a dog. Snort. A good dog doesn't block the road. Don't you understand this truth? Su Hang simply called back. Our Lin group is not considered the top group in this city. But when it comes to some second-generation rich people who are not up to par, I will still give them some face. I offer to shake your hand, but you didn't return the gesture. What does that mean? Lin Hao directly expressed his inner thoughts. I hate your dirty hands. Su Hang said directly. However, at this moment, Su Hang also understood. Lin Hao is clearly here to cause trouble. He started looking for a backer right away. Does he want to use the Lin group to suppress him? Make yourself feel scared? Perhaps Lin Hao underestimated his ability to endure? Lin Hao felt a little angry at Su Hang's shameless behavior, but he didn't know how to vent it. Me what me? This is who I am. I don't care whether you are from the Lin group or some other bullshit group. To me, it's nothing. Su Hang was determined not to give Lin Hao any face. While Lin Hao was speaking, he looked at Lin Ruoru. Seeing that Lin Hao was at a disadvantage, Lin Ruoru's expression became somewhat pessimistic. Lin Ruoru was a little angry. She stomped her feet, turned around, and walked out of the classroom. "Ruoru!" Lin Hao shouted, turned around and glared at Su Hang fiercely. "You are done." As Lin Hao said this, he chased out of the classroom, wanting to coax Lin Ruoru. Su Hang had an indifferent expression, turned around, and sat in his seat. "Boss Su, have you offended Lin Hao?" Su Chao had been observing the situation in front of him. At this moment, he walked up to Su Hang and asked, "What else? He's such an arrogant person. Do I really want to spoil him? I'm not his father." Su Hang smiled calmly and expressed his inner thoughts. The Lin group is one of the best in our city. Yes, if he wants to make someone disappear, it only takes a few minutes. "Boss Su, you've offended Lin Hao. I'm afraid you're really doomed." Lin Hao wasn't often in the classroom before, but this time he came specifically for President Su. It seems like he's already prepared. After seeing Su Hang scolding Lin Hao, the classmates around him also began to express their opinions. It seems that the students around me are more anxious than I am. And only Su Hang was unusually calm. He crossed his legs over the table and covered his face with a random textbook. Then, he leaned back and began to slack off. Su Hang's attitude made people around him feel a little incomprehensible. They were all worried about Su Hang, fearing that he would be retaliated against for offending Lin Hao. However, Su Hang didn't seem to care. He continued to do his own thing, as if he didn't take Lin Hao seriously at all. This attitude made Lin Hao even more angry. He always believed that no one could shake his identity and status. However, Su Hang didn't care at all, which made him feel a sense of frustration he had never felt before. "I will definitely make you regret it." Lin Hao said while running in the classroom corridor, gritting his teeth. Su Heng just smiled faintly at this. He was not worried about what Lin Hao would do to him. He knew that he had enough strength and wisdom to deal with any emergency. And what Su Heng needs to do now is close your eyes and rest quietly. The annual Science and Technology exhibition is coming again. What technological products are you preparing this year? While Su Heng was enjoying his time leisurely, he heard Su Chao's voice coming from beside him. Technology exhibition? Su Heng still has some expectations for this thing. Yeah, what are you going to use to compete this year? Su Chao looked at Su Heng and asked with some confusion. Chapter 59, Contract Negotiation. I haven't made up my mind yet, but since I'm going to participate, I must win the championship this time. Su Heng said in a firm tone. It's hard to say. I heard that the number of participants this year is 3 times more than last year, and there are many second-generation rich people among them. Funding is also a major drawback. Su Chao explained somewhat helplessly. Su Heng is not worried about the funding issue at all. To be more precise, Su Heng is not short of money at all. Funding is not a problem. The key is to have a good project. Su Heng said confidently. Have you decided what project you want to do? Su Chao asked curiously. Not yet. Su Heng said with a smile. All right. Su Chao nodded and said. Su Heng is a notorious bad student in the class. If Suan can find a good project, then those good students might as well just jump off the building. So, deep down, Su Chao still didn't trust Su Heng a little bit. Then let's start preparing. Su Heng stood up and prepared to leave his seat. Where are you going? Su Chao asked. Of course, I'll go to the school's laboratory. Su Heng responded simply. Mr. Su, are you drunk? The school's laboratory. We can enter it at will. Su Chao felt that Su Heng took himself too seriously. Why can't I come in? Su Heng looked at Su Chao with some confusion. First of all, school laboratories are generally only provided to good students. Secondly, you need a pass or something like that. If you don't have either, don't even think about entering the lab. Su Chao sat in his seat and told the truth of the matter. I can get it, Su Heng said in a calm tone. Su Chao was also confused, and for a moment he felt that Su Heng seemed a little over the top. However, Su Heng just took out his cell phone and called Lao Lin directly, and explained all the causes and consequences. Immediately afterwards, Lao Lin knew Su Heng's intention. Lao Lin personally went to Su Heng's school and discussed the matter with the school principal. And Su Heng was still leaning on his chair, thinking about something. Lao Lin came to the principal's office. Whose parent are you? After seeing Lao Lin, the principal began to ask questions very politely. Lao Lin was not vague. He sat directly on the sofa and took a sip of the mineral water in the cup. I heard that your school is going to hold a science and technology exhibition soon. Lao Lin asked directly and to the point. That's what happened. The principal replied. It's simple. Before the science and technology exhibition, I want to rent the laboratory in your school. Lao Lin then stated his intentions. When the principal heard what Lao Lin said, his eyes widened instantly. Contracting laboratory? What kind of thing is this? The principal said that he had never heard of such a thing in his life. The principal hesitated. Money is not an issue. Lao Lin directly stated his bargaining chips. It's not a matter of money. The lab is provided for students to study and take classes. If you take over the contract, then other students will have no place to attend classes, right? The principal told us about his predicament. Besides, some powerful people have made this request to me before, but I rejected it. After all, the school should treat everyone equally, right? Seeing that Lao Lin was a little confused, the principal continued to explain. I invested 1 million in construction costs. Lao Lin revealed his bargaining chips. Faced with 1 million, the principal was obviously unmoved. To be able to reach the position of principal, you must have seen a lot of money. The principal rolled his eyes and kept smiling. But it's not hard to tell from his expression that he's been thinking. Think about Lao Lin's bottom line. 2 million. Lao Lin directly said the amount will be doubled. Such a big school. Just in terms of the area. The principal spoke intermittently. 5 million. Lao Lin mentioned another amount. This time, Lao Lin did not directly double the amount, but gave 5 million directly. 5 million to renovate a school. I think that should be enough, right? Lao Lin looked at the principal in front of him and said, this. However, the principal was still a little hesitant. Okay then, the price is 20 million. Lao Lin stood up and directly quoted his final low price. 20 million? When the principal faced this number, his expression changed slightly. 20 million is indeed not a small amount of money. In this city, it is enough to open a new school. Really? The principal was also a little surprised. He's been the principal for so long, and no one has ever spent 20 million just to contract a laboratory in the school. The principal was also tempted by the tempting price. As long as you agree, we can sign the contract now. Lao Lin took out the contract he had prepared earlier. Lao Lin had made all the necessary preparations before coming here. He knew that no one could resist the temptation of money. Okay. The principal nodded repeatedly. From now until the tech competition begins. During this period of time, the school's laboratory will belong to you. The principal signed the contract as he spoke. While signing the contract, the principal had a question in mind. Which classmates' parents are so generous? After signing the contract, Lao Lin directly handed Su Hang's bank card to the principal. The bound object has completed this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 20 million renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 10. This time the reward amount, 200 million. Su Yusheng was sleeping and was instantly awakened by the sound of the system. Looking at the amount above, Su Yusheng smiled with satisfaction. The prodigal son has finally started to lose money again. Su Yusheng said this, slowly closed his eyes, and continued to dream his sweet dream. And after Lao Lin rented the laboratory, there were 5 or 6 security guards standing at the door of the laboratory. The security guard was guarding the door of the laboratory and not allowing students to enter. Some students who were preparing to attend classes and wanted to do research were all blocked at the door. Those students were muttering some unpleasant words. Have you heard about it? It seems that a classmate's parents spent 2 million to rent a laboratory. Bullshit, what 2 million? It's obviously 20 million. If it's really 2 million, then I'll tell my parents and they can do it. Chapter 60, renting a laboratory. That's right. He spent 20 million to rent a laboratory. Let's not talk about whether this person is trying to get away with it. At least he must be a little crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I think the person who rented the lab must be from a wealthy family. He could easily spend 20 million. I don't think there's such a family in our school, right? We should know in a while. After all, if we rent a lab, we will definitely come to the lab to do experiments. We will know who it is then. The students gathered at the laboratory door, talking to each other, and everyone was observing the movements at the door. I want to see which evil person, no, which rich man, rented the laboratory. At the same time, Su Hang was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a phone call. Who is it? Su Hang asked impatiently. Mr. Su, I've already done what you asked me to do. Lao Lin responded sincerely on the other end of the phone. Okay, got it. Su Hang hung up the phone and stretched. Su Chao, let's go to the laboratory. Su Hang originally wanted to call Su Chao to go to the laboratory together, but he found that Su Chao's seat was empty. Most of the students in the class have already left. The end of the world? Su Hang muttered something, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. As Su Hang walked towards the laboratory, he saw that the laboratory was surrounded by people at this moment. When Su Chao saw Su Hang coming, he hurried to greet him. Oh, Mr. Su, you finally woke up. Originally, the entire pass allowed direct access to the laboratory. Now, even if you have a pass, there's no way to get in. Su Chao pointed to the location of the laboratory and said, What? Su Hang was a little confused. The lab has been completely taken over. They spent 20 million to buy out the entire laboratory. As Su Chao spoke, he showed a shocked expression. But Su Hang had a calm expression on his face. I know. Su Hang gave a simple answer, and then continued, I paid for it all. After hearing Su Hang's last words, everyone present turned around instantly and looked at Su Hang with strange eyes. Sure, don't brag about this. Su Chao quickly covered Su Hang's mouth and spoke in a low voice. Isn't this Mr. Su Hang from class 3? It's okay for him to show off in his own class, but why is he showing off here? Ah, who says it's not true? A poor guy's a poor guy. He doesn't even think before he brags. Oh, you are really bringing shame to your class. If I were a classmate of yours, I would just find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. I'm so embarrassed that I used my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. What about you? We are from class 3. I am now saying that I don't know Su Hang. Who is Su Hang? Su Hang had not expected that a simple sentence from him could cause such an uproar. However, Su Hang just smiled faintly. Facing some of the remarks in front of him, he said he would ignore them. I am Lin Hao. You can see clearly that I am the eldest son of the Lin group. How dare you block me out? Just as Su Hang was stunned, he heard Lin Hao's loud voice coming from the direction of the laboratory door. It is not difficult to judge from the voice that Lin Hao must be getting anxious. Oh, are you useful or not? If we can't use the lab, what will happen to our competition this time? What about further studies? I came to you just to ask for this one thing from you. Can't you even handle such a simple thing properly? And then, Lin Ruru next to her began to speak impatiently. Ruru, don't worry. No matter what happens today, I will definitely let you enter the laboratory. Lin Hao comforted Lin Ruru, then turned around and looked at the security guard in front of him. Those security guards only do their job for the money. They don't care who the person in front of them is. Anyone who does not rent this laboratory must be stopped outside. Okay, you guys, I'll remember you. You want me to tell my dad about this, and then let my dad put pressure on you, right? Don't forget, our Ling group used to sponsor you 1 million yuan for renovation every year. If you don't let me in today, then you can forget about the 1 million. Lin Hao pointed at the nose of one of the security guards and scolded him. Boss Lin, it's not that we don't allow you to come in. This is the principal's order. We're just doing the work for the money. Please don't make things difficult for us. It's not easy to make a living. The security guard said, with an embarrassed look on his face. After seeing how aggressive Lin Hao was, students from other classes began to sneer at him. That's right, security guards are only paid to do their jobs. If you don't have the ability, don't be the big shot. Everyone in class 3 is really weird. Just now I saw someone say that he was the one who rented this lab. And now another one pops up who is so unreasonable. I thought Lu Bu was unrivaled, but now there's another Lin Hao. Whose general is he? Everyone in class 3 is weird. People around started talking about it. Shut up, all of you. Don't compare me to that kid Su Hang. He doesn't deserve it. Lin Hao turned around and pointed at everyone in front of him and retorted. Don't worry about them for now. If I can't get into the lab today, then we'll just have to say goodbye. Lin Ruoru has been fanning the flames. Ruoru, don't worry. I promise that I will let you in today. Lin Hao had no choice but to comfort Lin Ruoru. At this moment, Su Hang walked out of the crowd. After arguing for so long, you didn't go in either? After Su Hang walked out of the crowd, he looked at Lin Hao and said, Su Hang, damn it, stop talking nonsense. At least I can use my connections to get in today. And you can only stand here and watch me go in quietly. After seeing Su Hang, Lin Hao said in a firm tone, yeah. Su Hang was a little confused. Whoever rents this lab, as long as they are the second generation rich of this school, they have some connections with me. With such a large laboratory, it's not a problem for me to go in and use 1 or 2 rooms. But you don't have that blessing, Lin Hao said with a firm expression. Yes, some people have to rely on connections to get in, unlike me, who could just walk in if they want to. While Su Hang was speaking, he glanced at Lin Hao in front of him. Chapter 61, Accepting Defeat. Lin Hao was stunned at first, and then he started laughing. You are really bringing shame to our class. Not only did he act pretentiously in front of us, but he also embarrassed us in front of so many people. Lin Hao pointed at the classmates around him and said, That's right, Su Hang, don't think that you can take yourself seriously just because of what you did before. Today I can get in, but you can't. Lin Ruru also started to get involved. Su Hang glanced at Lin Hao and then at Lin Ruru. Forget it. We won't participate in this competition. Seeing that Su Hang was in trouble, Su Chao quickly tried to smooth things over. Shall we make a bet today? If I go in front of you, you will bark like a dog in front of all these classmates. How about it? After Su Hang pondered for a while, he looked at Lin Hao in front of him and asked, No problem. No problem at all. Lin Hao answered very straightforwardly, because Lin Hao knew in his heart that Su Hang must be bragging. In Lin Hao's opinion, Su Hang simply doesn't have this ability. Lin Hao had already investigated Su Hang before. Whether in terms of family background or financial resources, Su Hang could never compare to him. So Lin Hao didn't have any worries or concerns. Is it so exciting? The young master of the Lin group barks like a dog in front of so many people. I can't imagine the scene. Who said it wasn't? However, it doesn't say what he should do if Su Hang can't get in. Since the young masters of the Lin group are barking like dogs, I think Su Hang should bray like a donkey. The man in front, you are so mean. What is the sound of this donkey? I have never heard of it before. It's just shouting, ha ha. The people around, who are eager to watch the fun, started to make a fuss. If you can't get in, then get under my crotch. Lin Hao also directly stated his bet. Can. Su Hang's answer was also unusually straightforward. This is Su Hang's trust in Lao Lin. Boss Su, isn't this a bit too big? This? How shameful. Su Chao stood next to Su Hang, looking somewhat helpless. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Su Hang answered simply. Immediately afterwards, Su Hang walked towards the laboratory entrance in front of everyone. And everyone present was holding their breath at this moment. They stared at Su Hang intently, wanting to see whether Su Hang could enter the laboratory smoothly. but under everyone's expectations. The security guard at the door blocked Su Hang's way. Um, Su Hang was intercepted and instantly looked confused. TSK. I thought this guy was really the one who rented the lab, but it turns out he's just a little karami. Damn it. I trusted him so much, but he turned out to be a charlatan. But I'm such a fool. How could I trust such a boaster? We're done for now. Su Hang has to crawl under Lin Hao's crotch now. This is clearly digging a hole to bury himself. Su Hang was also stunned for a moment after being stopped by the security guard. Then, the security guard took out a photo and compared it with Su Hang. Come in. Amidst the ridicule, the security guard actually opened the door of the laboratory himself and invited Su Hang in. Faced with the reversal in front of them, those who had wanted to laugh at the joke just widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They said they could not accept what was happening. Fuck. So Su Hang is the invisible rich man? The person who spent 20 million to rent the laboratory is Su Hang. Oh, you can't judge a person by appearance. I said this kid will definitely have a bright future. The ones in front, can you pull a few more? You seem to be the one who cursed the most fiercely at that time. Now you think Su Hang is the better one. Don't talk about this for now. Now that Su Hang has gone in, what about Lin Hao? Needless to say, Lin Hao must have done it in front of us, then imitated the barking of a dog. After all, if Lin Hao breaks his promise, he will not only lose face for himself, but also for the Lin group. At this moment, the surrounding turmoil once again turned to Lin Hao's side. Now, all the pressure has been put on Lin Hao. Su Hang was standing at the door, turned to look at Lin Hao, and then gave him a wink. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They must have made a mistake. How can they be sure it's Su Hang based on just a photo? I want to file a complaint against you. Lin Hao found it difficult to accept for a moment. Su Hang looked at Lin Hao's reaction, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew that his plan this time was half successful. He deliberately stood at the door, waiting for Lin Hao's reaction. Looking at his flustered appearance, he felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. Lin Hao, what else do you have to say? You said you would accept defeat if you lost the bet. Su Hang's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Lin Hao looked at Su Hang. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness and despair. He knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he had to follow the agreement and learn to bark like a dog in public. He took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd around him, then turned and walked deeper into the laboratory. His back seemed a little lonely and helpless. Su Hang stood at the door, looking at Lin Hao's back with a faint smile on his lips. No way. Is the young master of our Lin group going to break his promise in public? Looking at Lin Hao's back in the distance, Su Hang shouted at the top of his voice. It is obvious that Lin Hao is ready to go back on his word. The classmates around him could only sigh. Ruoru, even if you are in a hurry to find another one, you should find a reliable one. I don't think a person who can't even place a bet can be a good person, right? Su Hang laughed slightly and then looked at Lin Ruru. Snort. At this point, Lin Ruru definitely doesn't have the face to stay here any longer. She left angrily and dejectedly. Su Chao, what are you still standing there for? Come into the lab. Su Hang looked at Su Chao, who was standing there in a daze, and said with a wave of his hand, Can I really come in? Su Chao was somewhat overjoyed at this unexpected blessing. If I say yes, then yes. Su Hang said this, turned around, and walked into the laboratory. Boss Su, look at me. I helped you a lot back then. Can I go in with you? At this moment, Lin Qing raised his hand high and asked. Chapter 62, Two-Faced. Boss Su, look at me. When they didn't believe you, I stood by you. Come on, you should stop talking. You were the one who said the worst thing back then, and now you're trying to be a good guy again. Stop arguing. Mr. Su is such a good man, so he will definitely let us in together. Don't you think so, Mr. Su? Everyone present was talking at the same time. However, most people's opinions now tend to favor Su Hang. However, Su Hang felt that the people in front of him were a bit noisy. Security, what are you guys still standing there for? It's so noisy here. How can I do the experiment? Su Hang looked at the 4 security guards in front of him and spoke with a firm expression. Receive. After receiving Su Hang's order, the 4 security guards began to expel the students who were surrounding them. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. So, they had said all the nice things before, but in the end it ended up like this? Being driven away? What the hell is this? Even a dog will wag its tail if you give it a bone to chew. Su Hang, what do you mean? We are so sincere, but you are so heartless. Yes, you are such a heartless person. You will never have any friends if you do this. What a bunch of bad friends. I think he can only get along with Su Chao, who is good at flattering others. I have seen through Su Hang. He is a hypocrite and a scum. When Su Hang turned around and prepared to enter the laboratory, the other side of those students who were driven out was instantly exposed. However, Su Hang only listened with his left ear and ignored with his right ear. I didn't take it to heart at all. Su Hang had seen many two-faced people like that before. Does Su Hang care? It's absolutely impossible to care at all. Don't ask why. If you ask, it's because Su Hang is rich now. There's endless money to spend. He makes friends with whomever he wants. Whoever you want to bring into the laboratory, go into the laboratory with them. On the other side, Lin Ru left in a hurry. Lin Hao was found soon. Perhaps it was because of what happened just now that Lin Hao was still feeling a little upset. He is now sitting alone in a quiet garden, staring at the flowers in front of me, thinking about something. Damn, Su Hang, right? I will make you pay with blood. While Lin Hao was speaking, he did not forget to break off a branch next to him and then smash it into the flowers in front of him. Lin Ruru slowly walked behind Lin Hao and gently stroked his shoulder. Ooh! Lin Hao turned around with extreme vigilance and looked at Lin Ruru behind him. After seeing that it was Lin Ruru, Lin Hao's guilt and unspeakable helplessness appeared on his face. I'm so ugly. Why are you looking for me? Am I not a useless person in your eyes? Lin Hao curled his lips and said, if you are really useless, I won't come to you at all. Since you are willing to come here now, it means that you are still somewhat useful. Lin Ruru laughed slightly and then sat down next to Lin Hao. When Lin Hao heard what Lin Ruru said, he hesitated for a moment. You are the son of the Lin Group and the successor of the Lin Group in the future. Who is this Su Hang? He is just a useless person without any knowledge. The most amazing thing is that he has a little money. What happens after the money is spent? What is he? Lin Ruru expressed her own views. After hearing what Lin Ruru said, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and turned his head to stare at Lin Ruru in front of him. For a moment, Lin Hao couldn't understand why Lin Ruru, in front of him, used these words to persuade him. Is it to comfort yourself? Or are you afraid that you're not as good as Su Hang and you can't get over it? Then Lin Ruru looked down on Lin Hao a little. In Lin Hao's unruly nature, the only option is to fail miserably, and there is no reason to admit defeat halfway. If that's all you've come to tell me, then you can go. As someone involved in this situation, I naturally understand this principle. You don't need to remind me. Lin Hao directly ordered them to leave. Lin Ruru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Lin Hao suddenly felt a little angry. You are in this state now, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Lin Hao's slap almost hit Lin Ruru's face. Of course, the reason why they didn't fight was because Lin Ruru explained it in a timely manner. I just said that Su Hang is useless and naturally doesn't understand projects like scientific research. What do we need in the end? We still need the guidance and cultivation of those teachers. Then you can use your Lin Group's identity to suppress the school's scientific research teachers and stop them from teaching Su Hang. In this case, Su Hang will have a laboratory in vain, and he won't be able to do anything in the end. Lin Ruru spoke out her inner thoughts. After listening to Lin Ruru's words, Lin Hao suddenly understood. No matter from which angle you look at it, Lin Ruru's method is a good idea. Once this method is successfully implemented, then Su Hang is like a person who only has a toilet but cannot defecate. In the end, you will become the laughing stock of the school. Okay, that's a good idea. Thinking of this, Lin Hao slapped his thigh and stood up. So, you know what you should do next? Lin Ruru left a word, stood up, and prepared to leave. Clear. Damn it, Su Hang, right? Just wait and see. As Lin Hao spoke, he took out his cell phone and called his father, and explained all the causes and consequences. Of course, Lin Hao definitely exaggerated what he said. Su Hang was described as if he was an unforgivable evil person who was specifically making things difficult for the Lin Group. Mr. Lin, as the president of the Lin Group, heard the news. No matter how well-educated one is, he will still get furious. Mr. Lin works so hard not only for the sake of making money. More importantly, I just want to be respected by more people. Su Hang and Su Chao, after entering the laboratory, wandered around the rooms. The usually bustling laboratory was finally quiet this time. The feeling of tranquility made Su Hang feel relaxed and happy. This is the first time I've seen a lab so quiet. Su Chao looked around and spoke excitedly. Don't worry, it will be so quiet here before the science and technology competition, Su Hang said with a firm expression. Chapter 63. Occupying the toilet without taking a shit. That's really cool. Boss Su, I knew you were a potential stock. There's nothing wrong with following you and being your first fan guarantee. Su Chao followed Su Hang and started to flatter him again. Perhaps only Su Chao knows the answer clearly. At that time, he didn't believe that Su Hang could enter the laboratory. After walking around several laboratory rooms, Su Hang and Su Chao stopped at the door of one of the laboratories and began to stare blankly. Because they are now about to face a new dilemma. That is, there are more than a dozen machines here and some test specimens. How should these things be used? After thinking for a while, Su Hang turned around and walked to the door of the laboratory. Can you call the teacher from the lab over? You should at least teach us how to use these machines, right? Su Hang called out to one of the security guards. Clear. The security guard ran towards the teacher's office very professionally. Soon after, 4 or 5 accompanying scientific research teachers came over. Oh my, it's a once-in-a-century opportunity. There are actually students in this school who love studying so much. Who says it's not true? We spend so much money for scientific research. Where can we find such dedicated students? Student, you're truly a role model for our school and a role model for those students. We are proud of you. The teacher who came over, after seeing Su Hang, did not even ask about his life, but started praising him. Perhaps it was because the principal had already explained everything at the beginning. After all, Su Hang is the one who invested 20 million yuan in the school, and the principal must hold such a student tightly in his hands. After that, it was a cash cow. It is possible that some money may be shaken down at any time. Okay, stop talking nonsense and come in quickly. Su Hang waved his hand, signaling the 4 or 5 scientific research teachers in front of him to enter the laboratory. The 4 or 5 teachers, without any hesitation, lined up and walked into the laboratory. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. Those teachers also tried their best to teach Su Hang and Su Chao. Putting money aside, which teacher wouldn't like a student who loves learning like this? Only in the afternoon, the school's research professor walked into the laboratory with an indifferent expression. The professor stood directly at the door of the room where Su Hang was studying. He glanced inside the classroom. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to eat Su Hang directly. Stop for a moment. The professor's voice spread throughout the classroom. Even Su Hang was stunned. I thought, wow, where did this old guy come from? Why does he have such a strong aura just after arriving? But soon, Su Hang calmed down. After all, he is at the professor level, and Su Hang must know him. The professor will not come out easily. Once he does, it means something big has happened. Professor Li. One of the scientific research teachers looked at Professor Li, who was standing at the door, and shouted, Okay, you can go home now. Professor Li did not say much, just a simple sentence. But I haven't yet. The teacher in the classroom stared at Professor Li at the door with some confusion. I'll let you off duty. However, before the teacher could finish his words, Professor Li once again ordered him to leave. Maybe it's because Professor Li wants to teach in person? Or does Professor Li have other ideas? Naturally, the teachers in the classroom did not dare to speculate too much. Helplessly, they could only leave the classroom with sighs. What do you mean? Su Hang looked at Professor Li and asked with a puzzled look. Snort. Professor Li didn't say much, just shook his sleeves, turned around, and walked towards the laboratory door. Boss Su, what happened? Su Chao was also confused. I was studying well just now. How come things became like this in the blink of an eye? I don't know. Su Hang said this and followed Professor Li to the door of the laboratory. When Su Hang just arrived at the laboratory door, he found that many classmates were already standing at the door. And each of these classmates has bad intentions. Pointing at Su Hang, who was standing at the door of the laboratory, Su Hang was also a little confused for a moment. Perhaps it was because Su Hang occupied the laboratory alone. Caused public outrage? These people handed the envelopes containing complaints about themselves to Professor Li? So that's why Professor Li went to so much trouble to come out and scold me? If that's really the case, then wouldn't the 20 million I spent be in vain? You're doing something that costs money but is not appreciated, and you're doing it again? Su Hang, are you dumbfounded? Are you stunned? Didn't expect this. Ha ha! Mr. Lin is really powerful. He directly invited the school's top scientific research professor to suppress Su Hang. Who says it's not true? Apart from Professor Qin in our city, who else is more famous than Professor Li? You've gone off topic. We were talking about Professor Li from our school. Why did you bring up Professor Qin again? That's right, but you really shouldn't say that. I heard that Professor Li seems to be a fan of Professor Qin. There is no harm without comparison. It's enough to deal with just Su Hang and Professor Li. Can you change your focus? After hearing what the students at the door said, Su Hang gradually changed his opinion. It seems that I was overthinking it. Mr. Lin, That's Lin Hao. This must be Lin Hao cheating behind the scenes again. Is it Lin Hao who did this again? Su Chao also heard the clues of the matter. Professor Lee, people are learning for free, but they are not studying hard. I studied hard and spent 20 million, and you treat me like this? It said that teachers should treat everyone equally. Isn't your approach a bit too extreme? Su Hang stared at Professor Lee's back and asked with some confusion. That's right, you clearly just can't stand our president, Su. Su Chao also echoed. Let's not talk about whether you're used to seeing me or not. At the very least, you are a little biased towards Lin Hao. I don't know, what benefits did Lin Hao give you? Su Hang went straight to the point and expressed his inner thoughts. Pa, benefits? Does someone who can achieve what I have done need any benefits? I just can't stand you using money to insult the subject. Professor Lee answered very straightforwardly. The ending hasn't been decided yet. Why do you think I'm insulting scientific research? Su Hang was a little confused. I've seen a lot of upstarts like you. Chapter 64 Pressure. From today on, no teacher in the school is allowed to teach you anything without my instruction. Professor Lee directly issued an ultimatum. Su Hang felt depressed after hearing Professor Lee's last words. However, the students gathered at the door of the laboratory began to become happy. They are now waiting for Professor Lee to say this. Then Su Hang would be embarrassed. Su Hang? No, our President Su, young Master Su. Without the teacher's help, aren't you doomed? Who said it wasn't true? He's just occupying the toilet, but not doing anything. I guess our master, Su, can only look at the empty laboratory and cry these days. It's such a pity that I have such a good lab, but no teacher's help. If it were me, I would just bang my head against the wall and die. Boss Su, look here. If you beg me now, I will teach you some knowledge with great reluctance. As the situation escalated, the student statements became more and more arrogant. Harmful. At this moment, Su Hang just sighed slightly. Boss Su, what should we do now? If we continue to see this trend, then we... Su Chao also saw the consequences for himself. If I continue like this, I will either be useless or achieve nothing. Although they're all the same. Anyway, it's over. What's the hurry? When Su Chao looked embarrassed, Su Hang smiled calmly. Su Hang, it's fine if you insult me, but you actually dare to insult the Lin group directly? This time, I will show you the pressure exerted by the Lin group. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Lin Hao walked out from the crowd. Lin Hao, why are you everywhere? You haven't fulfilled the bet you made about barking like a dog, and now you're barking again. After seeing Lin Hao, Su Hang asked helplessly. Lin Hao just sneered. Perhaps this may become a stain on Lin Hao's life. However, Lin Hao felt that he only needed to win once to turn things around instantly. Su Hang, you're doomed to lose this time. Just hold on to that so-called laboratory and get through these difficult days. Lin Hao answered very straightforwardly and decisively. Oh. Su Hang curled his lips and showed an indifferent expression. What's your attitude? Now all the scientific research teachers in the school have been bought by the Lin group. You are alone now. When Lin Hao saw Su Hang's calm expression, he instantly became furious. Oh. In response to Lin Hao's words, Su Hang still only replied with, oh. Damn it, I don't think you can be so arrogant for much longer. The calmer Su Hang was, the angrier Lin Hao became. The purpose of Lin Hao doing these things was to make Lin Hao sad and then pray to himself. Lin Hao even fantasized about this. Lin Hao could have just kneeled down and hugged his thighs, but he should never do that. I never thought about what happened in reality. It was completely opposite to what Lin Hao was thinking. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Hao is angry. Oh. And after Lin Hao made those harsh words, Su Hang still only replied with one word. Damn it. Can you say anything else besides, oh? Lin Hao immediately became furious and pointed at Su Hang, who was standing at the door of the laboratory, and asked, oh. However, this time, Su Hang directly answered with two O's. Lin Hao had already clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart had already reached the top of his head. Lin Hao now clenched his fists, wishing he could cut Su Hang into pieces, then eat his flesh and drink his blood. Finally, use his bones to make soup and cook instant noodles. Don't let him affect your momentum. It's clear that he has run out of ways to deal with you. That's why I keep answering like this. Just as Lin Hao was angry, Lin Ruru came out and whispered something to persuade him. Yes, that must be it. After hearing Lin Ruru's answer, Lin Hao also smiled slightly. It's boring. Su Hang turned around and walked into the laboratory. When Su Chao saw Su Hang leaving, he hurriedly followed him. Boss Su, what should we do now? I've heard of the reputation of the Lin group before. If the Lin group puts direct pressure on us, then I guess this matter will be really difficult to handle. Su Chao followed behind Su Hang, and his expression became nervous. Su Chao also felt mixed emotions. I thought to myself that things had just taken a turn for the better. Before I had time to be happy, all my fantasies were shattered. It's like you're already in a world of ice and snow. I just saw a fire in the distance. Unexpectedly, it started to rain heavily. The only flame was extinguished in an instant. What's the big deal? I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. Su Heng walked in front and answered calmly. Well, how can we commoners guess the battles between you gods? Su Chao replied helplessly. Go look around the lap first. I'll make a phone call. Then, Su Heng stopped, turned around, looked at Su Chao, left after saying a few words. Okay. Without giving it much thought, Su Chao walked toward the other side of the corridor. Su Heng walked to another place, took out his cell phone, and called Lao Lin. Hello. Su Heng spoke first. Boss Su, what can I do for you? Lao Lin asked back. There are two things you need to do now. The first thing to do is to find the most famous scientific research teacher in the city and invite him to our school, no matter what the cost. The second thing is to investigate the Lin Group. I want to see what the Lin Group is all about. Su Heng went straight to the point and spoke out his inner problems. Clear. Lao Lin answered very straightforwardly. Lao Lin hung up the phone and started to do his work. If we talk about the most famous scientific research teacher in the city, it must be Professor Chin, who everyone wants to meet. It's just that Professor Chin often disappears without a trace. So many classmates, including many rich people, are unable to meet each other. Some prestigious schools can only spend a lot of money and time to invite Professor Chin. It was just one class, but the classroom was already filled with students who wanted to learn. Some students would like to stand outside the window in order to listen to the class. The way Lao Lin met Professor Chin was also very simple. In addition to the temptation of money, there is the temptation of scientific research. Of course, there will definitely be people who say that he is of this level. Chapter 65, My Dad has become a superstar. How could one not be able to resist the temptation of money? Then I can only say that the money given is not enough. Anyone with ideas will certainly not be able to resist the temptation of money. If you can bear it, it means the money you get is not enough. So, Lao Lin went straight to the point and threw over a signed check. He directly threatened that Professor Chin could fill in any amount he wanted. It doesn't matter how much money it is. Faced with such temptation, Professor Chin was completely confused. It was because of this incident that Professor Chin met with Lao Lin directly. I've been able to reach this position because I have experienced all kinds of ups and downs. Just for a check, you want me to go out? That's a bit. Professor Chin threw the check on the table and spoke in a firm tone. Yes, for a big shot of your level, you would not take a check seriously. After all, what you like most and what you have worked hard for your whole life are still those scientific research projects. It just so happens that I have a scientific research project on hand, and I will definitely not let you down. The check was real, of course, but the scientific research project behind it was fake. This is just a polite remark. Since Professor Chin is willing to see me, it means that he has agreed. However, it is a bit ungentlemanly to come out just for the sake of money, just for the sake of face. So, Lao Lin deliberately found an excuse. As for what the final research results will be, it all depends on fate. With the diversity of science, who knows what it will develop into? Ha ha ha, I see. If that's the case, then my coming out this time is not just for this little bit of money. The greatest effect is that you have a project to research, and I just do my little bit to help. Professor Chin made it very clear. That's natural. Lao Lin's answer was also unusually straightforward. Lao Lin didn't think so. This old fox just wants money, yet he still comes up with so many fancy things. What about trust between people? Isn't it good to be honest? However, now that the matter has been done, even if Lao Lin has complaints, he will certainly not vent them in person. So I can just write this check casually. Then, Professor Chin picked up the check on the table and glanced at Lao Lin. Of course, please. Lao Lin made a gesture of invitation. Really just write it casually? Professor Chin picked up the pen and took one last look at Lao Lin. Of course, I'll keep my word. Lao Lin nodded slightly. Lao Lin felt unusually calm, because he wasn't the one spending the money. It was Su Hang who spent the money. No matter how much it was, he was just an agent. Lao Lin wouldn't feel bad about the money. Besides, it was Su Hang who said at the time that no matter what the cost, Professor Chin must be captured. If that's the case, then Lao Lin will definitely not be timid. Under Lao Lin's gaze, he saw that Professor Chin, the old fox, opened his mouth as wide as a lion and asked for a small target. Wow, this guy is really brave. He dares to ask for everything. Although it is only 100 million, it is somewhat inferior compared to the previous tens of billions. But this is also a wish that an ordinary person can never fulfill in his lifetime. Then I'll ask for less, just 100 million. After filling in the numbers, Professor Chin continued speaking casually. This sneer is the truest reflection of Lao Lin's inner heart. The bound object has completed this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 100 million renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 10. This time the reward amount, 1 billion. Trigger hidden reward, a scientific research blueprint. Hidden rewards will be sent directly to your mobile phone. Please check it carefully. At this moment, perhaps it is because the food these days is so good. Su Yushang can now only confront the toilet in the bathroom. Simply put, he was constipated. But after hearing the text message from the system, puff, Su Yushang felt smoother and showed a satisfied smile. This prodigal son has been really hard working these past 2 days. One loser a day, that's pretty good. What time? It would be nice if we could lose twice a day. While Su Yushang was talking to himself, he subconsciously took out his cell phone to check. Suddenly, I saw a scientific research drawing appear on the phone. Su Yushang definitely couldn't understand it. Could this kid have encountered something at school? When I saw the piece of paper given to me by the system, I immediately understood everything. Su Yushang forwarded the drawings to Su Hang without much thought. When Su Hang was studying the machine alone, he heard the sound of a cell phone. He thought it was a message from the Lin group, but when he opened his phone, he found that it was a scientific research drawing that even he couldn't understand. Moreover, this drawing was sent by his father. My father has ascended? When did he understand these things? Su Hang was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. Of course, you know your own father best. Su Yushang has neither talent nor knowledge. How could one possibly plan out such advanced drawings? But, in shock, Su Hang had another idea. That is, this blueprint can just help me win the championship this time. It is not difficult to see from the structure in the drawing that this is a flying car. On land, it is just like an ordinary car. But you just need to press a button on the car, and the car will start to transform. Become a flying airplane. There are so many cars now, and the roads are so congested. If a car with this structure can be mass-produced, it is guaranteed to sell well. As he thought about it, a hint of complacency appeared on Su Hang's lips. Boss Su, what are you grinning about here? After seeing Su Hang's expression, Su Chao asked with some confusion. Nothing, just thought of some good things. Su Hang quickly put away his previous smile and replied, well, there's a person named Lin Kursin outside who said she knows you. The security guard appeared at the door of the classroom at this moment, looking at Su Hang, and said, let her in. Su Hang gave the order directly. Led by the security guard, Lin Kursin came to one of the laboratories. Su Hang, I heard that Lin Hao activated the Lin group's momentum, and then no teacher was willing to help you. Lin Kursin stood at the door, looking a little sad. It doesn't matter. Su Hang spread his hands and replied, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to be sad. If those teachers don't help you, then I'm here, right? Then, Lin Kursin said with a slight smile. Chapter 66 Big Shot. At this moment, Su Hang was facing Lin Kursin's arrival. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad, because Su Hang had asked Lao Lin to find the most prestigious scientific research teacher. In other words, scientific research teachers are now on the way. If that's the case, then Lin Kursin is just joining in the fun. But then again, since you're here, it's a token of your thoughtfulness. Su Hang didn't say much. Come in, take a look at these machines and stuff. Can you use them? Su Hang quickly called Lin Kursin into the room and asked her questions about these machines. Lin Kursin is the top student in class 3. No matter what subject she studies, she is an excellent student. This kind of good student. Although no impressive scientific research projects have been developed, but you should have some understanding of these machines. Since Lin Kursin is already here, we must give her some experience. However, Lin Kursin looked at the machine in front of her. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. That expression contained a sense of loss, helplessness, and even some embarrassment. With just one glance, Su Hang instantly understood all the situations. Good job. Even Lin Kursin, the top student in class 3, didn't know how to use these machines. These are things that seniors need to learn. As for us, Lin Kursin softened her tone and explained briefly. Clear. Su Hang did not feel disappointed at all at Lin Kursin's answer. Sorry. Lin Kursin then began to apologize again. Faced with Lin Kursin's apology, Su Hang was momentarily confused. I was thinking, see if I can help you a little. Who knows, at the very beginning. Lynn Curson paused for a moment, and her cheeks instantly began to blush. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Since I can rent a laboratory, I can naturally find a way to invite teachers who are willing to come. You can rest assured that there won't be any mistakes. Su-hang paused and spoke out his inner thoughts. Huh? Really? Hearing Su-hang's words and his firm words, Lynn Curson was still a little confused at first. However, Lynn Curson was quite clear about Su-hang's own strength from the bottom of her heart. Even if the person who can rent a laboratory is bad, how bad can he be? Solve this little problem. Isn't that an easy thing to do? Oh, while being happy, Lynn Curson also showed some lost expressions. I originally wanted to help Su-hang, but I never thought that I would become a clown. Not only did I fail to help him, but I put myself in an awkward position. Since we are all here, let's study together. There will be a scientific research competition soon. We can participate together then. Su-hang said this very generously. Is it really possible? When Lynn Curson heard Su-hang's words, she instantly became expectant. You know, the most important thing in scientific research competitions is to have a laboratory that can be used for experiments at any time. Only then can you complete your work well. And at this moment, Su-hang has booked the laboratory again, which means now in the whole school, only Su-hang has firmly grasped the straw of victory. According to this logic, joining Su-hang's team would be a wise move. This is a business that is sure to make money. Sure. Su-chow, we now have one more member in our team. Su-hang first answered Lynn Curson, then turned around and looked at Su-chow-yin and said, very good. Su-chow clapped his hands to express his welcome. Hey, hey. Lynn Curson smiled awkwardly. At this moment, explosions had already occurred on the playground. A large group of bodyguards rushed out from all directions and began to clear the students on the playground. Until all the students were driven out of the playground, the bodyguards stayed around and observed the movements around them. The students who didn't know what was going on stood outside the playground and observed the situation. I want to see what exactly happened. What's going on? Why are there so many armed bodyguards suddenly here? I don't know. Is some important person coming to our school? But I haven't heard of any important person coming. Yes, with such a big scene, wouldn't it have spread throughout the school in the past week? That's right. According to the principal's character, he would have definitely asked us to hold a welcoming ceremony a week in advance. Isn't this a surprise inspection? The students who were surrounding the playground looked at the situation and began to talk about it. While everyone was talking, a sharp-eyed student saw that a private plane seemed to appear in the sky, and that private plane slowly approached the playground. Fuck, look, there's a plane over there. Don't say those useless things. This old trick has been used countless times. I have not been fooled for a long time. There really is a plane. It looks like some big shot is coming to our school. Oh my God, isn't our school going to become the most watched school in the city? Many students were surprised when they saw the plane. However, except for those classmates who were surprised, even the teachers and the principal of the school stopped what they were doing and came to the playground in person. To be honest, with such a big scene, even the principal didn't know what was going on. Professor Lee followed behind the principal, brows furrowed, observing the situation around him. As the plane slowly sat on the playground, under everyone's attention, Professor Chin walked down from the plane. Although Professor Chin's figure is a little old, his domineering aura cannot be concealed. His aura was fully open, immediately suppressing all the students around him. Is that Professor Chin? That shouldn't be the case, right? If it really was Professor Chin, how could such an important figure not be notified in advance? Maybe he arrived suddenly? Or maybe the principal didn't know that Professor Chin would come to our school. Professor Chin's reputation is well known in the streets and alleys. His scientific research achievements are fruitful and countless. How could he possibly come to our school? That's right. It seems someone offered 50 million before, but Professor Chin didn't come out. After seeing Professor Chin getting off the plane, all the students present were stunned at first. Then he quickly cleared up the doubt on his face. However, after seeing what happened afterwards, the hearts of the students present were filled with regret. Once again, I was brought to the climax. Chapter 67, shocking everyone. After the principal carefully observed Professor Chin, who got off the plane, his originally puzzled expression suddenly became clear. Is that Professor Chin? Even Professor Lee became a little uneasy when he saw Professor Chin. It has to be said that even Professor Lee is Professor Chin's most loyal fan. Yes, isn't this Professor Chin? The principal patted his thigh and said. Then the principal came forward with a smile to welcome us. Oh, Hello, hello. You said you came here suddenly without telling us in advance, so we're not prepared at all. The principal walked up to Professor Chin, bowed, and nodded, his face full of respect. Um, Professor Chin looked serious and glanced at the principal. I mean, you came too suddenly. The principal was probably too excited and didn't know how to express himself. When will I come? Do I need to report to you? Professor Chin glanced at the principal and asked in confusion. That's not necessary. You can come whenever you want. You can do it any way you want. The principal immediately understood what Professor Chin meant and quickly spoke with a smile. Professor Chin, I am your reader. The papers you wrote and some of your research projects are so insightful. If it can really be implemented, it can definitely promote a major scientific advancement. Professor Lee also had a smile on his face at this moment, walking beside Professor Chin. Professor Chin glanced at Professor Lee, then showed a domineering and disdainful look and continued walking forward. As for your school, I originally didn't want to come, but I had no choice. There's a master in your school. I was forced to come here. If you want to thank someone, you should thank that master. Professor Chin did not directly say Su Hang's name, because at the beginning, Lao Lin did not expose Su Hang. Master, upon hearing the news, the principal and Professor Lee were immediately confused. They thought about it over and over again, but could not find any information about the so-called master. To be more precise, it is not that the principal lacks confidence in his students, but the principal felt that no matter how excellent those students were, they would definitely not be able to alarm Professor Chin. You are the principal of such a big Buddha, and you just ignore it. Professor Chin saw that the principal did not seem to be playing dumb, so he spoke frankly. The principal felt even more ashamed after hearing what Professor Chin said. I kept thinking in my mind, what kind of God is this? Could it alarm Professor Chin? Professor Lee? Have you seen anyone like this recently? Naturally, the principal is not clear about the scientific research projects. In desperation, he could only look to Professor Lee for advice. In this case, Professor Lee was thinking, and only one candidate popped into his mind. That was the Lin group that had called him before. When talking about the Lin group, we must mention Lin Hao. Could it be Lin Hao? After thinking for a while, Professor Lee said the man's name. Lin Hao. The principal was also stunned. The principal also has some understanding of his students. The principal is particularly familiar with those students with good family backgrounds. Therefore, the principal has already remembered Lin Hao's name. The young master of the Lin group, Lin Hao. If that's the case, then he does have the ability. The principal also echoed. Are you talking about Lin Hao? Professor Chin heard Professor Lee and the principal speaking in unison. He also roughly understood in his mind that the person he was helping this time should be called Lin Hao. That's right, you must have been invited by the Lin group, so you came to our school. If you look at it this way, then we are all benefiting from Lin Hao, right? Ha! The principal quickly responded. That seems to be true. The person who negotiated the contract with me seemed to be called Lao Lin. There's a Lin in each name, so they should be from the Lin group. Professor Chin pondered for a moment and spoke in a low voice. That's right, it's him. Professor Lee slapped his thigh and instantly showed an expression of joy. Professor Lee himself did not expect that the Lin group would be so powerful that it could invite Professor Chin. So, are you here to give a lecture? Or come? The principal asked indirectly. Neither. I came here to assist the Lin Hao you mentioned to complete scientific research results. Just take me to the lab. Professor Chin also spoke directly to the point. Go to the lab. Hearing this, the principal was momentarily confused. The principal quickly turned his gaze to Professor Lee. The laboratory is currently occupied by Su Hang. If Professor Chin knew about this, he would definitely criticize the principal. If it was just a simple meal from the same batch, that would be fine. Once the news spread, the school rented out the laboratory in order to make money. Wouldn't the reputation of this school be ruined? I weighed the future in school against the money I could earn now. The principal immediately understood which was more important. However, the principal certainly could not complete this task, so he could only give Professor Lee a wink and ask him to complete it. When Professor Lee saw the principal's expression, he naturally understood what he meant. Professor Lee was also unwilling to do so. I thought to myself, you old fox, when it comes to making money, you make your own decisions. Something went wrong, and now I have to take the blame. So, you have a final say on all good things. Just go if you're told to go. Why are there so many things to do? Seeing that Professor Lee was somewhat reluctant, the principal directly ordered him to leave. What? Can I go to the lab now? Professor Chin was walking in front and stopped immediately, looking at the principal and Professor Lee with some confusion. No, no. You are so welcome to our school. You can go wherever you want to go. It's completely free. The principal quickly explained. Then what are you waiting for? Take me to the lab. Professor Chin raised his voice and spoke directly. Only, the lab is a bit messy right now. If you go over now, I'm afraid it will bother you. We must definitely clean up the lab before going there. The principal explained word by word. While explaining, the principal kept winking at Professor Lee. Professor Lee also felt the pressure from the principal and had no choice but to turn around and leave. Well, in that case, let's go sit in your office first. Professor Chin paused and replied. Chapter 68, Big Misunderstanding. After leaving, Professor Lee ran towards the laboratory in a hurry. The students who were watching around were also stunned. You know, Professor Lee's status is not as high as Professor Chin's. That's at the professor level, and his age is also a bit old. He ran towards the laboratory panting, which must be because something happened there. Before Lenovo, Professor Lee took all the scientific research teachers away, and he directly scolded Su Hang. If the two things are connected to each other, people around you will instantly understand what is going on with you. This must be an attempt to quickly get Su Hang out and free up the laboratory. Did you see that? How big of a mistake did Su Hang make that he actually alarmed Professor Chin to come to our school in person? Who says it's not true? Professor Chin came to our school, and even the principal didn't know about it. This shows how serious the matter is. Professor Lee is so flustered. It seems that he's also nervous about what is happening right now. That's great. I guess Su Hang will be kicked out if he doesn't use the lab for a day. The classmates around him, while discussing the matter, were also worried about Su Hang. Iron. Su Hang, who was in the laboratory, was originally studying the machine. Suddenly I sneezed, and I felt like someone was saying bad things about me behind my back. What's going to happen again? Su Hang wiped his nose and muttered to himself helplessly. The moment Su Hang said this, he heard dense footsteps in a laboratory corridor. Su Hang showed a hint of doubt, but it quickly disappeared. Okay, the teacher I found should have arrived. Su Hang looked at Su Chao and Lin Kerson and said in a firm tone, Boss Su, don't blame me for being so talkative. Judging from the footsteps, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Su Chao walked to Su Hang's side and expressed his inner thoughts. Su Hang showed a hint of doubt. Bung. While Su Hang was puzzled, the door of the laboratory classroom was kicked open. Then, Su Hang saw Professor Lee standing at the door, panting, bent over with his hands on his knees. Then he half raised his head and looked towards Su Hang's position. You, get out of the lab. Professor Lee pointed directly at Su Hang and spoke in such a serious tone. What? Su Hang was also stunned. Wow, I spent so much money, hired so many people, and did so many things. Get yourself out of the lab now. Grandmas? What kind of situation is this? So all the sacrifices I made before were in vain? All the money spent was fed to the dogs. Or rather, what misunderstanding exists here? Wait a minute. I wonder if there's something that I haven't solved yet. Su Hang originally wanted to explain, but unexpectedly, 3 security guards rushed out from behind Professor Lee. Without saying a word, he rushed into the laboratory, carried Su Hang, and walked out of the laboratory. Both of you, like him, all leave the lab. Professor Lee pointed at Su Chao and Lin Kerson and said, what on earth is going on here? Su Chao was a little confused. Even though he was helpless, he saw Su Hang was asked to leave. Naturally, it would be impossible for Su Chao and Lin Kerson to continue staying in the laboratory. Look, Su Hang has been carried out. Ha! This brat was so arrogant just now. Why is he so arrogant now? He must be getting his comeuppance. Then, with such a powerful background, even Su Hang has to keep his tail between his legs. Don't talk about useless things for now. Have you heard? That Professor Chin is here for Lin Hao. Now, anyone who can please Lin Hao will have the opportunity to get Professor Chin's autograph, including a photo. Really? Wow, that's great. I wanted to ask Professor Chin some questions for a long time, but I never had the chance. Thank you, Lin Hao. Thank you, Lin Group. The Lin Group is really awesome. When Su Hang was driven to the door of the laboratory, the classmates who were waiting to take advantage of Su Hang's misfortune began to cheer loudly. Although Su Chao and Lin Kerson were a little embarrassed, it was only slightly obvious. At this moment, the most embarrassed person was Su Hang. Only Su Hang was the calmest at this moment, with no fluctuations on his face. What are you so proud of? He invited Professor Chin. What does he have to do with Lin Hao? I paid Professor Chin to do this, and now I can give all the credit to Lin Hao. Su Hang raised his voice and shouted out his inner thoughts. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Su Hang's words. Student Su, I didn't bother with you because you were law-abiding. But this matter is very serious. Whoever it is will be punished. Professor Chin has already admitted that it was someone from the Lin group who invited us, not Lin Hao. Could it be you, Lin Suong? Why did you change your last name? Professor Lee turned to look at Su Hang and asked seriously. That's right, Su Hang, don't flatter yourself. You're awesome for being able to rent a laboratory. Your reputation can invite Professor Chin? I don't believe it at all. Who said it wasn't true? Su Hang. You can brag and disrespect everyone here, but you must never disrespect Professor Chin. Damn it. If he dares to disrespect Professor Chin, I will fight him right now. Seeing so many classmates speaking so eloquently, Su Hang subconsciously began to doubt himself. Could it be that Lao Lin made a mistake? Could it be that the teacher that Lao Lin was looking for hasn't arrived yet? In other words, the teacher that Lao Lin was looking for was intercepted by the Lin group? These doubts remained in Su Hang's heart. If this is really the case, then Su Hang is willing to admit defeat. The power of money cannot accomplish this. That means God wants to kill me. Su Hang did not continue to quibble. Instead, I accepted this matter indirectly. Okay, the lab will be here. Once things are clear, we can do whatever you say. Su Hang said while standing at the door of the laboratory. Humph, you're smart. Professor Lee left a message, turned around, and walked towards the principal's office. After all, Professor Chin is in the office now, and Professor Lee also has some questions he wants to ask Professor Chin. When Professor Lee was about to reach the office door, he found that the principal's office was already surrounded by people. Most of them are students who want to ask questions. Chapter 69, Public Apology. Of course, there are also some people who come here to please Lin Hao. Being able to invite someone of Professor Chin's caliber, their own strength must be extraordinary. Therefore, if I could please Lin Hao, wouldn't it be easy for me to see Professor Chin at any time in the future? As the current fake protagonist Lin Hao, in such an occasion, it is impossible not to show up. After all, Professor Chin came here for him, right? Student Lin, please sit down. You said you have such ability. Why don't you say it earlier? If I had known that you had the ability to invite Professor Chin, I would definitely not have given up the laboratory. When the principal was about to say the rest of the sentence, he stopped in an instant. Because Professor Chin is also in the office now. As the saying goes, don't air your dirty laundry in public. The principal scratched his head awkwardly, then looked at Lin Hao. Well, Mr. Lin, can you please make an exception and allow Professor Chin to give a lecture? Look at all the students outside. They are all here for Professor Chin. If there is no lecture, then I know I did something wrong before. After this is over, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The principal looked at Lin Hao and spoke every word with sincerity. Haha, now you know the reputation of my Lin group. Lin Hao is also confused now. He didn't quite understand it in his mind, so he just told his father about what happened at school. Could it be that your own father has invited Professor Chin to come and cheer you on? This is obviously a little unlikely, right? How much does it cost just to be angry? This unexpected wealth made it difficult for Lin Hao to control himself for a while. However, looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that they were indeed coming towards him. If this is true, then isn't this my chance for revenge? Suhang, aventa you asom. With such a powerful background like mine, I wonder how you can still make trouble. Lin Hao did not answer the principal at the first time, but muttered something in a low voice. Student Lin. The principal saw that Lin Hao was a little distracted and called out to him in a low voice. Ahem. Well, I will consider the matter you mentioned carefully, but before that, I have a request. I'm very upset with Su Hang. Ask him to apologize to me in front of all the classmates. Then I can consider your problem. Lin Hao went straight to the point. After all, the person in front of me is the principal, and I can't do anything too excessive. It shouldn't be too much to apologize, right? No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll do it now. When the principal heard that Lin Hao agreed to his request, he immediately became happy. On the other side, Su Hang stood at the door of the laboratory, looking at the sparse classmates in front of him. Most of them have already left. After all, after watching the excitement here, there are better shows over there. Who would keep shouting and killing a down-and-out rat? At this moment, Su Hang took out his phone and directly dialed Lao Lin's cell phone. Boss Su, do you have any instructions? Lao Lin asked in a strong tone. Lao Lin, I was quite satisfied with your previous work style, but your handling of this last matter was not good enough. I asked you to find the most prestigious teacher in the city, but you didn't find the one you found. Instead, someone found a teacher, and he showed up. I think his name is Professor Chin. I heard he's quite famous. He was hired by the Lin Group. What are you doing? Su-heng spoke out all the doubts in his heart in one breath. When Lao Lin heard what Su-heng said, his face was instantly filled with question marks. Because Lao Lin knew best, the first person he found was Professor Chin. There cannot be any duplicate names, and they are professors of the same status. Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. Professor Chin is here to see you. After pondering for a moment, Lao Lin directly told the truth of the matter. What the hell? Instead, Su-heng began to feel confused. Boss Su, don't worry. Professor Chin is looking for you. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. I can just give them a call and let them know. No big problem. Lao Lin then hurriedly explained. Okay, go ahead and do it. By the way, why hasn't the information about the Lin Group that I asked you to investigate been sent to my phone yet? Su-heng asked back. I'll be right there. Lao Lin zet ponde. After hanging up the phone, the puzzled expression on Su-heng's face disappeared instantly. Relaxation and joy followed. It turns out that I'm the ultimate winner in the end. Lin Hao and the Lin Group are nothing but clowns. Boss Su, what should we do now? Su Chao, who was standing next to him, saw that things had developed to this point and had no choice but to ask Su-heng for advice. You two, just put your hearts in peace now. This matter is not as complicated as you think. Su-heng spoke in a brisk tone. Boss Su, what do you mean? Su Chao was a little confused for a moment. It's okay, just wait and see. Su-heng responded simply. As soon as Su-heng finished speaking, he turned around and saw the principal walking towards his seat. It's the principal. Su Chao also saw the principal's footsteps. The principal stopped in front of Su-heng and showed a helpless expression. Student Su, I know you have money, but this problem seems to be something that cannot be solved even with money. You seem to have offended Lin Hao, but the Lin Group personally came forward and invited Professor Chin to take charge, and Lin Hao asked you to apologize to him in person. Look at the commotion this has caused. Actually, I don't want to see your classmates become enemies, but for the sake of a large number of classmates and the reputation of the school, can you please put aside your grievance for a moment and sincerely apologize to Lin Hao? After the principal walked up to Su-heng, he began to talk. On the surface, it seemed that the principal was discussing with Su-heng. In fact, it is not difficult to hear that Su-heng has no choice now. First, Professor Chin was moved out, then the Lin Group was moved out, and finally all the teachers and students in the school were moved out. The principal made it very clear. Su-heng, if you refuse, you will offend everyone. If you want to continue staying in school in the future, don't count on it. I'm afraid that wherever I go, people will scold me. Su-heng is so smart. How could he not understand the meaning of the principal's words? Okay, no problem. Su-heng agreed to the principal's words without any hesitation. The principal was also stunned by Su-heng's straightforward answer. Chapter 70, Forced to Do Something. The principal obviously did not expect Su-heng to agree so readily. He was slightly stunned, and then he smiled with satisfaction. That's right, classmate Su. We are all classmates. Is there anything that we can't communicate about properly? I believe that after you apologize to Lin Hao, the misunderstanding between you can be resolved and you can still be good friends. The principal didn't think much about it. After all, in his eyes, Su-heng was just a student. What bad intentions could a student have? Su-heng did not answer, but just nodded silently. Although Su-heng appears calm on the outside, he is not calm inside. He had already thought of 10,000 ways to embarrass Lin Hao, targeting yourself everywhere. At first, Su-heng didn't want to care about Lin Hao. I didn't want to get involved in the so-called Lin Group, but now look what happened. For something to happen, it's impossible not to intervene. If we continue to indulge them, they will end up shitting on our own heads in the future. Okay, then I'll go back and tell classmate Lin now. It just so happens that classmate Lin promised me that Professor Chin would teach at the school. Just apologize in front of all the teachers and students. I have to say that this principal appears to be amiable on the surface, but he is really good at insulting others. Knowing that Su-heng was a tough guy, apologizing was like rubbing salt on his dignity. And I have to do it in front of so many teachers and students. How will Su-heng survive in school? How will he brag? After the principal said the last sentence, he turned around and left without waiting for Su-heng to answer. After the principal left, Su Chao and Lin Kersen could no longer sit still. Isn't this long jump on the toilet? Su Chao blurted out these words. What do you mean? Lin Kersen was a little confused. I thought, how does the principal's behavior have anything to do with the toilet and long jump? Pass the shit. Su Chao then gave the final answer. This, you still know more. Lin Kursin immediately gave Su Chao a thumbs up. Even a good student like her had to admire Su Chao in front of her. Now is not the time to talk about this. Now is the time to find a way to help President Su out of this predicament. Think about it. That was an apology in front of all the teachers and students. Doesn't that just fulfill their wishes? I'm afraid that Mr. Su will have to keep his head down in school from now on. Su Chao's face was full of helplessness as he spoke word by word. That's a problem, but there's nothing we can do, right? Lin Kursin responded helplessly. Nothing can be done. If nothing can be done, we can just run away. Didn't Lin Hao also break his promise in front of so many people? We will also break our promise. Whoever wants to apologize can do so. We won't go. Su Chao told us what he was thinking of at the moment. You two are so worried about my affairs. Why are you running? A real man should be able to bend and stretch himself. Don't compare me to that coward Lin Hao. It's just an apology. Just go ahead. Su Hang interrupted the conversation between Su Chao and Lin Kursin, and his expression became unusually firm. Ah! Lin Kursin and Su Chao both showed surprised expressions. But you don't have to be too anxious, because it's not certain who will have the last laugh. Then, the corners of Su Hang's mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident expression. Su Chao and Lin Kursin saw Su Hang's confident expression. I didn't ask any more questions at the first time. Just a look of confusion on his face. On the other side, the principal returned to the office and found Lin Hao, and told Lin Hao about the situation on Su Hang's side. We will hold a teaching class now, and then let classmates Su apologize to you in front of all the teachers and students in the school. After that, you call Professor Qin to give them a lesson. Do you think this is satisfactory? The principal walked up to Lin Hao and asked with some confusion. Okay, let's do this. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and then answered. Then do you want to communicate with Professor Qin now? The principal said, rubbing his hands. No need for that. Professor Qin was invited by our Lin group and will definitely obey my orders. Lin Hao spoke confidently, straightening his back as he spoke. It was as if Professor Qin really came here for him, and the principal standing beside. He believed it and nodded repeatedly and told Professor Li to open the largest lecture hall in the school. The largest lecture hall can accommodate hundreds of people. The school also opens during important holidays or when important people come. Normally, this lecture hall will not be used. Clear. When Professor Li heard the principal's instructions, he became more active in his work. Not for any other reason, but because the protagonist of this time is Professor Qin, whom he wants to meet day and night. Lin Hao walked up to Professor Qin. Student Lin, can we go to the lab now? Seeing Lin Hao, Professor Qin put down the cup in his hand and asked, There's no rush yet. Ahem. Since the teachers and classmates at school welcome you so much, why don't you give them a lesson first? Lin Hao went straight to the point. Professor Qin was a little confused at first. He thought to himself, I didn't attend classes when I signed the contract. This time, yes. At that time, it meant helping a classmate with a scientific research project. Then all the way to the scientific research competition. Why is there another lecture now? It's not that Professor Qin is unhappy. It's just that the money for giving lectures and the money for teaching students. The two must definitely be distinguished. You can't just take the salary of one job and do two jobs, right? Mr. Lin, that's not what we said when we negotiated the contract. After thinking for a moment, Professor Qin asked politely. When Lin Hao heard what Professor Qin said, his heart skipped a beat. But then he looked at the principal standing next to him. If I compromise, wouldn't all the reputation I had built up before be in vain? Ahem, it's just a class, you just talk about it casually, and that's it. Lin Hao paused and replied. Student Lin, this is not just because of one class. Professor Qin's face was full of suspicion. Just speak when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We at Lin's group invited you to come here, and we paid you. Seeing that Professor Qin was a little stubborn, Lin Hao started to get angry. However, this is exactly what Professor Qin hates the most. Professor Qin's mouth twitched, revealing an awkward smile, and he squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Hao in front of him. Professor Qin, now that we've come to this point, why don't you just agree to what Lin wants? Chapter 71, Waiting for a Call. We are all your loyal listeners. The principal noticed that there was some tension in the air and stepped forward to try to mediate. However, Professor Qin simply raised his arm and interrupted the principal's next words. Okay, I understand. Professor Qin seemed to have agreed to Lin Hao's request, but judging from the expression on his face, he was obviously unhappy. We in the Lin group have plenty of money. If you perform well in the end, we treat you unfairly. Lin Hao did not forget to add one sentence at the end. It can be said that he did not even take Professor Chin seriously. Professor Chin was pressed directly to the ground, rubbed, and then stepped on madly. Professor Chin is a noble being, after all. He was filled with anger at having allowed a younger generation to treat him like this. However, the initial contract had already been negotiated, and going back on it now would only damage his reputation further. I thought, I must have mistaken the dog. I'll just have to finish the things here, and then go back and settle the score with old Lin. Student Lin, please stop talking. The principal also noticed that Professor Chin seemed a little unhappy, and his expression became nervous. I was afraid that Lin Hao would mess this up. What are you afraid of? He's here for the money. We at the Lin group have plenty of money. Lin Hao didn't take it seriously and became more and more arrogant as he spoke. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? As for teaching you scientific research projects, let's talk about it later. Professor Chin said this and made a gesture of invitation. Then please come this way. The principal also quickly made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Professor Chin should go first. Because the lecture hall is given by Professor Chin, a scientific research professor and a well-known figure in the city. The news quickly spread throughout the school, and within just a few minutes, most of the students rushed to the school's largest lecture hall. Everyone wants to find a good location. For a moment, Professor Chin had not arrived yet, but the classroom, which was as big as half a football field, was already bustling with people and almost full. Then, Professor Chin slowly walked into the classroom. All the teachers and students present stood up and began to applaud. Professor Chin motioned for everyone to sit down. Just as Professor Chin was preparing to give an impromptu speech and explain his research results, Lin Hao stood up directly from his seat. Professor Chin, please don't be anxious. Before you start your lecture, I have another show that I need to perform for everyone. Lin Hao spoke very gently, as if he was the one who dominated this class. Being suddenly interrupted by Lin Hao, where would Professor Chin's face go? And he was so rude to me in front of so many teachers and students. Professor Chin's inner anger has begun to burn gradually. Yes, there is a poor student in our school. Student Lin Hao also wants this poor student to apologize to all the teachers and students. Professor Li quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. Professor Chin said nothing and just watched the performances in front of him. Is there a poor student in school? You have to apologize in front of me? What kind of logic is this? This clearly shows that he does not take Professor Chin seriously. What else can Professor Chin say? If you accept a contract yourself, you have to accept it even if it means you have to bear the consequences. What else can he do? Who can save him now? If you want to blame someone, blame him for misjudging the person at that time. Then hurry up. I'm pressed for time. In the end, Professor Chin could only give a symbolic response. Su Hang, come in by yourself. Professor Li shouted towards the classroom door. Su Hang walked to the podium slowly and stood side by side with Professor Chin. Those who knew thought Su Hang came to apologize. If you don't know, you might think Su Hang is also a teacher or Professor Chin's assistant or something like that. It turns out to be Master Su, the boastful king of Class 3. Ha! I remember this kid was still showing off in the morning, wasn't he? Who says it's not true? I acted pretentiously in the morning and was sanctioned in the evening. This is really refreshing. If you ask me, our CEO Lin is really awesome. He finally subdued Su Hang. Now he's here to apologize. It's so embarrassing, especially in front of so many people. If it were me, I would just find a rat hole and crawl into it. Don't even mention you. If it were me, I would just not come. Not coming would at most damage my reputation. If I apologize, my dignity would be crushed to the ground. You should all stop talking and calm down and see how our young Master Su is going to apologize. When Su Hang came out, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became lively. Su Hang was not at all panicked. He just quietly glanced at the people who were present. Everyone be quiet. Professor Li stood up, turned around, and looked at all the students, making a silent gesture. It's over. President Su has really lost face this time. Su Chao stood at the door, glanced into the classroom, and muttered something in a low voice. Su Hang apologized. Lin Kersen, who was standing next to Su Chao, also showed a puzzled expression. Not yet. President Su seems to be planning something. Su Chao observed Su Hang's expression and replied, brewing. Lin Kersen was even more suspicious, and for a moment, she didn't understand Su Hang's inner thoughts. After Professor Li's voice fell, the classroom returned to its initial calm. Everyone was staring at Su Hang on the podium. There is no one who doesn't want to see Su Hang make a fool of himself. Su Hang did not make any movement at the first moment, but just kept smiling. Su Hang, you are in this situation now. Can you still laugh? Lin Hao became even more angry when he saw that Su Hang was not afraid, but became happy. Su Hang, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Weren't you very proud at that time? Why aren't you proud now? I think you're now like a pig on the chopping board, a lamb to be slaughtered. At this moment, Lin Ru, who had been very angry, also started to scold. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction with him, Su Hang slowly closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hang, what are you waiting for? Who do you think you are? You want us all to wait for you. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Are you standing there like a wooden man? That's right. What qualifications do you have to stand with Professor Chin? Apologize immediately and get out of here as far as you can. You are really embarrassing us in Class 3. Seeing that Su Hang remained silent, everyone began to feel anxious. But Su Hang remained indifferent because he was waiting. What are you waiting for? Waiting for a call. That's right. It was a call from Lao Lin. Because now, Su Hang himself knows that it is a misunderstanding, but Professor Chin doesn't know. The students who were there and wanted to see them make a fool of themselves knew even less. Chapter 72, A Quarrel Occurs. On the other hand, even if the students present knew, they would pretend not to know. The purpose is to make yourself look bad. About 2 more minutes passed. Just when everyone present was indignant and wanted to kick Su Hang out, Professor Chin's cell phone suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone of the cell phone immediately suppressed the noise at the scene. Professor Chin didn't know who called him at this time. I just took out my phone and took a quick look. When I saw the note on the phone screen was about Lao Lin. Professor Chin answered the phone immediately. He was already filled with anger. Now that Lao Lin calls me, isn't that just delivering it to my doorstep? Professor Chin must talk to Lao Lin in detail. All the grievances in his heart suddenly rushed to Professor Chin's throat. However, before Professor Chin had the time to speak at length, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be even more anxious than he was. Oh, why can't I get through to your phone? How come you recognized the wrong person when you just passed by? I asked you to find Su Hang, not some Lin Hao, and you didn't even mention the damn Lin Group. What the hell is the Lin Group? You almost messed up everything. Can you still stop it? Lao Lin told everything in one breath. When Professor Chin heard this, he froze in place for a moment. What the hell? Am I mistaken? But after I came to the school, both the professors and the principal of this school were talking about a boy named Lin Hao, right? Professor Chin was completely confused. It's Su Hang, Su Hang, Su Hang. Don't make the mistake. Lao Lin's tone was very sharp, and Su Hang, who was standing next to Professor Chin, heard it clearly. Professor Chin was even more stunned and quickly moved the phone away from his ear. Because the sound from the phone was so loud, it was almost deafening. After hanging up the phone, Professor Chin glanced at Lin Hao in the distance, then turned his head to look at Su Hang again. Su Hang, why don't you apologize quickly? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to pry your mouth open? Lin Hao stood up and shouted loudly. Just shut up. Just stay here quietly. However, at this moment, before Su Hang could speak, Professor Chin exploded. Professor Chin pointed his index finger at Lin Hao in the distance and shouted angrily. Above all, I am the most prestigious person here. You're just a little student. How can you give orders here? How can I lose face? If you say one more word, don't blame me for telling you rudely. Professor Chin blurted out everything he wanted to say before. Not for any other reason, but because Lin Hao was not originally Professor Chin's employer. If you're not the employer, then everything will be easy. Being suddenly scolded by Professor Chin, Lin Hao was stunned on the spot. Good man, this old guy Professor Chin even gave me some face just now. Just because I received a phone call, it turned out like this? You old naughty boy. Do you know what you're talking about? Don't forget, it was our Lin group that invited you here. I'm telling you, if you don't get things done today, you won't get a penny. Lin Hao directly brought out the money again, wanting to use money to suppress Professor Chin. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Professor Chin smiled slightly. Ha ha. Okay, then tell me, how much money did your Lin group give me? Professor Chin asked calmly. Us. Give it to... Because this matter had nothing to do with Lin Hao, so naturally he didn't know about it. How would I know how much I would give you? It's our Lin group that is negotiating the contract with you. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed, but then he explained. What's going on? I don't know. Wasn't Professor Chin invited by Lin Hao? Or was it that the Lin group was only responsible for hiring people, but didn't tell President Lin how much it cost? Who knows? But I think what that classmate said is correct. Okay, stop arguing. I'm already exhausted. What the hell is going on here? It's a bit confusing indeed. Judging for what Professor Chin said, it seems that someone else invited him here, and then Lin Hao usurped his position. All the students present began to discuss the situation when they saw it. Only Su Hang stood on the podium with a calm face. Humph, you don't even know how much money to pay me, and you keep shouting here. I think you are just uneducated. If I were your father, I would beat you up sooner or later. Professor Chin disliked Lin Hao from the beginning, and now that he knew it was not the Lin group that spent the money, he became even more angry and embarrassed. Because I was too angry, I didn't even think about what I said. If I'm not mistaken, when we were negotiating the contract, you wrote 100 million on the check, right? While everyone was confused, Su Hang began to speak. After hearing Su Hang's words, everyone present fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and then they all looked towards Su Hang's position. The previous voices of discussion have now come to an abrupt halt. It's ridiculous. He was just guessing. Su Hang, you still want to show up in public at this time? Lin Hao was immediately unhappy. However, when Lin Hao wanted to say the next words, he was interrupted by Professor Chin. Yes, that's 100 million. Professor Chin agreed with Su Hang's statement. What the hell? What's going on? How did Su Hang know that he gave 100 million? No way, no way. Things have developed to this point. In this situation, there won't be any earth-shattering reversal, right? I think it's impossible because didn't Su Hang come here to apologize? If it's an apology, then it shouldn't be him. The one in front, are you stupid? If it wasn't Su Hang, how would he know how much money he gave? Okay, stop arguing. No matter what, I'm still on Mr. Lin's side. I just don't like that kid, Su Hang. You are so short-sighted that you are still on Mr. Lin's side? If you use your toes to think about it, you should be on Su Hang's side now. That's right. I support Su Hang now, not for anything else, but because I want to take a photo with Professor Chin. I stand on Mr. Lin's side. There must be some misunderstanding. Stop quarreling. You won't kill anyone by arguing like this. Just start fighting. Chapter 73 shocked the audience. All the students in the classroom are now in chaos. There are different opinions. Some support Su Hang, some support Lin Hao. Even Professor Lee and the principal fell into deep thought for a moment. There was more to the contract than just money at that time. Professor Chin is admired by everyone. He is a supreme figure. In his eyes, money is like dirt. How could he possibly be interested in that money? So, money is just an auxiliary, and it's just some remuneration for Professor Chin. The real deal is that I need Professor Chin's help in the research of the scientific research project I have. Su Hang paused and shouted arrogantly. As soon as these words were spoken, Professor Chin, whose reputation was on the verge of collapse, instantly felt a trace of warmth in his heart. That's right. Professor Chin quickly responded to Su Hang's words. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hang directly took out the drawings that Su Yusheng had given him. Then it was projected onto the wall behind me through a projector. When the students present saw the drawing of the sophisticated structure, everyone was silent, and all fell into deep thought. Professor Lee was even more exaggerated, completely disregarding his image as a teacher. He rushed directly to the podium, put on his reading glasses, and leaned against the wall to observe carefully. Exquisite, exquisite. This is really exquisite. Professor Lee kept muttering to himself. I have been in this industry for decades and have studied countless drawings, but this is the first time I have seen such an exquisite drawing. There was a hint of surprise in Professor Lee's words. Not only Professor Lee, but even Professor Chin's eyes widened immediately. Professor Chin is well-informed and doesn't need to look closely. Just a casual glance, and you will know that the drawings in front of you are absolutely unique in the world and can lead the trend. Professor Chin's heart also began to change. Originally, he just thought that what Lao Lin said at the time about cooperating with the research project was just an excuse. Now it seems that the scientific research project is real, and the money is really just an auxiliary. It turns out that the clown is himself. For the first time, Professor Chin felt guilty from the bottom of his heart. What are you so excited about? It's just a blueprint. What's the big deal? I'm telling you, I have the Lin group behind me. You all. Lin Hao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the principal. Student Lin, I think you said too much. You can go out and reflect on it now. The principal changed his usual behavior, turned to look at Lin Hao, and spoke very impolitely. Fuck it, I'm calling my father right now, and I'm telling you you're screwed. While Lin Hao was speaking, he took out his cell phone and prepared to dial the number on it. On the other side, Old Lin had already arrived at the Lin Group early and found the so-called General Lin. After some inquiries and a series of investigations, the total value of the Lin Group is around 5 billion. Lin Hao went directly to the CEO of Lin Group. We have agreed before that we will acquire your Lin Group for 7 billion. Compared to the total market value, it is still 2 billion higher. Lao Lin entered the office, got straight to the point, and took out the contract. And it is accompanied by a bank card. There are 7 billion in this card. President Lin was a little unconvinced and glanced at the bank card. Please, you can come back to sign the contract after you have finished your inquiry. Old Lin is very generous. President Lin weighed the pros and cons and then asked his secretary to check the balance in the bank card. When the secretary came back, President Lin instantly changed his serious expression. He signed the contract with a smile. In this way, Lao Lin finally acquired the Lin Group directly at a price of 7 billion. Buying the object to complete this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 7 billion renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 2. Amount obtained this time, 14 billion. Hearing the system's voice, Su Yuxing jumped up from the bed. All of a sudden, in just one day, more than 10 billion yuan was deposited directly into the account. Su Yuxing was overjoyed and quickly slapped himself in the face. He wanted to see if he was dreaming. After the slap, Su Yuxing felt the pain. It's not a dream. It's real, over 10 billion in a flash. If I continue to progress at this rate, I will be the richest man in the world in a few days, right? Su Yuxing jumped up and down on the bed happily. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. After returning to school, Lin Hao happened to call his father. In order to show off how powerful his background is, he even turned on the speakerphone. The purpose is also to let everyone present no one's own strength. Son, this is great news. There's a fool who is willing to spend 7 billion to buy our company. On the other side of the phone, people kept talking. As soon as he answered the phone, Lin Hao was hit by a bombshell. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You agree? Lin Hao asked softly. Lin Hao spoke in a very light voice, and he began to feel nervous. But now that I turned off the speakerphone, there are so many people staring at me. It definitely won't work. Of course I agreed. Our company is worth 5 billion, and they offered 7 billion. It's still cash. Can I disagree with that? Lin Hao's father spoke with excitement on his face. Hearing these words, Lin Hao suddenly felt disheartened. Son, why are you unhappy? This is a great, joyous event. Lin Hao's father continued speaking. Did you invite Professor Qin over at that time? Lin Hao could only change the subject. Professor Qin? Which Professor Qin? I don't know him. On the other end of the phone, someone responded with a puzzled look on his face. Pa! Lin Hao's last psychological defense line collapsed instantly, and the phone fell directly from his hand and fell to the ground. Son, I heard that the person who bought our company seems to be Mr. Su Hang. I've never heard of this person. Do you think he's a little bit unsophisticated? Even if the phone falls to the ground, the sound is still coming from the phone. And everyone present also heard these words. Lin Hao now wished he could just find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He lost. He lost completely and almost collapsed completely. Lin Hao was so angry that he raised his foot and kicked the phone on the ground several times. A cell phone that was originally in good condition has now turned into a pile of waste in an instant. Lin Hao's face was now red, and he couldn't even raise his head. He always felt that there was a strong pressure suppressing him. Chapter 74. Turning against one's friend. At this moment, everyone in the classroom looked at Lin Hao with cold eyes. He felt so ashamed that he wished he could just find a rat hole to crawl into. When it was most difficult to make a decision, Lin Hao suddenly thought of Professor Li. Professor Qin was not invited by the Lin Group. Professor Li spent real money to help me deal with Su Hang. Professor Li, why are you still standing there? Su Hang is standing there now, and you promised to help me deal with Su Hang. In front of all the teachers and students in the school, Lin Hao shouted loudly directly to Professor Li. Good job. Lin Hao is indeed brainless. Now he was the only one who got into the water and became the public enemy. Now Professor Li has been dragged into this again. Professor Li was originally sticking his butt out, concentrating on studying the drawings above. After hearing what Lin Hao said, he immediately became furious and almost jumped up from the ground. Student Lin, what do you mean? I've always been fair. How can I not know who is right and who is wrong? Professor Li started to defend himself directly. When Lin Hao heard what Professor Li said, he pointed his index finger directly at him. I am who I am. This is who I am. Professor Li Raturta. Okay, the Lin Group will not give you any more money. Lin Hao subconsciously has not yet accepted that the Lin Group has already been owned by Su Hang. Isn't the Lin Group owned by Su Hang? Professor Lee gave a reminder. Lin Hao almost vomited blood on the spot. It seems like we really saw it wrong. It turns out that Su Hang is the one who has the last laugh. This is simply destroying our worldview. Who is Su Hang? Judging from the current situation, he must be more powerful than the Lin Group. After all, he directly acquired the Lin Group. I don't know. Look at the blueprint above. It's not hard to tell from the structure of the blueprint that this was definitely directed by an expert. Great, great. I'm ashamed of myself now. Before, I was so stupid that I wanted to laugh at Su Hang's joke. The students in the classroom began to discuss. Su Hang was still just standing on the podium, his eyes calm and without the slightest emotion. Okay, since everyone was so unwelcoming to me before, I will leave now. Su Hang said this and directly put away the drawings on the table. As the drawings were put away, the drawings reflected on the wall also disappeared. There are also some students who love learning and were originally studying with great interest. The drawing disappeared, and I was stunned for a moment. Even Professor Lee put away his previous serious expression and walked to Su Hang with a flattering look on his face. Student Su, don't you think this was just a misunderstanding? If I knew you had such an amazing blueprint, I would never kick you out of the lab, even if you kill me. Professor Lee spoke very firmly, as if things would really develop that way. Oh, really? Su Hang turned and looked at Professor Lee and asked, I promise it's true. Professor Lee quickly began to swear. So can I own that lab now? Su Hang changed his tone and asked, No problem. Absolutely no problem. After this, anyone who dares to say no will be against me. Professor Lee spoke with confidence. What about him? Su Hang pointed to Lin Hao's position in the distance. Please ask Lin to leave. Our school cannot accommodate students like him. Then go through the procedures for missing school. Professor Lee gave a direct and clear answer. Su Hang nodded slightly, indicating that he was somewhat satisfied. Okay, if there are students who want to study this blueprint, they can find my assistant, Ku Xian. But only the lucky ones can study the blueprints with me. Su Hang paused, holding up the drawing in his hand, and said. At this moment, Su Chao, who was standing at the door, heard Su Hang calling Lin Kersen. He quickly pulled Lin Kersen behind him, rushed into the classroom, and ran up to the podium. She is Lin Kersen. Of course, my name is Su Chao. Su Chao said with a slight smile. Hello. It was the first time for Lin Kersen to face so many students. She felt a little embarrassed and shy for a moment. After that, Su Hang turned around and left the classroom without saying a word. Seeing Su Hang leaving, Professor Qin hurriedly followed Su Hang. The principal stood in the distance and watched a lecture being ruined. He didn't dare say a word more. After treating Su Hang like that back then, I can't go and beg him now, right? Regardless of whether you agree or not, the principal will lose face. Student Su, it was my misjudgment at that time. Is our previous contract still valid? Professor Qin took the initiative to find Su Hang and asked him seriously. Of course, Su Hang replied. Professor Qin only showed a relaxed expression at this moment. This time, Professor Qin was not doing it for the money, but it is indeed for the study of drawings. If the things on this blueprint are successfully researched, then Professor Qin's life can come to a perfect end. Su Hang went straight to the laboratory, and Professor Qin followed closely behind. Su Chao and Lin Kersen chatted for a few words, then left in a hurry and returned to the laboratory. As soon as Su Chao entered the laboratory, he saw Professor Qin, the old naughty boy, holding a magnifying glass, lie directly on the table to study the drawings. Professor Qin is in his 60s or 70s after all, so this action is obviously indecent. But so what? Under the temptation of the drawings, Professor Qin has completely disregarded his own image. Wonderful. This blueprint is really wonderful. Professor Qin spoke excitedly while studying the drawings on the table. His eyes were shining with eagerness, as if this blueprint was a treasure, and he is discovering the secret step by step. When Su Chao saw Professor Qin like this, he couldn't help but get excited. This drawing was taken out by Su Hang. If the research can be successful, it will be a major contribution to the entire scientific community. Professor Qin, do you think the things on this blueprint can be successfully researched? Su Chao couldn't help but ask. Professor Qin raised his head and glanced at Su Chao with a smile. The things on this drawing are priceless. If we can succeed in this research, it will be a great contribution to the science of our city. Professor Qin spoke in a firm tone. After hearing what Professor Chin said, Su Chao's excitement became even more difficult to suppress. He took a deep breath and decided to devote himself to this research. Student Su, I'm here to help. At this moment, Professor Li's voice appeared at the door of the laboratory. Chapter 75, Not Fighting for Bread, but for Dignity. Su Heng turned around and saw that Professor Li and other scientific research teachers were also present. Because he had some conflicts with Professor Li before, Su Heng did not seem very happy when Professor Li came. At that time, I kicked myself out of the laboratory in front of so many classmates. My goodness, now he comes to me again to study the drawings? What kind of thing is this? Doesn't this clearly mean that you are just a casual person? If you want to be kicked out of the laboratory, you could be kicked out of the laboratory. If you want to come back, you can come back. If you don't fight for the steam buns, you must fight for your dignity. Oh, but I didn't invite you to come, Su Heng asked directly. When Professor Li, who was standing at the door, heard Su Heng's question, he was stunned for a moment. Professor Chin came over quickly and patted Su Heng on the shoulder to ease the tense atmosphere. Student Su, don't be like this. Professor Li and others are here to help us complete this research. Su Heng looked at Professor Chin, then at Professor Li and the other scientific research teachers, and felt a little shaken. He knew that this research could not be accomplished by him alone and required teamwork. Well, since you are all here, let's study it together. Su Heng finally compromised. Professor Li and others breathed a sigh of relief, entered the laboratory, and began to study the drawings. After several hours of research, they finally found some clues, but there were still many problems that remained unsolved. We need more time to study this drawing. Professor Chin looked at everyone and said, I have an idea. Su Heng suddenly said, we can directly put what is on the drawing into practice. No, if that's the case, it will cost a lot of money. As soon as Su Heng said this, he was rejected by Professor Chin. Yes, if we go straight into practice before we figure out all the problems. If you encounter a problem, you have to start over again, which is not only time-consuming, but also financially demanding. Professor Li nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with Professor Chin's point of view. It's better than staring at a blueprint and not being able to come up with a solution, right? Su Heng responded. Su Heng's words caused everyone to think deeply. They all knew that practice was the only criterion for testing truth, but they also understood the price that practice required. Su Heng, your idea does make sense, but we also need to consider the actual situation. Professor Chin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's do this in 2 steps. First, we continued to study the drawings and identify all the problems we could while looking for alternative solutions. If we still can't solve the problem in the end, then we will consider practical operations. Professor Chin expressed what he was thinking at the moment. Su Heng nodded, indicating that he accepted Professor Chin's suggestion. Everyone agreed, and they started a new round of research. Time passes quietly, and everyone's research is becoming more and more in-depth. Perhaps it's because the temptation of the drawings is too great. The people present were so busy that they forgot about eating. Su Heng didn't have so much free time, so he stayed in the laboratory and watched them study the drawings. Su Heng walked out of the laboratory alone and breathed the fresh air outside. In the blink of an eye, it's already dark. Su Heng looked towards the distant horizon and muttered to himself. At this moment, Su Heng suddenly remembered that Lu Shi was still at his home. I wonder how Lu Shi rested these 2 days. After what happened last time, Lu Shi was probably also frightened. After thinking about it, Su Heng directly dialed Lu Shi's number. The phone rang for a long time and was finally connected. Hello. Lu Shi's voice sounded a little tired. Lu Shi, are you still there? Su Heng asked with concern. Yeah, I'm here. Lu Shi answered softly. How did you rest these 2 days? Su Heng continued to ask. It's okay, but I'm a little sleepy. Lu Shi said somewhat helplessly. Did what happened last time scare you? Su Heng asked softly. A little bit, but I think that was an accident. Lu Shi said thoughtfully. I'm sorry for scaring you. I failed to protect you at that time. Su Heng expressed its apologies. It doesn't matter. It's all over now. Lu Shi said with a slight laugh. The two chatted for a while before Su Heng hung up the phone. He secretly swore in his heart that he must be more careful in the future and not let Lu Shi get hurt again. At this time, it was completely dark. Su Heng took a deep breath, feeling the tranquility and beauty of the night. Suddenly, Su Heng saw a dark shadow passing through the woods not far in front of him. Su Heng was stunned at first, then quickly put the phone into his pocket. Su Heng sprinted towards the location where the black figure disappeared. He took big steps, and his heart beat rapidly, but he didn't know why. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He rushed into the woods, which seemed particularly deep and silent in the dark night. Only Su Hang's rapid breathing and footsteps echoed in the silence. Su Hang widened his eyes, trying hard to find the trace of the black shadow. However, when he came to the place where the black shadow disappeared, but he found no trace on the ground, as if the black shadow had never appeared. His heart instantly rose to his throat. He could feel that the dark shadow was nearby and was staring at him. Su Hang looked around nervously, and suddenly, his eyes fell on a big tree. His eyes suddenly widened because he saw that the dark shadow was standing on the branch of the tree, staring at him motionlessly. Su Hang's heart instantly rose to his throat. He could feel that the black shadow's eyes were full of hostility and murderous intent. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then rushed towards the black shadow. Su Hang knew very well that he had to strike first. However, just as he was about to rush to the black shadow suddenly disappeared. Su Hang stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. He knew that the shadow had not left, but was hiding in the surrounding darkness, waiting for him to make a mistake. Su Hang is now facing an extremely difficult battle. He must be extremely alert to survive this battle. Su Hang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then continued to look for the black shadow in the woods. Su Hang vaguely felt that the black shadow seemed to have some connection with the person who had been kidnapped by Lu Shi before. Chapter 76, Strange People. The truth is right in front of you. Su Hang was looking for the trace of the black shadow and dialed Jiang Zhan's number directly. Because now, Su Hang really needs the help of Jiang Zhan and others. Just as Su Hang was dialing the phone, he saw the black shadow appear behind a tree again. Su Hang didn't have time to think and rushed towards the tree. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to subdue the dark shadow and uncover his true identity. However, when he rushed to the tree, the black shadow disappeared again. At this time, Jiang Zhan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Su, is there anything else you need us to do?" Su Hang responded immediately. "I met a mysterious shadow in the school woods and immediately came to support me." Jiang Zhan was silent for a while, then said, "We'll be there soon. You find a safe place to hide first." Su Hang knew that Jiang Zhan and the others would arrive as soon as possible, so he decided to continue looking for the black shadow. He searched carefully along the path in the woods, while maintaining telephone contact with Jiang Zhan. Not long after, Jiang Zhan and his brothers arrived at the scene. They divided into several groups and began to search for the shadow in the woods. After an intense search, they finally found where the shadow was hiding. This is a deserted cabin hidden deep in the woods. Su Hang, Jiang Zhan, and others approached quietly, ready to catch the black shadow in one fell swoop. They carefully pushed open the door of the wooden house and found a dark shadow curled up in the corner, emitting a cold aura. Seeing them come in, the black shadow immediately stood up with a sinister smile on his face. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." The shadow's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like sandpaper rubbing against glass. The fear in Su Hang's heart was replaced by anger. He strode forward, determined to bring the black shadow to justice. "Why did you kidnap Lu Shi? Who are you?" The shadow laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed in the wooden house. "Who is it? This is an interesting question. I am an avenger. I kidnapped Lu Shi just to avenge you, Su Hang." Jiang Zhan frowned. "Damn it. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die?" The black shadow sneered. "Don't you know what you have done?" Su Hang took a deep breath. He knew that they were facing a madman whose eyes were blinded by hatred. "I can't understand what you said, but I can tell you that we haven't done anything to let you down." Su Hang tried to keep his voice calm. He knew any panic or excitement at this time might cause the black shadow to do even crazier things. The shadow looked at them mockingly. "Of course you can pretend to be innocent. After all, you are in a high position. But you know, my family was destroyed because of what you did. They are innocent. They did nothing, but because of your mistake, they lost their lives." The black shadow became more and more agitated, and his eyes were bloodshot. Su Hang and Jiang Zhan looked at each other. They were both confused. For a moment, they couldn't think of what they had done before. "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Su Hang asked directly. Su Hang cannot afford such a serious matter that leads to the destruction of his family. Don't give him all that nonsense. Just arrest him and hand him over to the principal for disposal. After all, this is a school. We can't afford for such a big thing to happen. Jiang Zhan looked at Su Hang and explained. The shadow laughed out loud, his laughter filled with anger and sadness. How could I recognize the wrong people? You are the ones who harmed my family. His eyes were fixed on Su Hang and Jiang Zhan, as if he wanted to see through them. Su Hang's mind was in a state of confusion as he carefully recalled his past with Jiang Zhan. But he couldn't think of anything he had ever done to offend this Black Shadow. However, the Black Shadow's attitude forced him to believe that all this was true. I don't know what we have done to offend you, but if you have any evidence, please bring it out and we will accept it. Su Hang tried his best to keep his voice steady. He knew he needed to stay calm now. The Black Shadow sneered and did not answer, but rushed directly towards Su Hang and Jiang Zhan. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of the two people in an instant. Jiang Zhan was a sports student. He reacted immediately and faced the attack from the Black Shadow. However, the Black Shadow's attacks were extremely brutal and each of his moves was fatal. Although Su Hang and Jiang Zhan were both strong, they gradually fell into a disadvantage under the attack of the Black Shadow. At this moment, a crisp bell rang, and the Black Shadow's movements stopped instantly. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, and his face turned pale instantly. It's time for me to go. The Black Shadow threw down these words, turned around and ran, disappearing into the night in an instant. Su Hang and Jiang Zhan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Damn, how could there be such a person in school? Jiang Zhan rubbed his wrist and said to himself, let's go back and explain the situation to the principal. Su Hang said this and turned to walk out of the woods. Su Hang and Jiang Zhan came to the principal's office together and told him what happened in the woods. He explained everything in detail. After hearing what Su Hang said, the principal frowned and did not speak for a while. Principal, I think you should know who that person is. Su Hang asked back. This is a long story. The principal seemed a little hesitant. Then please make it short. We want to know who that shadow is and why he appeared in the school. Jiang Zhan said anxiously. The principal glanced at Su Hang and Jiang Zhan and took a deep breath. Then he said slowly, that Black Shadow is a student from our school who suddenly disappeared a year ago. His name is Li Yang. He used to be an excellent student, but a year ago, he suddenly disappeared. The school and his parents searched for him for a long time, but couldn't find him. We originally thought that he might have left the school, but we didn't expect him to suddenly appear and attack you. The principal spoke word by word. Su Hang was a little bit unconvinced by what the principal said. Then why did he attack us? Su Hang directly asked the key questions. Even if he is a crazy person, he can't just attack everyone he sees, right? I'm not sure about this either. I need to investigate. The principal paused and replied. Chapter 77 Shocking Secret. Are we in danger? Jiang Zhan asked worriedly. Don't worry about that. I will arrange for the school security department to strengthen campus security. The principal consoled. Okay, let's go back first. Su Hang said, and then left the principal's office with Jiang Zhan. The principal's words are totally unbelievable. Only after leaving the principal's office did Su Hang speak out his inner thoughts. I also have a hunch that this matter is definitely not as simple as the principal said. Jiang Zhan frowned, obviously thinking about this question. So what should we do now? Su Hang looked at Jiang Zhan, hoping he could give an answer. I think we should first look for Li Yang's classmates to see if they have any clues. Jiang Zhan suggested. Okay, let's go now. Su Hang nodded in agreement. The two immediately took action and began looking for Li Yang's classmates. They first came to Li Yang's class, which was now an evening self-study. After asking about Li Yang's seat, I found out that his desk mate was a man named Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, do you know why Li Yang disappeared? Su Hang asked straight to the point. Xiao Zhang looked at Su Hang and Jiang Zhan and hesitated for a moment. Then he said, actually, I don't know why Li Yang disappeared, but I heard about the period before he disappeared. My mood has always been very unstable. I often stare blankly by myself and rarely talk to others. Xiao Zhang was writing something and explaining it continuously. Did he mention anyone or anything? Jiang Zhan continued to ask. He mentioned his father once, saying that his father was very strict with him and always forced him to study. But he didn't want to live according to his father's wishes. Xiao Zhang recalled. Did he say where his father was? Su Hang asked with some confusion. I don't know about that. Xiao Zhang shook his head. Okay, thank you, Xiao Zhang. Su Hang said. Then he and Jiang Zhan left the classroom. Based on the clues provided by Xiao Zhang, they decided to find Li Yang's class teacher to see if he had any more clues. They came to Li Yang's head teacher's office, but found the door closed and no one inside. Boss Su, I think we should call the police about this. Then leave it to the police. At this moment, Jiang Zhan looked at Su Hang and said, "That's right, but I still think there must be something else going on." Su Hang nodded slightly, turned, and walked towards the laboratory. Professor Lee is considered a prestigious teacher in the school and has been there for quite a long time. I guess you know some of the things going on. When Su Hang returned to the laboratory, he found Professor Lee, Professor Qin, and some teachers. "I am still studying that drawing carefully." Su Hang walked into the classroom and called out to Professor Lee softly. When Professor Lee heard Su Hang calling him, he hurried over. "Student Su, what's the matter?" Professor Lee asked. "Why is there a madman in the woods of our school?" Su Hang asked directly. Ah, Professor Lee's face was full of surprise. Then he quickly covered Su Hang's mouth. "Sure, you better stay out of this matter." Professor Lee answered very straightforwardly. "Why?" Su Hang was a little confused. "That's the principal's son." Professor Lee didn't say much, just a simple sentence, which made Su Hang suddenly surprised. "What?" Su Hang was so surprised that he almost shouted out. "Oh, keep your voice down, let's leave it at that. Don't do anything." Professor Lee looked into Su Hang's eyes and explained. "Oh, I see." Su Hang said this, but he didn't really think so. "Oh, it's getting so late." Professor Lee glanced at the night sky outside and muttered something. "Okay, everyone go back and rest. We'll continue studying the drawings tomorrow." Professor Lee turned around and looked at the people in the classroom and spoke loudly. Su Hang also left the laboratory directly and walked towards his home. Su Hang returned home and found that Lu she had left at some point. After calling her, I found out that she had gone to the hospital to take care of her sick mother. Su Hang went straight to the hospital without any hesitation. As soon as Su Hang arrived, he saw Lu she taking good care of her mother on the hospital bed. "Isn't there a nurse?" Su Hang walked into the ward and asked with some confusion. "I don't trust them. I feel more at ease taking care of my mother myself." Lu she turned to look at Su Hang and responded. "You are now the director of the hospital and the largest shareholder of the hospital. I have to personally take care of the patients." Su Hang walked into the room, then sat on the sofa and made a few casual jokes. Lu she smiled slightly, but did not answer Su Hang's words, but continued to take care of her mother. Su Hang watched Lu she carefully wiping his mother's body and feeding her medicine, and he couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. "Lu Shi, you are really amazing," Su Hang suddenly said. Lu Shi raised her head and looked at Su Hang. "Thank you. That's not what I'm talking about." Su Hang shook his head. "I mean, it's really rare that you can give up everything you have to take care of your mother." Lu Shi was silent for a while, then slowly said, "My mother is my only relative. If I don't take care of her, who else will?" Su Hang was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly realized that he didn't know Lu Shi's family background. He only knew that Lu Shi was a very hardworking and talented girl, but he didn't know the story behind her. Lu Shi, Su Hang wanted to say something, but suddenly didn't know how to express it. "It doesn't matter." Lu Shi interrupted Su Hang with a smile. "I know what you want to say. I just want to tell you that I'm very glad that I still have my mother and the opportunity to take care of her." After hearing this, Su Hang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He suddenly felt that everything he had pursued before seemed insignificant. "Lu Shi, thank you." Su Hang paused and said, "Thank me?" Lu Shi was a little confused. "Yes, thank you for making me understand what is really important." Su Hang said this and stood up from the sofa. After hearing this, Lu Shi smiled slightly and said nothing more. She knew that her words were enough to make Su Hang realize something. In the ward, the two sat together silently, watching Lu Shi's mother sleeping peacefully and feeling the spiritual communication between each other. At this moment, they're no longer the young people chasing their dreams, but a pair of adults who know how to cherish the people in front of them. Chapter 78, Sudden Concern. Touched, Su Hang walked out of the ward and called his father immediately. "Hey, son." Su Yoshing's voice appeared on the phone. "Dad, have you eaten yet?" Su Hang's sudden greeting instantly confused Su Yoshing. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a while. "Dad, I ate it." "Son, what happened to you?" Su Yushing first answered Su Hang's question and then started asking more questions. "It's okay. I just suddenly wanted to care about you guys." Su Hang answered truthfully. "Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry. Your dad eats better than the richest man every day, and I've taken good care of your mom until she's plump and white. If you encounter any problems outside, just tell Dad and he will help you solve it." Su Yushang explained his current situation and then asked about his concerns. "I know that home is my last harbor." Su Hang replied with a smile. "So, tell me honestly, is there something you can't solve?" When Su Yushing heard that Su Hang suddenly became so sensible, he was a little uncomfortable for a moment. Really not. Su Han explained helplessly. Okay, then you're fine. Are you coming back tonight? Su Yushing briefly asked about some family matters and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Yushing suddenly sat up from the bed. There was some suspicion in his eyes, and his expression became unusually serious. Su Hang's sudden change of attitude obviously meant something was wrong. Why is that? He doesn't understand. Since I don't understand, I must get to the bottom of it. Su Hang often appears in school. That incident must have happened at school. So, in the middle of the night, Su Yushing simply packed his clothes and rushed to Su Hang's study. As soon as he arrived at the school, Su Yusheng went straight to the school principal. It's really a big problem for the principal. There was an incident of an impersonator named Su Hang before, but ultimately the goal was not achieved, and Professor Chin was allowed to give lectures at the school. Because of this incident, I was so anxious and didn't know how to explain it to Su Hang. My goodness, it's the middle of the night and there are parents coming to our door. The principal's resentment was all piled up on his face. The principal's face was like a weather map, gloomy and uncertain. For student matters, you can go directly to the student's dean. What do you mean by going straight to me, bypassing the dean? The principal saw Su Yushing standing at the door and asked with some confusion. However, the tone of his voice did contain some resentment. There must be a reason for looking for you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's just a crappy school. Why are there so many rules? I'm a rough guy. When there's a problem, I like to find the source. Su Yushing answered very straightforwardly. The degree of arrogance in it stunned the principal. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. My goodness, the Su Yushing in front of him doesn't seem to be looking for trouble with him. It clearly looks like he's here to cause trouble. Whose parent are you? The principal asked a more direct question. My son is Su Hang, a student of this school. Su Yusheng answered directly. Su Hang, student Su's parents? When he heard Su Hang's name, the principal, who was about to get furious, suddenly became amiable. Oh my, this is really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members no longer recognize each other as family. You said this matter is a commotion. If there is something wrong, I will go to the family for a home visit directly if you tell me on the phone. Why did you come here in person? As the principal said this, he quickly asked Su Yusheng, who was standing at the door, to sit on the sofa. He turned around and walked towards the water dispenser and started pouring water for Su Yusheng. I'm asking you, what injustice did my son suffer at school? Su Yusheng started asking questions directly. The principal was stunned at first, then began to recall what had happened before. But after thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what had happened to Su Hang before. The only thing was finally solved perfectly. The rest of the things seemed not worth mentioning. Nothing happened. What's wrong? The principal replied after thinking for a while. Bullshit. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth, what happened? Su Yusheng slammed the table and stood up from the sofa. Seeing that Su Yusheng was about to lose his temper, the principal also became a little anxious. Is it because of what happened in the woods? The principal then muttered something in a low voice. What happened in the woods? Su Yusheng continued to ask. This is a little inconvenient to say. After all, this is my private matter. The principal was in a dilemma. Everyone has their own privacy, and Su Yusheng is aware of this. Seeing that the principal was really unwilling to talk, Su Yusheng did not continue to ask. Are you sure nothing else happened? Finally, Su Yusheng asked simply. I promise that I will never let Su Hang suffer any injustice. The principal swore directly in front of Su Yusheng. Okay, I believe you. It's too late today. I'll go back first. I'll leave my phone number. If you have anything, just call me directly. Su Yusheng left his cell phone number, turned around, and left. The principal stood in the office, a look of suspicion on his face, staring at one spot for a long time. I was constantly pondering in my mind what had happened before and after this. Early the next morning, Su Hang arrived at school early. Yesterday, because I had to accompany Lu Shi and was afraid that she might be in danger, I stayed in the hospital all night. Early in the morning, Su Hang came to the hospital with dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, the principal blocked his way. Student Su, come with me. The principal took Su Hang away halfway. Su Hang was also confused, but he didn't think much about it and followed the principal towards the office. Look, Su Hang was taken away by the principal himself. What happened? I don't know. Didn't Suong win a great victory yesterday? Did something go wrong today? We'll be criticized. I don't think things are that simple. I think there must be something else going on. But anyway, Su Hang is definitely going to get into trouble. In front of you. What do you think will happen to Su Hang? How would I know what you are asking? I'm not a god. If I knew, I could even go and have my fortune told. Chapter 79. Fame brings trouble. Su Hang is now a public figure in the school, and everyone knows him. Seeing Su Hang being taken away, all the students around started talking. As for Su Hang, he followed the principal into the office building amid the discussions. Now Su Hang is fearless about everything. No matter what happens, he can handle it well. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. When Su Hang arrived at the principal's office, he felt like he was at home. Without waiting for the principal to speak, he found a sofa and sat down. Su Hang has to give some face to the principal outside. After all, he is the headmaster of the entire school. But if it were just the two of them, Su Hang wouldn't have to think so much. The principal owes Su Hang a big favor. Besides, the principal now has other things to do. Then why should you be polite to him? Student Su, have you encountered any difficulties in school? Or is someone bullying you? Is someone giving you a hard time or something like that? The principal also asked directly and to the point. No. Su Hang responded simply. No. Then why did your father come to see me so late last night? I almost thought something happened to you. The principal was relieved to see Su Hang's calm expression. But there seems to be one thing. Su Hang instantly changed his tone and explained. The principal looked at Su Hang in confusion. Is that the guy in the woods at school? I heard from Professor Lee that he is your son. Su Hang asked about what he knew. Hearing this question, the principal's originally calm expression suddenly turned gloomy. The principal had something difficult to say. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Su Hang spread his hands, turned around, and walked outside. Student Su, you'd better not ask about this matter. It's really nothing. When the principal saw Su Hang leaving, he deliberately gave him a warning. Su Hang just nodded to show his agreement. But as to whether or not I would ask about it, that is another matter. Su Hang must eliminate all things that could threaten him. No matter what the cost, it must be raised. Su Hang left the principal's office and just walked out of the office building when he saw a large group of classmates gathered near the office building. After seeing Su Hang coming out, the students rushed up in a swarm. Su Hang, I will help you sweep the floor and take out the trash in the future. Can you let me take a photo with Professor Chin? I can do it too. I can do it too. Not only can I do these, I can do more. As long as you can think of it, I can do it. You are so shameless. You would really do anything for a photo. I am different. I have principles, and I only do things that are not out of line. Then you should step aside first, which means you still don't love Professor Chin. The classmates who surrounded Su Hang were talking to each other, and most of their words were flattering. Su Hang is also tired of these things now. As the saying goes, when you're famous, you are prone to gossip. Now Su Hang feels that he has a lot of burdens on him. But those classmates are like dog-skin plasters. No matter how hard Su Hang tried to get rid of it, he couldn't. In desperation, Su Hang could only call Jiang Zhan. There's nothing I can do. I'm a celebrity in school now. Wherever I go, I either get autographs or take photos with people. Or they want to use Su Hang's relationship to take photos with some important people. Su Hang has his own things to do, so he has no time to take care of these things. Su Hang felt that it was time to find some bodyguards for himself. Otherwise, there will be traffic jams wherever you go, which will directly affect the reputation of the school. Su Hang pressed his temple with a headache and looked at Jiang Zhan's name flashing on the phone screen. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello. Su Hang tried his best to make his voice sound calm. Boss Su, you're looking for me? Jiang Zhan on the other end of the phone sounded a little surprised. Jiang Zhan, can you do me a favor? Su Hang said somewhat helplessly. You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Jiang Zhan's tone was firm. I need you to help me find some bodyguards. I've been really cornered by these people lately. Su Hang said with a wry smile. Bodyguard? Are you sure? There was a hint of doubt in Jiang Zhan's tone. I'm sure that wherever I go now, I'll be besieged by these people. I really can't stand it anymore. There was a hint of fatigue in Su Hang's tone. Okay, I'll find it for you as soon as possible. Jiang Zhan agreed. Thank you, Jiang Zhan. There was a hint of gratitude in Su Hang's tone. You're welcome. Friends should help each other. There was a hint of smile in Jiang Zhan's tone. After hanging up the phone, Su Hang let out a long sigh. He knew that Jiang Zhan was the leader of his senior class. With Jiang Zhan's help, he should be able to get out of his current predicament. After just a moment, Su Hang saw Jiang Zhan and his brothers hurriedly coming over from distance. After what happened before, more people were willing to help Su Hang this time. Looking from a distance, it looked like a sea of black. All of them were sports students. After those sports students arrived, they directly intercepted the students who surrounded Su Hang and took them to the back. And the remaining brothers stood in 2 rows, providing Su Hang with a way out. And those students who had surrounded Su Hang before were intercepted to both sides. Su Hang walked from the vacated space in the middle. A smug smile spread across his face. Some students wanted to resist, but were immediately suppressed by Jiang Zhan and his brothers. Seeing this scene, Su Hang secretly rejoiced in his heart that thanks to Jiang Zhan's help, he was able to get rid of these troubles. He knew that Jiang Zhan had a high status in the school and had many younger brothers. With Jiang Zhan's support, he should be able to get through this period safely. Others all want to be famous, and they put in a lot of effort to do so. Su Hang really wanted to be unknown, and he put a lot of thought into it. Even Jiang Zhan, who was standing by, was a little stunned. At this time, Jiang Zhan came over and patted Su Hang on the shoulder. Jiang Zhan smiled and said, "Boss Su, don't worry, I will be there for you wherever you need me." Su Hang looked at Jiang Zhan and said gratefully, "Thank you in advance." Jiang Zhan smiled and said, "You're welcome. Friends should help each other." Only then, Jiang Zhan changed his tone. Chapter 80 Laboratory Explosion. I know, it's still the same old rule, 20,000 per person. Su Hang took out his cell phone and spoke in a firm tone. Boss Su is so generous. From now on, I have made sure that Boss Su will be my friend. Jiang Zhan said this and directly took out his payment code. A letter of 500,000 has arrived in my account. As the voice sounded, Jiang Zhan's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. It seems like there are more. Jiang Zhan looked at Su Hang with some confusion. Not much. This is for the favor you just did for me. And then I'll give you another 1,000,000. Please help me with something. Set up a detective activity in the school. Su Hang then gave Jiang Zhan another 1,000,000. The total revenue was 1.5 million. This is a number that Jiang Zhan dared not even think about. Organizing a detective operation? What do you want? Jiang Zhan was a little confused. You just need to be responsible for setting it up. Don't worry about the rest. Su Hang responded. But even so, we still need some rooms and other equipment in the school. These words may not be easy to deal with, right? Jiang Zhan told his doubts. I'll take care of this. Su Hang answered simply. Okay, Mr. Su, with what you said, there won't be any problems at all. Jiang Zhan said this, turned around, and ran away. Bind the object to complete this wasteful behavior. Initial amount of money spent, 1.5 million renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 10. This time the reward amount, 15 million. Su Yusheng had just woken up when he received a message from the system. Hey, is my son spending money again? Okay, if you can ruin the family, that means nothing is wrong. Su Yusheng stared at the phone screen for a while, then smiled slightly. On the other hand, Su Hang called Lao Lin and asked him to negotiate with the principal. They said they were renting some offices that the school wasn't using. At that time, some money will be given to the principal on time as a subsidy for the school. After dealing with these things, Su Hang's next step is to go back to the laboratory to see how his research on the drawings is going. With the help of Professor Li and Professor Qin, the blueprint should be able to be solved soon. Su Hang had just arrived at the laboratory, and at first glance, he saw some blue and white light spots coming out of one of the laboratory rooms. Have you already started the practical operation? Su Hang was a little confused. However, when Su Hang was about to walk towards the laboratory, boom! A violent explosion occurred inside the laboratory. Flames burst out directly from the laboratory. Su Hang was also stunned. Good job. This exploded? Or did it just explode right in front of him? Because the sound of the explosion was quite loud, the students around gathered around and wanted to find out what happened. The black smoke in the laboratory came out of the room directly into the corridor and then rushed toward Su Hang. Su Hang coughed twice and stretched out his hand to fan his nose. What the hell? What's going on? Su Hang said this and quickly ran towards the laboratory room where the explosion occurred. After all, Professor Qin and Professor Li were invited by me to help. If something really happens, I will definitely have to pay some price. However, after Su Hang ran into the laboratory room, he found that the laboratory was empty. However, the laboratory had been burned beyond recognition due to the explosion. Anyone there? Su Hang shouted. No one answered. Su Hang looked at the scene in front of him, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that this drawing was very important to him and was the result of his much painstaking research. From now on, whether or not he can win the school scientific research championship depends entirely on this drawing. Su Hang hurriedly looked for possible survivors, but everything in front of him had been burned beyond recognition. At this time, a student ran over and saw Su Hang. He hurriedly said, "Su Hang, are you okay? We just heard an explosion and came to check it out." Su Hang shook his head, his face solemn. "I'm fine, but the laboratory has been blown up." The students expressed shock, as they all knew how much effort Su Hang had put into this drawing. And now, all of this vanished in an instant. Su Hang suppressed the disappointment and anger in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to be sad. He needed to find out the truth of the matter. He decided to call the police and let them investigate the matter. During the police investigation, they found a suspicious figure. This figure had appeared near the laboratory before the explosion. The police initially suspected that this might be an incident of deliberate vandalism. Su Hang was shocked by this. He could understand why someone would do such malicious damage to him. But just think about it. I was so glorious before, there must be people who can't stand me. However, he was not defeated by this setback. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Since he destroyed his own drawings, it meant that someone didn't want to see him succeed. Then I must show him that I am successful. Su Hang sat at the door of the laboratory, trying to calm down the shock of the explosion. "Isn't this our president, Su? What happened? How'd he blow up the lab?" "That's right. I told you that you needed our help, but you insisted on doing it yourself. Now look what happened. The lab exploded." Looks like God intervened. Otherwise, why would this lab explode for no apparent reason? This laboratory explosion may cause a great blow to our school, and it may also bring a lot of bad reputation to our school. That's good. I originally thought that Mr. Su was a dark horse, but I didn't expect that in the end I found out that he was actually a mule. After seeing Su Hang fail and explode the laboratory, those around him who disliked him began to mock him again. Everyone started to criticize and denounce without showing any mercy. Some people even asked Su Hang by name why he was not killed in the explosion. "Su Hang, are you okay?" At this moment, Lin Kurson ran over from a distance and hurried to Su Hang's side. Accustomed to the sarcasm and ridicule from all his classmates, he felt a little comforted by Lin Kurson's concern. "Yeah, I'm fine." Su Hang raised his head, looked at Lin Kurson's anxious face, and responded with a smile. "As long as everyone is okay, I'm glad." Lin Kurson sat next to Su Hang and looked very anxious. However, the explosion in the laboratory this time was indeed due to my carelessness. Su Hang said self-reproachfully. "No, it's not your fault." Lin Kurson immediately retorted. "We all know that you were working hard for the competition. This was just an accident." Chapter 81 Wronged. Besides, you have done your best to protect the equipment in the laboratory and your own safety. Lin Kurson tried her best to comfort Su Hang. Hearing Lin Kurson's words, Su Hang felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew how precious it was to have someone who understood and supported him at this time. "Thank you, Lin Kurson, but I wasn't the one who detonated the lab. Someone is doing this maliciously." Su Hang said sincerely. "What?" When Lin Kurson heard Su Hang's answer, her face was instantly filled with confusion. Lin Kurson raised her head and glanced at the ugly and mocking faces of the classmates in front of her. Gradually, I began to understand the clues in my heart. Su Hang was wronged. Did someone in the lab do this with malicious intent? Lin Kurson asked in a firm tone. "Yes, that's right. Su Hang blaive. Well, we need to find this person." Lin Kurson's eyes became firm. Su Hang nodded. He knew Lin Kurson was right. They need to find the person who maliciously destroyed the laboratory and clear their name. "I will help you," Lin Kurson said to Su Hang. Su Hang looked at Lin Kurson, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. In the next few days, Su Hang and Lin Kurson began to investigate in the laboratory. They checked all the surveillance videos and questioned everyone who might have information, but found nothing of value. Just when they were about to lose confidence, Su Hang suddenly thought of someone. "Lin Kurson, I remember that day when I was in the laboratory. A strange figure passed by the window." Su Hang said to Lin Kurson. "Stranger?" Lin Kurson's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "I can't be sure, but I think it's necessary to go and see." Su Hang said. "Okay, let's go together." Lin Kurson nodded in agreement. So, Su Hang and Lin Kurson began to look for this stranger. They searched every corner of the school, but couldn't find the stranger. Just when they were about to give up, they came to the woods behind a laboratory. Looking at the woods in front of him, Su Hang fell into deep thought. Could it be related to that person again? When Su Hang was about to enter, the principal stopped him. Su Hang had no choice but to turn around and follow the principal back to the office. Student Sue, what happened this time has a big impact on our school. For the sake of the school's reputation, I have to revoke your right to use the lab. After things have made some progress, we can then. After the principal called Sue Hang to his office, he went straight to the point. Sue Hang knew that he was in the wrong. After all, the laboratory exploded while he was using it, so he must bear some responsibilities and risks. Principal, I can compensate for the damage. Can the lab not be taken back? Sue Hang frowned and asked with some confusion. Yes, our research has just begun, and some data are just waiting for the final clinical trial. If it succeeds, it will be a great achievement for both the school and the entire scientific community. Lynn Curson also stood up at this moment and expressed her thoughts. I'm afraid that's not possible. The principal sighed helplessly and said, this laboratory explosion seems to have had a significant impact on the school. Otherwise, the principal would not have made such a plan. Well, in that case, I will bear the cost of repairing the laboratory from now on. Seeing that the principal had made up his mind, Su Heng didn't want to continue to worry about it. Su Heng, Lin Kursin still wants to see some opportunities. But in the end, he was interrupted by Su Heng. Lin Kursin, I know you care about this laboratory, but we have to face reality. Su Heng's tone was firm, and his eyes revealed determination. I bear a great responsibility for this laboratory explosion, and I must bear the corresponding consequences. Moreover, I believe that as long as we are sincere, there will be more opportunities to achieve our research goals in the future. Hearing Su Heng's words, Lin Kursin nodded slightly. She knew that Su Heng was right. Well, let's wait for future opportunities. Lin Kursin finally compromised. She knew now was not the time to be entangled. Then we will go back first, principal. Please let us know if you need any help. Su Heng and Lin Kursin said goodbye to the principal and left the office. They knew that although the laboratory explosion had temporarily brought their research to a standstill, they would not give up. They will wait, waiting for future opportunities, waiting for the moment to set sail again. As soon as Su Heng and Lin Kursin left the principal's office, they were surrounded by a large group of classmates. Surrounding them were not only their classmates, but also some media reporters. It seems that this time, the impact of the laboratory explosion is indeed not small. Even media reporters were attracted. Student Sue, I heard that you single-handedly blew up the entire laboratory. Is that true or false? I heard that you were wrongly accused. Someone deliberately blew up the lab and then framed you. Student Sue, can you tell us in detail what happened at that time? You were the only one in the laboratory at that time. So how could there be an explosion? Are you dissatisfied with the school's behavior? So you blew up the laboratory, or are you going to blow up the entire teaching building next? Student Sue, please give us an answer. We can prove your innocence. Those media reporters say all kinds of things. When Su Heng heard their words, his head couldn't help but expand. At this moment, Jiang Zhan and his younger brothers came running over. Then he directly stopped everyone present and took them to the back, allowing Su Heng to leave safely. With so many media reporters, we definitely can't go to classroom. The only place we could go was the playground behind the school. Boss Su, what's going on? Jiang Zhan handed Su Heng a drink and asked with some confusion. Don't mention it. Someone must be trying to trip me up in secret and make it difficult for me to survive in school. Su Heng answered simply. What should we do next? Jiang Zhan responded. I asked you to form a detective team. How are you preparing? Su Heng looked at Jiang Zhan and asked with some confusion. At the moment, it's almost there, but it will take some time before it can be implemented. Jiang Zhan answered truthfully. Chapter 82, Spend Money As You Like. It will take some time? Why? Su Heng was somewhat confused by Jiang Zhan's answer. Jiang Zhan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. Jiang Zhan let some words reach his throat, but then swallowed them back. It seems like there is something unspeakable hidden. If you have something to say, just say it. How can you be a man if you keep dithering? Seeing this, Su Heng responded decisively. It's actually a funding issue. Finally, Jiang Zhan spoke out his inner dilemma. It's actually quite easy in school. Everything is kept simple, and many things don't cost much. But once you get out of school, the costs skyrocket. We hired a famous detective to help us. He asked for $500,000 a month. You only gave me $1 million as startup capital. So, Jiang Zhan shared all his doubts and the difficulties he encountered. How much more will it take? What I need is to set up a detective agency as soon as possible. Su Heng asked with a firm look. $5 million should be about right. Jiang Zhan made a 5 gesture. I thought Su Heng would be furious and feel that he was asking for too much. and he directly took back the 500,000 yuan he had given him before. Unexpectedly, Su Heng not only did not get angry, but nodded slightly. It seems that he agrees with my point of view. Okay, 5 million. Su Heng said this, took out his cell phone, and transferred 5 million to Jiang Zhan's phone. When Jiang Zhan saw the 5 million that had arrived in his account, he immediately fell into deep thought. Shit, 5 million is given just like that? What kind of family does Su Heng belong to? Even the previously wealthy Lin Hao Lin family couldn't afford such turmoil. In just a few minutes, 5 million was deposited into the account. If Jiang Zhan had known this would be the case, he would have asked for more. Bind the prodigal son to complete this prodigal son. Initial amount of money spent, 5 million renminbi. Triggering multiplier reward, 20. Amount of reward, 100 million. On the other side, Su Yusheng was watering the flowers on the balcony. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the system was heard. I took out my cell phone and saw that there was 100 million yuan in my account. The prodigal son is prodigal again today, great. It's just that would be better if the amount could be a little more. Is it not possible? Should I call my son to remind him? Su Yusheng stared at his phone, muttering to himself. Having said that, he returned to the main page of his phone and called Su Heng. Su Heng had just dialed Jiang Zhan when he received a call from his father. Su Heng was also stunned. My father called me about this matter? Is it because he knows that his current squandering behavior has caused his father's dissatisfaction? Or maybe my father wanted to remind me to save money now. Looking back, Su Heng was indeed a little crazy and unrestrained. I have been spending lavishly and have completely forgotten that I'm spending real money. Hey, Dad. Su Heng answered Su Yusheng's call, and his tone became somewhat helpless. Su Heng was just waiting quietly for Su Yusheng to scold him. Even Jiang Zhan, who was standing next to him, could only smile awkwardly after seeing the situation. I thought that Su Heng might be in trouble this time. I had just made some money when I received a call from Su Yusheng. This is clearly aimed at Su Heng. Son, I'm calling you. There's nothing else. I just want to make a small request to you. Su Yusheng spoke directly to the point. Okay, go ahead. Is it about what I've been spending this time on? Su Heng gave a simple answer, and then expressed his other guess. Yes, that's right. Su Yusheng's answer was quite straightforward. Dad, I know that. I have indeed spent too much recently. After Su Heng learned the exact news, he began to prepare an apology. Unexpectedly, before Su Heng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yusheng. That's not because you spent too much. Su Yusheng first rejected Su Heng's guess. What is that? Su Heng frowned, his face full of curiosity. On the contrary, it's because you spend too little. Son, our family is rich, and it is your responsibility to ruin it. If you don't ruin my family, then all my efforts in this life will be in vain. My goal is to make you ruin my family. Su Yusheng's subsequent words not only shocked Su Heng, but also made Jiang Zhan, who was standing next to Su Heng, open his eyes wide in shock. Jiang Zhan looked at Su Heng in disbelief. I thought, are these still my parents? This is someone who is closer to me than my own father. Spend money casually? What is the concept? The concept is that as long as Su Heng wants it, this school may soon belong to Su Heng. Ahem, is that so? Then I understand. Su Heng cleared his throat, and his anxious heart finally settled down. Okay, there's nothing else, that's about it. Remember, you must spend more money and squander more money. Su Yusheng left his last words and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Heng stood there in a daze for a few seconds. Your father is so good to you. Jiang Zhan couldn't help but give Su Heng a thumbs up. Jiang Zhan originally felt a little guilty about taking the 5 million, but now it seems that he doesn't feel guilty at all. Don't say it's useless. You've got the money. Set up a detective team as quickly as possible. Su Heng turned and looked at Jiang Zhan, speaking with a firm expression. Understood, I'll do it now. Jiang Zhan said this, stood up, and walked in another direction. Su Heng still sat there, thinking about what he should do next. Just as Su Heng was about to think, Jiang Zhan came back from the other side. What are you doing back here? Su Heng was a little confused. Boss Su, something terrible has happened. The reporters know where you are now and are running towards you. You should move to another place to avoid the limelight. After Jiang Zhan turned back, he spoke with a firm expression. What? Su Heng's face was full of hesitation, and his facial features were about to twist into a knot. Helpless, he could only turn around and run towards the boys' dormitory. Jiang Zhan followed behind Su Heng. When they were about to reach the boys' dormitory, Jiang Zhan directly grabbed Su Heng. Boss Su, the boys' dormitory is not available. The buildings around the playground only have male and female dormitories. Chapter 83 Coincidence. Those reporters will definitely guess right away that you've returned to the boys' dormitory. After Jiang Zhan grabbed Su Hang, he spoke with a firm face. Where should I go then? Su Hang turned to look at Jiang Zhan and asked with some confusion. Jiang Zhan did not respond immediately, but instead looked towards the girls' dormitory not far behind. Su Hang naturally saw Jiang Zhan's expression and quickly began to wave his hands to refuse. There's only one way. The most dangerous place may be the safest place. Jiang Zhan said in a low voice. How can it be that the most dangerous place is the safest place? The corner of Su Hang's mouth twitched, indicating some doubt. Just as Su Hang was hesitating. When I turned around, I saw that the reporters in the distance were running towards me in groups. Helplessly, Su Hang could only agree with Jiang Zhan's words. He turned around and ran towards the girls' dormitory. Good job. Su Hang never thought of this in his life. This was how I finally entered the girls' dormitory. The dormitory manager is busy with other things at the moment. Nor did he notice Su Hang rushing into the girls' dormitory. After Su Hang entered the girls' dormitory, he immediately ran to the second floor. Then he found a dormitory with an open door and rushed straight in. When Su Hang stood at the door of the dormitory, he suddenly froze in place. There was a strange fragrance in the dormitory. The three girls were wearing pajamas, sitting on the bed and chatting. Hearing the noise at the door, they all turned around and looked towards Su Hang's position. And Su Hang happened to meet their eyes. Male. In the end, it was one of the girls who said these two words, directly breaking the silence around them. Ah! Suddenly, inside the dormitory, the screams of girls resounded through the sky. Soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the corridor. Su Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong and quickly looked around, trying to find a place to hide. However, it was his first time in the girls' dormitory, and he had no idea where to hide. Su Hang heard the footsteps outside, reaching the door of the room. At this moment, a pair of soft hands grabbed Su Hang's wrist. Then he pulled Su Hang to the lower bed, and then pressed Su Hang into the quilt. What's going on? A strong female voice came from the direction of the room door. It's nothing, I just saw a mouse. The rest of the girls quickly started to cover up their lies. What? Where? How could there be rats in our dormitory? The man originally wanted to come in and search, but was directly rejected by the remaining two girls in the room. Just like that, after sending that person away, the rest of the people slammed the door shut. Finally, Su Hang was pulled out of the bed. The three girls just stared at Su Hang, who was lying on the bed in front of them. Su Hang didn't explain much and just looked at them. Why did this boy break into our girls' dormitory in broad daylight? One of the girls asked directly. Stay. Come truthfully, otherwise you will be punished by family rules. Another girl pretended to pick up a slipper from the ground. Facing the actions of the three girls in front of him, Su Hang smiled awkwardly. To hide from people, Su Hang sat up from the bed and said with a nonchalant look on his face. Hiding from someone? Hiding from whom? Lovers? Old lovers. The other girl looked at Su Hang with some surprise. Is there any melon to eat? The girl, who looked a little silly, stared at Su Hang with wide eyes. Do I need to report this to you? Su Hang looked at the three girls in front of him with some disdain. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, please get out of our dormitory. Seeing that they could not obtain accurate information and could not satisfy their curiosity, the three girls immediately changed their attitudes. You guys change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Su Hang was also confused. There's nothing we can do about it. This is how we are. If you're not convinced, just complain to us. That's right. You broke into our girls' dormitory. We didn't drag you in. This is a serious crime in school. If you're found out, you will be expelled, or at least criticized by the whole school. The three girls in the room were talking to each other. I've never been afraid of anything in school. Sukhan di Sigrid. I don't believe it. If you're not afraid of trouble, why did you hide in the girls' dormitory? One of the girls smiled disdainfully. Okay, stop bragging. Things will happen when they happen. You told us what happened, so we'll let you hide for a while. Otherwise, get out now. The girl with the worst temper spoke directly and impolitely. Faced with the teasing of the three girls in front of him, Su Hang was helpless. At this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly opened. Several people in the room were suddenly stunned and looked towards the dormitory door. Fortunately, the person standing at the door at this moment was none other than Lin Kursin from Class 3. Kuexian, come in quickly. You scared me to death. The girl in the room said this and directly pulled Lin Kursin into the room. When Lin Kursin entered the room, the first thing she saw was Su Hang sitting on the girl's bed. Su Hang, Lin Kursin was also stunned and stared at Su Hang with wide eyes. Huh? You know each other? The girl in the dormitory asked in surprise. We're in the same class. Of course we know each other. Lin Kursin explained. Oh, 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 oh. After hearing Lin Kursin's answer, all that remained in the dormitory were the voices of those who seemed to understand, but not quite. Oh, it's not what you think. Lin Kursin wanted to explain. They've come to our door. Why is it not what we thought? The other girls in the dormitory responded. Wait a minute. Who do you say he is? The other girl seemed to smell something else. Su Hang. He's the one who blew up the lab. Lin Kursin deliberately reminded him. I didn't blow up the lab. I was wrongly accused. When Su Hang heard the talk about blowing up the laboratory, he immediately tried to make excuses. Su Hang? The man who rented a laboratory and invited Professor Qin. No one cared about what Su Hang said. They only cared about the questions they asked at the moment. Yes, that's him. Lin Kursin nodded slightly in response. Chapter 84. To be expelled. Suddenly, Su Hang became a popular guy and was loved by all the girls in the dormitory. Are you really Su Hang? The girl who had been asking Su Hang to get out before now looked at him expectantly. Yes, it's me. Didn't you just tell me to get out? Su Hang started asking directly. Is there such a thing? How could I, such a gentle person, say such rude words? Student Su, you must have heard it wrong. No, it's not Mr. Su, it's Mr. Su. The girl immediately changed her attitude and became a completely different person towards Su Hang. Su Hang could only smile awkwardly. Don't be such a fangirl. She's already taken. Another girl reminded. Oh, yes, Su Hang and our Lin Kursin are definitely a perfect match. You guys take your time chatting. The three of us will go out and stand guard at the door. Another girl spoke with a stronger tone. As they spoke, the three girls walked towards the door. After the three girls left, Lin Kursin turned her gaze to Su Hang. Even if you want to see me, you don't have to come directly to the dormitory, right? If people knew about this, it would definitely be a misunderstanding. After the rest of the people in the dormitory left, Lin Kursin instantly showed a shy expression. Looking at her flushed cheeks, Su Hang guessed it immediately. Lin Kursin must have misunderstood. Su Hang was also helpless. What do you mean? Come to the girls' dormitory to find Lin Kursin. It was obvious that he wanted to hide from people and avoid being chased by those reporters. Finally, I had no choice but to come here. Then I happened to meet Lin Kursin. All of this seems to be a coincidence, but they all seem to have some indispensable connections. Well, if I told you that I was hiding from those reporters, would you be sad? Su Hang paused and spoke out his inner thoughts. Lin Kursin hesitated for a moment. Haha, I'm kidding. I was just saying it casually. Su Hang scratched his head and replied. I knew you were lying to me. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Kursin spoke with a joyful tone. Too many things have happened in school recently, and it's really hard for me to solve them all at once. The first is the explosion in the lab, and the second is the figure in the woods behind the lab. God knows what this school has been through. Su Hang sat on the edge of the bed, thinking and muttering to himself. These things are indeed a bit tricky. Lin Kursin nodded slightly in response. Have you figured out how to solve it? Then, Lin Kursin turned her head to look at Su Hang and asked. Not yet, but I think we should wait for a while and see how the situation develops. Su Hang replied. Then let's do this for now. Lin Kursin nodded in response. It's just that Su Hang wanted to be quiet, but those reporters didn't seem to want him to be quiet. It's as if someone has been spending money and hiring reporters to make bad statements. And these remarks are all about Su Hang. Su Hang hid in the girls' dormitory for just 1 hour. The discussions inside and outside the school could no longer be stopped and were increasing at an explosive rate. Have you heard? The news that Su Hang blew up the laboratory has made the headlines in the school. It's not just the school. Now most of the news outside are reporting this matter. This is not only a smear on us, but also a destruction of the reputation of our school. Such a good school is about to be destroyed by Su Hang in the blink of an eye. It's really infuriating to think about it. You are quite open-minded. I don't know how to face the situation now. I originally thought that Su Hang was a dark horse, but now it seems that he is also a mule. The school is probably going to be in trouble. How can we suppress such a big discussion? Inside the school, all the students coming and going were discussing some of the statements made about Su Hang. But most of the comments are bad. After observing that there were no reporters outside, Su Hang and Lin Kursin quietly left the girls' dormitory. But before leaving, Su Hang agreed to the 3 girls in the dormitory. Agreed to take them to meet Professor Qin and ask them some questions, including taking a photo. Otherwise, The fact that Su-hang entered the girls' dormitory would be known to the whole school immediately. Su-hang was also helpless. At the school, the principal was even more helpless. The school had already suffered losses due to the bombing of the laboratory, but unexpectedly, some rumors made the school's reputation even worse. The principal had thin hair to begin with, and now it has even less. Overnight, his temples turned gray. Just as the principal was thinking about how to solve the problem at hand, an envelope was delivered directly to the principal's office. The principal opened the envelope and read it carefully. The envelope said that all the current public opinion was directed at Su-hang. The only way to eliminate these public opinions is to fire Su-hang directly. Otherwise, public opinion will never stop. When the principal saw these methods, he was somewhat resistant at first. After all, Su-hang is a cash cow. If you have no money, you can make money by just shaking it. If you get fired, wouldn't that be equivalent to cutting off your source of income? But compared with the future of the school, expelling Su-hang seems to be the best solution. The principal also began to struggle with the dilemma. However, what a coincidence is that? The method, which only the principal knew, was passed on at some point in time. Hey, have you guys heard that the principal is going to expel that kid Su-hang? It's good to expel him. I have disliked him for a long time. The sooner he is expelled, the better it will be for our school. But then again, if Su-hang is expelled and goes to another school, will he become our enemy? What old enemy? With Su-hang's tricks, I think it's a bit risky. But this time, I'm afraid Su-hang can't make any more noise. That's not necessarily true. What if they have other strategies to deal with it? Just like what happened before. That seems to be true. It was clearly a dead end, but Su-hang managed to find a way out. Maybe this time, he can turn danger into safety. Bullshit, if Su-hang can get out of danger this time, then my name will be written backwards. At this moment, there was constant discussion in the school. Chapter 85, The Principal is a Fool. However, the news soon reached Su-hang's ears. Boss Su, something's wrong. Jiang Zhan got the news the first time and rushed to Su-hang. What do you mean I'm not okay? I'm fine, right? Su-hang saw Jiang Zhan's anxious look, and his face was full of helplessness. No, I'm not saying you're not okay. That's not right. It seems like you're the one who is wrong. Haven't you heard that the school said it was going to expel you? If you're fired, do I still need to complete what you told me to do before? Jiang Zhan looked at Su-hang in front of him and asked with a puzzled look. Being fired is your own business, and your business is your own business. There seems to be no connection between them. Su-hang smiled awkwardly and then asked, how come there's no involvement? If you leave school, then what's the point of me doing those things? Jiang Zhan said with some confusion. Don't worry, there's no way I'll be fired. Just relying on my personal charm and the abundant funds I have. Unless the principal is a fool. Otherwise, Su-hang spoke word by word, but before he could finish his words, he heard the school broadcast. Now I have to inform you of a breaking news. Student Su-hang has violated school discipline. So, the school finally decided to expel him. After hearing the broadcast, Jiang Zhan and Su-hang were also stunned. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhan and Su-hang looked at each other. It seems that the principal is really a fool. Jiang Zhan repeated what Su-hang had just said. Damn, is the principal an idiot? Su-hang couldn't control his temper anymore and rushed toward the principal's office. Su-hang also wanted to figure out why he was fired for no reason. As soon as Su-hang arrived at the door of the principal's office, he heard the principal talking to someone. Expelling Su-hang is indeed a risky decision, but if Su-hang doesn't leave, then the school's public opinion can't be suppressed. So don't be too sad. Wait until the public opinion passes and then find a way to bring Su-hang back, right? Right now, the most important thing is to suppress public opinion first. Another voice began to offer advice. Student Su has put so much effort into the development of the school. It's a bit absurd to expel him just like that. But there is no other way. We can only suppress public opinion in this way. The principal nodded slightly in response. After Su-hang learned the news, he finally understood why he was suddenly fired. It's simply because of my own reasons that the school's reputation has been constantly damaged. However, Su-hang was not worried at all, but instead showed a confident smile. Su-hang pushed the door open and walked into the principal's office. The principal was also stunned when he saw Su-hang coming. Su-hang. The principal stared at Su-hang's position. It's actually very simple to suppress these opinions. It's not as difficult as you think. Firing me is simply the most effective way. But I have another way to have the best of both worlds. Su-hang paused and explained. Oh, what can you do? The principal was obviously interested in Su-hang's statement and asked. Su-hang took a deep breath and said, First, we can admit the school's mistakes by making a public apology. We can assure the public that we will correct the situation so that at least some public opinion can be calmed down. Secondly, we can immediately launch an investigation into this incident, find out the root cause of the problem, and make it public. This will not only demonstrate the school's determination, but also allow the public to see our sincerity. Finally, we can formulate a series of reform measures, such as strengthening school management and improving teachers' teaching level. By improving student satisfaction and so on, we can not only restore the school's reputation, but also make the school better. Su Hang finished speaking in one breath, and the principal's expression became serious. He looked at Su Hang without saying anything, as if he was thinking about Su Hang's suggestion. At this time, Su Hang added, "I know that these methods may be difficult, may take a long time, and may require us to pay a lot. But I think that only in this way can we truly solve the problem and truly restore the school's reputation." After Su Hang spoke out all his inner thoughts, he stared at the principal's seat and observed. The principal looked at Su Hang and finally said, "I will consider your suggestion. You go back first. I will make a decision as soon as possible. I think it's better for me to wait until you make a decision before I go back." Su Hang is not a fool either. If I go back directly like this, I will be fired directly. Your method is only a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution. If you want to address this public opinion right now, you need some explosive material. Only explosive news can directly suppress public opinion. Another person stood up at this moment and pointed out the key point of the matter. Explosive news? Another situation suddenly occurred to Su Hang's mind. Perhaps he has thought of other ways to solve the problem. "Student Su, I think I'd better let you down a bit. You can handle all this on your own, so why aren't you willing to make sacrifices?" The man continued to speak. At this moment, thousands of indescribable words flashed through Su Hang's mind. Let me sacrifice myself. If Su Hang dies, wouldn't that just make those who want to make things bad for them happy? Even if they leave, Su Hang will not let them have an easy time. Besides, he was wrongly accused of a laboratory explosion. If I really left, wouldn't that be equivalent to framing myself with a clear crime? Su Hang would never let such a thing happen. More importantly, he would never let it happen to him. Give me one day. If public opinion doesn't calm down, then you decide whether to fire me or not. Su Hang paused for a moment, left this sentence, turned around, and left the principal's office. The principal and the man were both stunned. Okay, give him a day. The principal also wants to see a perfect result. It would be impossible to calm down so easily in one day, not to mention one day, even in 10 days. This opponent is obviously targeting him. How can he calm down the public opinion? Another person also sighed and thought that Su Hang was really young. However, Su Hang had no intention of letting it go just like that. Chapter 86. One wave of troubles follows another. What happened to Su Hang before has not yet been settled. And now, the following things happen one after another. The school where Su Hang is located is one of the top 10 schools in the country. The most impressive thing is the scientific research projects, and even the scientific research teachers were respected before. At the very least, schools abroad, such as those in the South, still have some respect. And now it's happening. Laboratory explosion? The South immediately started to laugh. Not only did they laugh at us, they even sent some classmates to participate in the school's scientific research competition. My goodness. After the principal learned about this, he couldn't sleep the whole night. The principal's head was already bald, and now it's even balder. On the surface, there are people from the South saying that they are here to participate in scientific research competitions and promote friendship between the two sides. In fact, isn't this just a joke? But at the moment, I can't find any outstanding scientific research projects that can impress others. Even if all students were asked to prepare scientific research projects now, it might be too late. Have you heard people from the South Country are coming over to work on scientific research projects with us? Of course I heard about it. They said they were studying together, but in fact they must have caught some dirt on our school and came to laugh at us. Nonsense. Our school is ranked among the top 10 in the country. If we only compare science and technology, it is one of the best. No one can compare to us. What you said is all about the past. After so many years, the school still has no outstanding scientific research projects. Isn't it just a signboard? That's it. I guess they came prepared this time. They are definitely here to cause trouble. At this moment, most of the teachers and students in the school also learned the news. Everyone started talking. For a moment, the school was filled with a tense atmosphere. This time, They faced not only the ridicule of their own people, but also the ridicule of their enemies. When we are family, a laugh always represents the hot summer. But if we are ridiculed by the South, the shame will be spread abroad. Principal, if that's the case, then Su Hang can definitely not be expelled now. At this moment, Professor Lee walked into the principal's office and spoke with a firm expression. Why? The principal was a little confused. You are stupid. Su Hang has a blueprint in his hand. Once the blueprint is executed, it can turn the situation around. Otherwise, how could our school come up with such shocking drawings at such short notice? Professor Lee spoke word by word, expressing his inner thoughts. That seems to be the case. The principal had also seen the drawings that Su Hang took out before. The principal naturally had some understanding of the drawing and knew how powerful it was. If we infer from this situation, then Su Hang may indeed be able to help the school overcome its difficulties. But it seems that it has also been disclosed that a blueprint can hold up for a while, but it can't hold up forever. What should I do next? What should I do next? The principal's face was filled with sorrow. Oh, let's take care of the present first, and we can think about the future later. Professor Lee slapped his thigh, as if helping the principal make up his mind. Okay, then let's do as you say. After the principal finished speaking, he covered his face with one hand and continued to make a mask of pain. Soon, when Su Hang was busy with other things, Professor Lee found Su Hang. Student Su, the school is not going to expel you. After finding Su Hang, Professor Lee went straight to the point. Huh? Why? Su Hang was also stunned. He seemed to have done nothing. So why did the principal change his mind? But the school has a request. Then, Professor Lee expressed his inner thoughts. Su Hang narrowed his eyes and stared at Professor Lee in front of him. It turns out that what is waiting for me is here. Didn't you take out a blueprint before? In this way, you donate the drawings, and then you can continue to stay in school. After Professor Lee finished speaking, he kept staring at Su Hang's expression. He also wanted to see the changes in Su Hang's expression and then determine whether he was willing. If Su Hang ever showed any intention to resist, Professor Lee would immediately use other methods. So you want the blueprints? Su Hang smiled indifferently. He had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. You see? Professor Lee asked a follow-up question. Sure. Su Hang continued. To contribute to the school, to Yin Xia, and to scientific research, isn't this the obligation of each of us? Good. Professor Lee was instantly happy when he saw Su Hang agreed to him. I seem to have heard that Yin Xia's archenemy, the South Country, is going to send students to participate in our scientific research competition. If we lose to our own people in this scientific research competition, we might be able to get away with it. But if we lose to the Southern Country, that would be unacceptable, right? Su Hang changed his tone and asked another question. Don't worry about this. Our school will naturally have a solution. Although Professor Lee said this, he actually had no plan at all in his mind. Su Hang returned to the classroom with a half-believing and half-doubting expression. After returning to the classroom, Su Hang took out the drawings immediately and handed them to Professor Lee. Because students from the South also want to take part in the competition, the school is in a state of panic and everyone is very nervous. Before facing the real enemy, all the students were ready. It means that people from the South will never return. It was just a few days later when students from the South brought their entries. After arriving at school, all the students in the school fell silent. Whether it was drawings or finished works that Manhwa brought, they were all one level ahead of them. At the beginning, Manhwa was rather reserved until he learned about the true level of Suang School. They're not keeping a low profile. At the welcome ceremony held at the school, he acted recklessly. Hello, we are students from a beautiful university. We came here to discuss scientific research with you. But when we came here, we found that your technology is so rubbish that it completely subverted my imagination. Manhwa, a student standing on the podium, said this. The audience below the podium immediately went into an uproar. Wow, he did that in front of so many teachers and classmates. Moreover, he said such outrageous words directly on their territory. There's no even the most basic respect. It instantly caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Chapter 87: Arousing Public Outrage.